what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny.
Weasel! Why, hello there. How are you doing? I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready. Oh my god, Chad, I didn't get you psychologically ready, though, for the fact that we have a new setup. I'm so bad about promoting things, right? Most streamers, when they have a new setup, it's a big deal. They promote it. They let you know ahead of time it's going to happen. Things are going to be different. What's different? What's different? What's different, you say? What's different? Yeah, we're real. We're in reality now, okay? We're in the reality-based community with my reality-based weasels, right? They are no longer just a myth, just a myth from olden times of the weasel, this this creature of legend, right? The weasel is now real. The weasel has landed. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that the weasel has landed, and things are going to be a little different right now. So if you don't know, we do fan funding on Throne, and that is people's chance to donate not just a monetary amount, not just to get weasels or something like that, to skip the top of the hour ad break that happens every hour on the hour on Twitch. No, it's something completely different. It's the way that you can actually change the stream. Oh, look at this, North Korean poop balloons, right? Are people voting for the poop balloons? Who's voting for the poop balloons? I feel like I saw that leading in the poll for a second. No, Fouchi. Whoa. I mean, not Fauci, it's MTG. Obviously, you want to see MTG. Nobody cares about Fauci. But anyway, yeah, Fauci's back. MTG's back. It's Weezin time. It is indeed. It is indeed. And yeah, so what I'm talking about is some upgrades in stream quality. The first one that you're going to notice being that we are now not in green screen land. We are in real, actual background land. That means I'm going to have to clean my room and make some kind of like actual background. But for now, it's black curtains with bisexual lighting, much like I kind of stole this background from H3. So thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Ethan, for inspiring me to steal your background. I am like the David Pakman of H3, in much the same way that David Pakman, bad takes according to the Majority Report. I probably have bad takes according to Ethan Klein, and I steal Ethan Klein's background, and he's just gonna have to deal. Ethan, you're lucky it's not a bunny and a polar bear back there, okay? Don't complain. Don't complain. He won't complain, chat. He knows not to feed the weasel, right? Because if you feed the weasel gets bigger, the weasel becomes real, and it becomes a real problem, and not just like a mythical creature of legend that you've only heard of in children's fairy tales. No, these weasels are real. These weasels are manifesting. And so, yeah, the first thing, that got crowdfunding, or the first thing that arrived from the crowdfunding that has gone on through Throne is the key light. The key light gives me better lighting, as you can tell. I mean, I don't know. You could actually see my hair color, kind of, right? People didn't realize my hair was red until last night. If you were on the stream last night, you might have seen a wisp of it. But yeah, my hair, this is my actual hair color when it's not having the color extracted from it from the green screen filter, right? We've got no filter. This is coming at you with no filter whatsoever. I don't know. I don't usually have much of a filter anyway, but this time it's even less. This time it's math. Exactly. It's wonderful. So yeah, we've got the key light going on. We have got, and if you donated to my throne, okay, I am working on your thank you notes. You might have noticed that since these things got filled, I haven't sent thank you notes. I want to actually make you thank you videos, and it only gives me one chance to thank you. So still working on those videos, but we have the cloud lifter. This is for good audio. We have the key light. We are still waiting on the microphone, and once we have that all in place, we're going to have a better sound system too. So first thing we do is we improve the video slightly. Second thing we do is we improve the sound slightly, and then just like, yeah, the stream is getting way more professional. This is getting way more serious. So thank you to everybody who has donated to me on Throne. I also need to give a shout out to my fancy weasels. Shakespeare, Omega Star. Thank you for being fancy weasels over there on patreon.com. I'm trying to make sure if I'm I want to make sure I'm not forgetting anyone, right? Because the fancy weasels, they get a shout out. That's one of the membership privileges. We're still working on Weasel Cord, right? Mods, if you're in there, I kind of need to test out the new permissions with you. So maybe after stream today, we can do that. I want to give more people. I've given 1 or 2 mods the moderator permissions, and I just want to make sure that that works before we bring in the patrons, and then bring in the members, and then bring in the subs, and then bring in everybody else to our new Weasel Cord. Okay. Is Silent Hill 2024 bad? I haven't played it again. It's a balloon with poop in it. Yo, I wish. I mean, it's a balloon. I think it's a balloon carrying poop. The balloon is used to, right, because the poop, it doesn't like lift by itself. It needs the balloon, which is, unless theoretically, if a poop had enough methane, maybe it could float. But if we got floating poop, chat, we got big problems. Silent Hill 2 remake. Yeah, so they're the Republicans, gamers, whatever they're called. Oh my God, we got a real poll this time. We got a real poll. Yeah, Silent Hill 2, 28% MTG versus Fouchi, 32% North Korean poop balloons, 24% Pod Save America bad TikTok take, which almost won last night, is now in last place. Interesting how things change between the late night crew and the early evening crew. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gift sub to Saris. Saris, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled. And as always, if you donate, let me know what you want me to add your. So I got the thing changed a little bit, right? I'm putting on percentage just to make this really clear. What you get per dollar, $1 equals 1%. You can raise the percentage of your poll, basically, right? Now there is also the Vox Populi, which basically, takes things back down. That's why that's at minus percentage, but everything else is at plus percentage. And for every dollar that gets donated, I add 1%. So yeah, if you donate, let me know what you want your money going to. You could potentially, oh no, now it's tied. MTG and Silent Hill are tied. You could potentially skew the results of the poll but you could also reset the results of the poll to whatever the poll says. If you say Vox Populi after you donate, that means that that's like an impediment, right? That's a percentage that gets minused from everything, meaning that you're contributing towards the vote being preserved. You're stop the steal, basically. If you're a Vox Populi, you are donating to stop the steal, and not that stop the steal. God, I should stop saying that so much. I bet like that gets my YouTube in trouble. A video game remake, not the movie. Yeah, it's not a movie. It's not a movie. I hope you got some sleep. Do I look like I got some sleep? I mean, I did right before stream. I didn't mean to, but poop is heavier than air. True. Unless it's got a lot of methane in it, in which case it could be floating. Like, okay, theoretically, chat, theoretically, go with me. Let's say that all you ate was bubblegum, and you did a bubblegum poop, which sorry, let me say this right. You farted out bubblegum into a bubble, right? Go with me, right? And it's methane inside the bubble gum, right? So it would float. Theoretically, poop could float. Just because we haven't seen it in the real world yet does not mean that it could not and does not exist. You like my butterfly? Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. This is a thought experiment, right? I'm being a debate pervert. And imagining, no, I feel like I knew somebody who had a shirt, and it was like this kid going to his dog, and he was asking the dog, did you eat all my bubble gum? And the dog's like looking at him like, I didn't do anything wrong. But the dog is blowing a bubble out of his butt. So obviously like the dog did eat the bubble gum, and that's what happened. That's what happened. I was streaming at like 2 a.m. this morning. That's true if you're on the East Coast. That is true. I need to do more video games. I need to get back. Like, we haven't done Fallout New Vegas in a while, because we ended up hitting the sub goal. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. To even see any of the secondary content, we got to hit the sub goal. That is a 1 out of 10 sub goal. It's not that hard to hit. And if we hit that, then we can watch extra content, which is cool. We got to do that last night. We got to watch the ContraPoints thing. ContraPoints talked to RGR, this like disreputable failed streamer who everyone apparently but ContraPoints hates, who it's so weird. It's almost like the what do you call it? The camaraderie of the canceled was what we were going on with. And I don't think Contra is not actually canceled, or like I don't know, the Hillary Clinton thing. See, that's the thing, is like people want to forgive Contra, but then she does shit like is on a television show with Hillary Clinton. Like, I don't even know what she was thinking there. And I also don't know what she's thinking about going on with RGR. There's so many people that she could talk to. She could talk to anybody she wants. And she's like, nope, let's do RGR. Let's associate my brand with RG fucking R. Let's do a solid for RGR. I'm like wondering, does RGR have something on ContraPoints, right? Because it just like, it looked like a hostage situation. It looked really uncomfortable, really awkward. And I'm just like, wait, how is this happening? How is this going on? Contra was never canceled, says Gus. I think she was thinking it would be another Hillary Clinton. She thought it was like somebody just named, she didn't think it was actually Hillary Clinton. She thought it was somebody else named Hillary Clinton. I think that's what happened. Consider the following hypothetical: poop plus balloon equals... Oh, you will gain extra time. Yeah, moving to the west. Left is best. And what is the left coast? It would be the west coast. So she didn't live up to what we hoped she would, is all. Yeah, that's true. She never said that she wanted to be bread mama. She got kind of forced into that role. I think people saw Tabby and they thought that maybe this is like ContraPoints' some aspect of Contra's personality, and really she's just making fun of Tabby. She was just making fun of Tabby the whole time. Morbius, did you want to put your donation behind something like a topic? But if you move to the west, you can never move back. That's the problem. If you move to the west, there is a problem with it, right? Everything is early. If you want to be like, I don't know, it's just like say I wanted to be a morning streamer, right? Say I wanted to do like the 9 o'clock slot. I wouldn't have to wake up at 9 o'clock a.m. or I wouldn't have to be on stream at 9 o'clock a.m. I'd actually be on stream at 6 o'clock a.m. Hillary Rhonda Clinton, Contra 4 SNES? Wait, what? There should be a ContraPoints video game. I agree. I agree. Only Contra I know is in the video game. I don't know how you do that, Irene. Do I just say it here? Yeah, I mean, if you're not, like, I don't want to put you on the spot, Morbius. Fievel Goes West. Have I seen that one? Super Contra with LGBT characters? Yeah, because that's like a classic video game. Yeah, yeah. I voted for the MTG. All right, so we will put $3, 3% on MTG, which is now decisively in the lead, right? If we add the 3% from the poll to MTG, that's in the lead now. It's in the lead both ways, right? So this is what I mean, is sometimes the donations do not skew the polls. Sometimes the donations go in the same direction as the poll. Sometimes the donations are not enough to change the results of the poll, but sometimes they are. And that's what makes this excited. That's what makes this a horse race. That's what makes this, you know what I mean? Like, I want to put a little excitement in there. I want to take suggestions from viewers and from donators, and I want to make it a little bit of a fun contest. Cute butterfly. Oh my God, thank you. It might be before my time. Contra is the Super NES. Yeah, is that one the one that's the Famicom? The Fanicom? Is it the Fanicom? Wait, I know these things by their Japanese names because the family. Wait, what is it? Why was it called the Fanicom? Was it like the family computer? Oh, Fievel Goes West. Yeah. Wait, but I've seen something with Fievel. Super Famicom. Super Famicom. Famicom. So it's family compute. It's literally like, but it's not a computer. It's a console. It should be the Famicom, right? The family console. Why didn't they just call it the Famicom? Or does that sound like it's Fievel meets Weasels? That's the one I saw. I like your butterfly. Oh my God, everybody likes my butterfly. You know, I've gone so many streams without wearing the butterfly. I used to do it like, it used to be like just a thing that I would always go on stream with, and I don't know. It was named after Family Computer. Well, what does it mean? The Fanny console. Yeah. It's a console, right? So why is it the Famicom? The family communally uses the Super Nintendo. But anyway, yeah, we got a lot to cover today. We've got some drama when it comes to Ana Kasparian because she's good for it. She's full of it. Look, I'm drinking my Void coffee. She's drinking tea constantly. That woman just like mainlines tea. Family commode. Oh my God. The Fanny Bandit? Is that like the Rizzler of its day? Like if you were a Rizzler in the 80s, you get called a Fanny Bandit? But yeah, Ana Kasparian agreeing with Ben Shapiro, throwing shade on Hasan. Not that Hasan is not doing the same thing on his side of the situation, but there's a bit of a back and forth now. There's a bit of a back and forth. Oh my God, you know what I meant to do? I meant to get a hold of Christina from Cosmopolitics. Because I think that Christina's actually kind of got this story. There is something going on. I liked a tweet earlier today from Cosmopolitics. And I've been trying to get well, I just don't have any time, right? We talked about having Christina on like a long time ago, and I just keep on forgetting and not having time and just barely getting to stream on time. But yeah, we really should talk because I feel like I feel like she's got the story here. It's amazing to me how Ana Kasparian has become so bitter and jealous of Hasan's wealth and popularity. Hasan has explained why he left TYT. He basically got screwed over. Did you know this? We'll get into that in a second too, right? That's important background too to understanding what's going on. Oh my God, wait, why is Hasan is trending? Every time I go to cover Hasan, it turns out there's something going on with him that I didn't know about. Oh shit, wait. Okay, no, I got this. I got this clip. Keemstar is on this. Keemstar is talking about this. Chat, Keemstar has entered the picture. Yeah, it looks like the stuff that's on here is like the very same stuff that, oh my God. Wow. It looks like the stuff that's on twitter.com is the same stuff that I've oh wait, I gotta show you this one. This one's kind of a scandal though. I don't know how Hasan's gonna I don't know how Hasan's gonna answer for this one, right? Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Oh. Yeah, Kaya's kind of a bear. Oh, look at that.
Doing.
I know, it's crazy. She's hamming it up for the
shit, Austin. They're gonna clip me out and be like, they're gonna clip me out.
Don't say that. They're gonna clip you in it.
Can you see?
You get more clicks.
See what she's doing?
I know, it's crazy. She's hamming it up for the camera.
They kind of did clip him out.
She's laying her foot on my, her head on my foot.
It's so fucking cute.
Shit, Austin. They're gonna clip me out and be like, they're gonna clip me out.
Don't say that. They're gonna clip you in it.
Can you see?
You get more clicks.
See what she's doing?
I know, it's crazy. She's hamming it up for the camera.
This is out of control. She's laying her foot on my, her head on my foot.
It's so fucking cute.
Shit, Austin. They're gonna clip me out and be like, they're gonna clip me out.
Don't say that. They're gonna clip you in it.
Can you see?
You get more clicks.
See what she's doing?
I know, it's crazy. She's hamming it up for the camera.
This is out of control. She's laying her foot on my, her head on my foot.
It's so fucking cute.
Shit, Austin. They're gonna clip me out and be like, they're gonna.
Damn. I mean, that's just amazing. But yeah, this is the Hasan controversy that he can't explain. How is your dog so cute? It must be nepotism. That's the only way that anyone gets a dog that cute is if they are literally related to the people at the adoption center. Right? It's got to be a Nepo dog. Do you think that is Kaya one in chat if you think that Kaya is a Nepo dog? If you think that the only reason that Hasan has such a cute dog is that it's because of nepotism, that's the only explanation. What do you think, chat? Kaya is ginormous. I know, right? Is Kaya a Nepo dog? We're gonna have to ask Ana Kasparian. We're gonna have to find out with Ana Kasparian. Christina Aguilera. No, I'm talking about cosmopolitics, right? I would look. We've Cosmopolitics is awesome. Sometimes stops by the stream. I have mentioned it to her before that I would love to have her on, and especially now that she's got this, she's got some insight on the whole Hasan Anna thing, and I would love to pick her brain. Oh, that sounds so gross. I don't mean like pick your brain like a salad. I just mean like a brain salad. with ranch. That's all. I just mean pour cool ranch all over your brain. And oh my god, chat, what's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? This has got to be a Nepo dog. Only the bourgeoisie can have cute dogs. That's true. Or people that are, you know, if you're related to someone who's big in the dog business. The dog business, what the hell? I feel like we also haven't covered this, the Alex Jones story, right? I kind of want to find... I feel like all I ever see of the Alex Jones story is these little tiny clips. And they're on Twitter. And like, I feel, I want the actual clip. What do we have here? Why is it so hard to find anything on YouTube? And don't answer. I know it's because Google search sucks, and Google search is powering. Wait. Oh wow. Oh wow. Chat, we might have to start with this. Are you ready to be valuetained today?
Can you pull up Alex Jones?
Are you ready to be valuetained? This is the dude that I want to watch this with. Because basically what it boils down to is if there's no clean clip of just Alex Jones like crying, of Alex Jones in misery, Alex Jones, you know, worried that he's going to lose his studio, he's having to sleep in his studio, he's having to lock himself in there to keep the feds. I don't know if it's the feds or if it's the plaintiffs from his trial, the Sandy Hook trial, but somebody's going to take his studio, somebody's going to take InfoWars from him, and he is not doing good, and we have not covered this yet, so I meant to do this. I've been meaning to do this for a while. The other thing, wait, no, okay, I tried to do the top of the hour ad break. I tried to do the top of the hour ad break. But it's not even time. I'm not even in the right time to debate. I can't even debate you on the top of the hour ad break. I like some actual brain with word salad. Kaya is innocent. Blame Hasan. Yeah, it's not Kaya's fault that she's a Nepo dog. The dog is a champagne socialist. That dog lives a better life than I do. I will be real with you, okay? Ranch and brain flavor could be a hit on Halloween. Yeah, like why don't they have brain flavored Pocky, like, or Taki? I was thinking Pocky. What brain flavor? Okay. Anyway, I mean it's like Pocky, but it's dipped in brain, you know? Like instead of chocolate or strawberry, it's dipped in brain, and then it's like that. But no, I really meant Taki. Is she done growing yet? I don't think so, Chelsea. I think Kaya is actually a bear. Kaya is eventually just gonna become a bear. Noob streamer? You think I don't know what Taki is? You think that I've never tasted the biscuit? You think that I've never eaten hot chip and lied? What does brain even taste like? It's probably pretty bland, right? It's a bit nutty. Ask Hannibal Lecter, as Trump would say. Anyway, let's take a look and see what's going on here with Valuetainment, with Alex Jones. This guy is actually valuetaining, right? I always laughed at his name. I always laughed at his show, laughed at the fact that he streams from a bank vault because he's some kind of MLM guy. But no, he really is valuetain. This is valuable entertainment, valuetainment. It's no lie. The late great Hannibal Lecter. The lamb, oh, lamb Riz? Wait, what is lamb Riz? I didn't know lambs had Riz. Lamb Riz? It tastes similar to tongue? Wait, did the tongue taste you back? That's what freaks me out about it. Peanut Butter Dick podcast. Yo, Vamps, thank you for the resubscribe. Hello there to you as well. Vamps, resubscribing on Twitch. Vamps, if you want to put your finger on the scale in our poll today, right? We've got Pod Save America, Bad TikTok Take. That's what everybody was wanting last night, but Contra just like pulled it out in the last minute. Contra just barely pulled it out, so we watched Contra instead. We've got the Silent Hill 2 remake controversy. I could weigh into that. I don't even know what this controversy is about, but it's supposedly wokeness and trans related. We've got Marjorie Taylor Greene going after Dr. Fauci. She's finally getting her chance to go after Dr. Fauci. We've got North Korean poop balloons. And of course, we've got Vox Populi, which is just your way of saying you support the opinion of the masses. And some people do. Some people are very principled in their donations, and they don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to change the poll. Some people do, though. Some people want to steal the poll away. But right now, nobody has to steal the poll away because MTG versus Fauci is winning. And this will be the content that we get to after the main attraction, which is Ana Kasparian versus Hasan. Mr. Fauci. Oh, I forgot about that. It's Mr. Fauci. No, he didn't spend, 8 years in evil medical school to be called Mr. Fauci. His evil dog. What is the whole thing? His evil beagle science? Fauci has to answer for his beagle science, right? What's going on with that beagle science? I need to know.
This last week, Alex Jones was doing a Twitter Space Live, which now Twitter allows to do video lives. And he had around 250,000 people concur.
Twitter Space Live, which allows... Okay, so I gotta find out about this. I don't know if this is... Can anybody tell me if this... Is this like something you have to be upgraded for? Because I don't do anything that you have to pay $8 for. But I have thought about streaming on Twitter. It just doesn't seem like it works. It doesn't seem like it's very good. And I'm worried it's gonna like annoy people on my timeline. That people that follow me will just be like, that's annoying. I don't want to... they're on there for Twitter. They're on there for streams. So they see a stream and they're kind of like, I don't want to see that anymore. That's a great reason to unfollow me, right? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I like mushrooms and vampires. They made her address him as doctor. Did they actually make Marjorie Taylor Greene do anything? It seems like she doesn't really like to follow the rules of the congressional proceedings.
Watching him, and here's what happened. I believe this is one of the clips of what happened there, Rob, if I'm not mistaken.
This is the first. This is him explaining what's going on with the InfoWars studio.
Okay, go for it.
I've been under attack. I've been gaslit. I've had secret federal filings filed on me that I'm committing crimes, referred to the Justice Department, which of course wasn't true. We'd already filed it in federal court months before. They didn't even check this shit. If you're gonna fucking frame somebody and fucking lie about them to goddamn federal court with the fucking know it's already filed the goddamn court, you bastard.
Hide your kids.
So fuck you. And fuck anybody else that tries to go on with your shit. You want fucking war, you fucking got it. I told you one more fucking lie and I was gonna do this, all right?
Wait, what's he gonna do?
Tried to sustain this place. I didn't believe America was as corrupt as this. I didn't believe we were this fucked, and we are this fucked. This country is administratively got a bunch of scum in charge of it. That's why it's going down the tubes, and America and the whole world sees it. So you misjudged who I am, and in a year of millions misjudged who I am. And
there's like a mismatch of his sentiment, of his emotion with what he's saying. And to me, that indicates that this guy is lying, right? He is putting on an act. He does not really feel the way that his words and his expressions imply that he feels. This is another day at the office for him. And PBD is just like, are they just going to buy this?
You have no idea.
Like, this seems like such obvious bullshit. He's been, saying the exact same thing. It's so hard to take it seriously.
Yeah. So go ahead, try to jerk off some operation to shut the doors here and do that and prove it.
Why is it jerking up the operate? What? That's just a gratuitous jerk off motion, right? He just wanted to do the hand thing. He just wanted to do the hand thing. He just like has. What's on his phone? Like, Alex, what's on your phone right now? And is it old pictures of me from 4chan? Oh.
Everything I said, it doesn't matter. And I don't sit there and make threats. I make promises. I haven't had time yet to dig it out of my phone.
Dig it out of his phone. He's Alex.
And you will, at the end of the day, know that Alex Jones, the American patriot, defeated your evil ass. You guys want to comment?
Your evil ass, and then we ate the ass. We ate the leftist ass.
You have one with
Alex is down bad. Yeah, I mean, he just needs to.
getting emotional. You have that one.
Do you think any of them commented afterwards? No, I'm good. Thanks, Alex.
No, Alex,
He needs to go back to Hung Angels.
you did
Is
well.
this the one? Play this clip. Go ahead.
Yeah, this was worse.
We're going to beat these people.
Yo.
I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. These people hate our children.
Man.
Just take more calls. Go ahead. There's the next person.
I mean, dude, we've been around this guy. He's listen. Let me explain something to you. The guy is a freaking monster. Like
He's a Monster energy drink.
people are like, oh, he's not crying for real. That guy doesn't cry a lot. When's the last time you seen Alex Jones?
What are you talking about? What?
It's funny. We look at something like that and we're like, dude, is that Alex Jones really crying? Bro, the guy's been through a lot. Yes, he messed up once. Major.
He messed up once. Once. Wait. What do you mean? Do you mean when he got caught with like the stuff on his phone? Is that the mess up? Or are you talking about the mess up? Is the one mess up is like he accidentally accused a bunch of grieving parents of being crisis actors. Right? Is that the what's the mess up? He messed up once? What are you even talking about?
I think that I'm like that. Pastor.
Are you crying too?
I understand.
He looks like this guy looks more emotional than Alex Jones did.
I understand where he's
like he looks like legitimately
from. I think that I worry for him because, you know, when you're going up against government powers as strong as the ones that are against us, you know, he's definitely it's an uphill battle. I think that man, just from watching him from so many years, he's being sincere about it. And he's really worried about where this country's going.
He's really sincere.
He's done some, you know, over the board stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Has he said some stuff that are out there? Yeah, I think so. But
does he have some interesting taste in erotica that doesn't really match up with his politics? Yeah, absolutely.
I think a lot of people share his sentiment, though. There's a reason why he had 250,000. What was
250,000 people watching live?
I mean, people share his sentiment. People share his ideas. People, you know, are wanting a difference. And I think that. You know, yesterday I was driving. I wore a shirt that said just a regular. It says, and I gotta show it to you. I'll send you pictures of my luggage. Just a regular dad, big, which I'm not a dad. Trying not to raise liberals, right?
Wait, what? You're not a dad, but you had a shirt that says just a regular dad? Did I miss it? Did you say I'm now a dad? And I just didn't hear it right?
That said, just a regular. It says, and I gotta show it to you. I'll send you pictures of my luggage. Just a regular dad, big, which I'm not a dad. Trying not to raise liberals, right? That was my shirt. I wore it through LA, through Texas, to coming here.
I love it.
And so I was sitting next to a guy, a veteran, and he's like, "Dude, I love your shirt." He's, "How many kids you got?" I said, "I don't. I just wore it because I liked what it said."
I'm mad you get people on an airplane.
Even my shout out to my wife Erica. She's
that's like me wearing a shirt of a band I don't listen to. I would never do that.
You know, shit. Like, anyway, point is that he says, you know, I used to not care about politics. I just fought for my country, but when they started coming for our kids, that's when I got involved. And I think that's where, and now they're being open about it. Like you see these drag shows, we're coming for your kids. They're going to join us. I don't know if you watched the one. They're going to join us.
That's what drag shows are like. If you've ever seen a drag show, there's like a, what do you call the person that stands out in front of like a bar or something and like calls people, they're like, come in kids, right? Even though it's over 21 establishment, you know, no, they're totally like, right? It just, no.
I think that's where people, and I think this is what he's talking about. They hate our children because he brought this up. Is they're not, and I didn't care about politics as much. Obviously, I got,
And these people are mad at liberal parents. Okay, let's be real, right? What are they actually mad about? They are mad at liberal parents for taking their kids to like pride events, right? That might have like a drag show as part of the entertainment, right? That's what they're mad about.
more with Pat, with you, and I was like, oh, okay. But this past 2 years, when they're coming after our kids, it's a whole different. They woke up monsters that people just want to be left alone. I think that
no, like trans people just want to be left alone, and you're not doing that, all right? So when your kids turn against you because they realize that you're a fucking monster, don't blame us. Don't blame us. We were just trying to do our own thing.
Actually, I've always been open about it. I'm conservative. And I do, I'm on the more on the Republican side. I don't agree with everything, but I'm a conservative, and that's when even though I don't have kids, I have nephews, and I worry. Me and my wife are, fixing to have kids.
I worry every time my nephews are wearing something that's gender non-conforming. That is this the sign? Is this how they get trans? They're eating strawberry ice cream? I'm just like, wait a minute, you're supposed to be vanilla or chocolate. Boys don't eat strawberry ice cream. Strawberry ice cream is pink. What's wrong? Did your teacher put you up to this?
And that's when I wanted to fight back more. So, you're not going to do that to my kids. And had they left the kids alone, I think we would have been all right. But they want to shove down this ideology down our throats so bad.
How many of the leave the kids alone people have been visited by Child Protective Services? How many of the leave the kids alone people need to leave their kids the fuck alone?
That's where they messed up.
How many of these leave the kids alone dads are going to end up losing custody and not being allowed around their kids?
Dude, I don't care if you're gay. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care if you have, if you're he, they, whatever, whatever you call it.
He, they, they.
So, but don't involve me in bullshit. Just like I don't involve you in mine. But once they started pushing hard, I think that's when more Alex Jones. And I think that Alex Jones is just one of many of us that are waking up and say, yeah, we're done with this bullshit.
He's just now waking up. He's just now becoming conservative, chat. It's like that's a new thing for Alex Jones, right?
That's what I think. I feel bad.
He's not just a fucking grifter that was like nominally like anti-Bush while Bush was in the White House and then flipped when Obama got elected and has been going further right since then.
For the guy though, man, to see him break down like that after watching him for so many years, it's definitely a tough situation to be in. But hey, somebody's got to speak the truth. But he was going to get raided, didn't he? He said the FBI.
Well, yeah, because
What about the raid? That raid was supposed to happen. That's totally real, right? That's a real thing that was actually going to happen, right?
He's on the radar.
I'm not being hyperbolic. This guy's 50 years old. The way he's acting, the way he looks, I don't know how much time he has left. Like, he is a mess right now. I'm not wishing anything upon him. We've had a great time with him in person. He is going through some stuff. Look, I'm in the life expectancy.
He is probably going through some stuff, and I don't necessarily think it has to do with feds or settlements or anything like that. He's going through some like lack of funds for InfoWars, and he's trying to squeeze more money out of that sponge.
Business. I know, overweight, smoker, drugs, angry, high blood pressure. Dude, this guy is going through some stuff, and I wish him to just, I don't know, but this is who he is. This is the eyeball economy, the attention economy. Does anybody do a better job of getting more eyeballs than him?
No.
Okay, so this guy's low-key saying that he's lying, but he knows that that's not welcome. He knows that that's not cool. He's going to have to answer for that if he actually calls it out like he sees it, right? But you can tell that this guy is not buying what Alex Jones is selling, right? He's low-key saying, like, yeah, he's in that attention economy, that eyeball economy. He's just got to do whatever.
The thing that I don't know about Alex Jones is what's real and what's a show. He's a showman.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. That's a question that more people should be answering.
In part of his trial, when he was on trial for the Sandy Hook thing, even the judge, they were just like...
He's way over 50. How old is he? How old is he actually? So Alex Jones harasses and threatens parents of children who died in a mass shooting, and this guy with no kids think that, yeah, he's worried about drag shows, yes.
You acting right now?
Not worried about their kids getting, unalived in a mass shooter incident. They're worried about drag shows and ice cream.
What is happening right
now? Let me ask you this though. I don't know. Does a guy that's doing this for show?
How could it be a guy doing it for show, considering that
Does he take it that far?
Would he take it this far? Would he really take it this far? Would he cry on air? Would he fake crying with the fakest tears you've ever seen?
I mean, do you take it that far? It seems like a little bit too drastic.
Yo, everything about Alex Jones is taking it that far and further. What are you talking about?
To take it.
That's like a new thing for him?
Do you think he's the type of guy that when the cameras are on, he hypes himself up a little bit? Do you think he's that?
Who doesn't?
Okay.
But I don't think. But I think this guy's a true believer.
Yeah, let me.
I agree with that.
I want to ask you this:
Do you think
he's a true Adam? Do you think Alex Jones?
Do you think he's a true believer in machine elves, though?
Is a true American patriot?
Does he believe in Nephilim?
That is willing to die
Yes, I believe.
Does he believe in Comet Pizza and ping pong?
I know you do. To die, Adam, to keep this going. Because me personally, I would rather die free than live as a slave. And this guy, okay, he's made mistakes, and we talked about that, but is consistent with the message of America first. And we know if you have that attitude, they come after you. And that's what?
The they thems.
He is on
The they thems come after
their
you.
radar. Alex Jones.
And they trans you.
If you don't think the higher up, the powerful know who Alex Jones is, and his voice resonates with the people, with the MAGA.
I'm fully with you. Last point, when you have that much pressure on you.
It's hard.
And the feds, he owes $1.5 billion.
And he's still talking for us.
Okay, I mean, I don't know how he's going to pay this off. They're talking about having to liquidate InfoWars. I think
And he's still talking for us? What are you talking about?
his company top line revenue is like 10, 20 million. He's selling the supplements. He's doing the pills. He's selling the merch. You know, they're talking about having to pay back 50% of his profits. They're talking about, a couple $1 million to the family of Sandy Hook. They called it, quote unquote, HBO's new docuseries that came out, I don't know, like a month or two ago. They said it's the most egregious case of defamation in American history. I've spent time with the guy. We've spent that time. I enjoyed the guy.
Yeah.
But I think for most Americans, to be candid, when they think of Alex Jones, they think of Sandy Hook. They attach it to that.
Yeah, one big mistake.
And they
One big mistake. Yeah.
and like I would like to see his
Like, these are the kind of guys that if there's a claim made about, I don't know, if somebody gets Me Too'd and they find one little inconsistency in the victim's story, they want to ruin her life forever, right? She's fucking gone. She's fucking canceled. Like, right? No, nothing is bad enough, for her, right? But it's like Alex Jones claimed a false flag called grieving parents, crisis actors, like erased this giant, tragedy, this unnecessary tragedy that is purely a result of gun culture in America, a result of the capture of our elected officials by lobbyists like the NRA, right? No other country deals with this. No other fucking country deals with this, right? We deal with it because of capitalism. That's what it really is. It's to sell guns, right? And if they're not selling guns to the cartels, then they're selling guns to, mass shooters, and they really don't care. They're making money off of this, right? And Alex Jones turns it around on like, no, it is the grieving parents that are to blame.
favorability ratings.
Tom.
So a couple things there. He's been a guy that's brave enough to speak to power, and some of the things he has said were level.
Anything new from what? Because everybody said the same thing. Any new angle you got, Tom, on Alex? What are you thinking?
Okay.
He's like, this is getting boring. Tom, mix it up.
I do have one, and it's like, I really
Get wiggly.
wonder if the showman is using just things that are going on in terms of company bankruptcy, and they're coming to lock the doors and take the assets like they do in bankruptcy. It's like a repossession. They do that to your house. They do it to your car. If you don't pay your lease, they'll come lock your front door and say you're finally evicted. Is there just a normal bankruptcy process going on in the background? And he is using that, and once again, is this bombastic showman. Because there were people out there that were saying, well, wait a minute, I don't love him, I don't hate him, but there's a bankruptcy going on. Is he just using it?
Yeah, so meaning using the bankruptcy to come into, like, we have a guy locally that's going through it. We were talking about yesterday that, hey, as of this day, we're selling it. It's not on you selling it anymore. It actually has to do something with you as well. You were part of it when you and I walked in somewhere. Don't say anything. When me and Robert
yes,
went
yes, yes,
that just got finalized, by the way.
No,
Wait, what?
Weeks ago, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So-
Don't say anything. We don't get to find out what this is about, but
like
big.
finalized
This
for
is-
like.
I'll tell you after the officer. So,
Okay.
so anyways,
This is not the city. This is like state
when
and
you're
federal.
when you're going through that, if you're using this to get sympathy, to sell another story, what you're doing is it's hurting your credibility score more and more and more if it comes back and they say that's what's going on. But okay, so let's play the next card. Here's the next card before we wrap up. Say he runs out of money. Say there is nothing else going on. Say they shut it down. Say InfoWars is gone. What does Alex do next? Where does Alex go? What does he do?
he becomes the co-host of PBD.
Does he stay as an independent, podcaster? Is the government going to want him to keep working to make money so he can pay off whatever?
Wait, what? That does not happen. Wait. Look, the whole, I mean, debt and debt collection can be pretty fucking vicious. Repossession, all that shit. Yeah, absolutely. But one thing that I don't think they do is force you to keep working at a job, force you to keep working at a business that you no longer want to do. And these guys can't decide what is it. Are they going to take InfoWars away, or are they going to force Alex Jones? Is he going to be bound to the land of InfoWars, to work off the peonage? That's the right term for it.
What does he do next, Tom?
I think it's like Jerry Springer, and
I mean, that's probably what he should have done in the first place. He would have had a much better life if he was a Jerry Springer figure rather than whatever the hell he is.
Morton Downey Jr.
Oh, yeah.
Guys that had their moment. They were bombastic.
Yeah.
The show went off.
Wait, what?
They lost their production company. I think Morton Downey Jr.'s production company, went down, I think, if I'm right. Then you have a bombastic personality who's looking for the next microphone. And is there somebody out there that would give him a microphone?
Go ahead.
Look, I'm not wishing him anything ill will. I just don't see anything good happening here. You owe $1.5 billion. His net worth apparently is $9 million in assets. The government's coming after him. The family's coming after him. They're seizing his assets. They're going to liquidate the company. Yeah. Is there a market for him? Sure, he gets eyeballs. The pressure this guy is going through, I don't mean this I don't wish anything bad about him. I would not be surprised if something happens to him soon.
Nah, I look at it like this. You owe somebody $10 million, you're in trouble. You owe them $1.5 billion, they're in trouble.
No, here's the truth of the matter, okay? The debt that Alex Jones owes, he can never repay. He can never bring back the victims of Sandy Hook, and he can never unstain their memories with his bullshit. It wouldn't matter if he, I don't know, dedicated a week of InfoWars to just saying I was wrong. I lied about these people. These people, this is how if he did a week, there's nothing he could do. There's nothing he could do, right? They know that they're not going to get this money for the settlement, right? But the point of it is that he keeps, paying them. He doesn't continue to profit from his show that he used to defame people. He doesn't get, that money is getting, is getting taxed now, and it's going to the victims' families, right?
Right? There's no way you can pay that. They can't squeeze that orange to the...
No shit. No, that's acting like if somebody gets sent to jail for 200 years. That's what? They're not going to live for 200 years. How can that be a sentence? They do it because, if somebody, somehow you get time, you get your time reduced for good behavior or this or that, or one of the charges gets dropped, then it's well, you still have 150 years, right? You're still not getting out.
Hell out of them, Tom. You don't
They're
think?
already
Because it's not just the government; it's the families. They have a class action lawsuit.
They've had their court case. They've had
you
the
think
judgment.
anyone is dropping this ever? There's dead kids involved, Tom.
What is this that you're? Calm down, Prince.
I gotta hand it to PBD this time. I mean, this is a pretty ridiculous interaction, but at least they do have somebody pushing back on the nonsense.
this. You know, that's
Tom,
not
you
what
gotta
I'm
do
saying.
better than that, bro.
Yeah, you got to do better, Tom. Nobody's buying that.
I mean, you're saying dead kids. You think the family is going to drop?
Oh, I'm being a princess for being worried about dead kids. Yeah.
Say that? You said that. You were doing to me what you do to Vinny. You throw a bunch of words in his face. You try to create
Tom,
this
I know.
holier
Listen, Tom,
than
I
thou,
love you. I know you're.
What the hell? You can see he's just an NPC at this point. This is just like
I love you. I know you're. I know you're having your moment to be angry.
I'm not letting
I
you
love
do
you,
it.
Tom. I'm saying the reality is the family's never going to let this go. You're making this personal. I'm talking about Alex.
No, I'm not. The court case is over.
This is when the NPC commentator malfunctions.
You have to wait for the court to go, assimilate the assets. The families are the victims. These horrible, things that happen to these precious people.
Tom, I'm going to take you for lunch. Calm down.
No, you don't need to take. You don't need to take
It's
me
all
for
good,
lunch.
Tom.
You know.
All right, Rob, just do me a favor for whatever. Call security. I'm out here. The moment we go live, we have to be careful with this.
Tom's getting all hip hop on me, man.
All right. So, anyways, we'll see what's going to happen there. I think to a lot of people who have followed Alex since the beginning days of what was it, 24 years ago, 23 years
Bohemian
ago,
Grove, insane.
for years. I mean, this guy is in this space of podcasters, creators, of guys that would go through different type of stories and all this stuff. He's one of the OGs, and there's a lot of people. He's got a lot of influence. You love him or hate him. He's got a lot of influence over a lot of people that today are in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, okay? And many big podcasters like to invite him. I don't know how many times Joe's had Alex Jones on.
Oh, gosh.
He's been on Rogan,
Can you look
Piers
at how
Morgan.
many times Joe has had Alex Jones on? I'm actually curious. How many times?
3 or
has
4
Joe-
times, maybe?
No,
I think
No way.
Really?
I was about to say
He lives in
20
Austin,
times.
by the way.
they have a
He
bunch-
lives in Austin.
How many times has Joe Rogan had Alex?
If I had to
Jones
guess,
on?
9.
What is PBD even trying to say? Like this seems like more Trump coat. It seems like what he's trying to say is that the judgment of a lawsuit should not be the judgment of a lawsuit, because this guy is so damn influential. And if you liberals, what? Like, it's not a liberal doing anything. It's not a leftist doing anything. It is a judge who has imposed this judgment on Alex Jones for defamation. All right? There's nothing that any liberals are going to do to make this. It's not, Alex Jones is not like, getting his shit repossessed. He's not having to pay out like huge fines, which, he will never be able to fully pay off because of the sentiment of the left, right? He is doing that because of a judgment. But like PBD is trying to do the same thing. Oh man, I wouldn't do this to a guy like Alex Jones. Guy like Alex Jones is very influential. He's the voice of the common man. He goes on Rogan. He talks to 50 to 70-year-olds, right? The most valuable advertising demographic, as we all know, since they're gonna die in like less than 20 years, right? It's
8 times.
I would say
8 or 9.
whatever the number is. Anyways, it's many, many times. So if you're an angry patriot yourself, Vinny officially has the
angry patriot. There we go. Oh my god, it's more cringe than I thought. Chat, I feel like I lied to you. I told you, I asked you, are you ready to be valuetained? And I feel like it's not valuetaining enough. I feel like it's substandard. This is not a good clip. I am so sorry. I thought that this would be we got to watch the Alex Jones thing, and I really thought it would be better than that. And I really hope we got some better content coming up after the Ana Kasparian bit. Because this is underwhelming. This is underwhelming. This is not... It's depressing, actually. Wait, what's up with the Silent Hill 2 remake? Other than I thought that Chuds were mad about it because there's a character who's not like tailored to the male gaze. There's a we're going to get into that in a second. Maybe. Wait, are we? Oh, we are. It's winning. It's winning. Wait, no. But like okay, so let's check in. We got to check in. I forgot. We need to check in. Also, if you're on Twitch, I forgot to mention this, but every hour on the hour, there's an ad break, 3 minutes at the top of the hour. You might have just seen it. If you did and you don't want to experience that again, get yourself a sub. You could. They're kind of a good deal right now because Twitch is going to raise the price to $5.99. So you might want to lock in that $5 price while you can get it. You can also get it for free If you've got Prime, you use your Prime membership to get a free sub, give it to the streamer of your choice. If that is me, you will no longer see the ad break. The nasty ad break will go away for you for a period of a month. You can also, and you can roll that over, right? You can use it every month, actually. You could also possibly be gifted a sub that can happen, that does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat, because unlike YouTube, people can choose who the gift subs go to, so they'll be more likely to choose you. You can't change people from the right to get the left now? Wait, what are you saying, Nepsir? I do love PBD because he's just like a GTA radio host. You hear in game, he does kind of seem like, yeah, like a not very well constructed NPC. It's hilarious. What he's a poorly programmed NPC. What the game radio host says. God, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's like whole those are popular YouTube videos, right? With the entirety of a radio station from Grand Theft Auto that you can just listen to. People that were on the right will never get back to the left side. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I've already seen the whole thing, at least one of these neo-pronoun guys' complaints. Yeah, the pronouns. Doesn't the pronouns guy gets involved in this Silent Hill controversy? It's the
Fucking pronouns!
that guy. Germ says I disagree. Kind of just want an overview of the Silent Hill stuff, but want to see MTG and Dr. Fouchi go at it. Ooh, it is a little bit of a conundrum. And look, if something does well, I try to always bring it back. I try to always give it another chance. If something is like last place consistently, then it leaves the rotation. But I always try to give people a second chance to vote for content, especially if there's a lot of people donating behind it. If there's a lot of people voting with their donation. But yeah, right now MTG versus Fouchi is winning. Silent Hill controversy in second place. But wait a minute. Let's do the math, okay? Yeah, MTG plus Fouchi has got 3%. Okay, so yeah, it's winning overall. And that is specifically because of people that donate backing it, right? Wait a minute. No, I think it's like it's winning both polls. Never mind. And yeah, if you want to see this second run of content, all you got to do is push that sub goal to 10 out of 10. It is now 1 out of 10. We are somewhat on track to get there. I think we could get there. I think it's entirely possible. But just remember, if you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, through getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to somebody else, whether it's through subbing on Twitch or gifting subs on Twitch, or even gifting bits on Twitch, whether it is through Patreon or Throne, right, which people have been donating to lately. That's why we've got the better quality streaming equipment right now. That's why you're seeing me in a better image than you were before. We've actually upgraded the look of the stream thanks to the donation of viewers like you, but you also get a say in what gets covered. And yeah, your dollars can make up percentages for what you want to cover. Right now, Silent Hill is losing by 2 points. North Korean poop balloons is down 7 points. Pod Save America bad TikTok take is down 11 points, but you can change that with your donations. Just if you donate, let me know what you want your money to go towards, and each dollar will become a percentage to add to your topic of choice. If you choose Vox Populi, though, if you want to just like reinforce whatever's winning, then basically this will take away other people's percentages, right? So if you want to bring everything back down to 0, which it's pretty close to right now, given that we're only at 1 out of 10 of the way to our sub goal, then you can just say Vox Populi, and I will use that to subtract from the other amounts. That's how it works. Hopefully this is clear now. He's programmed the correct way. It's the in-game radio host is nonsensical, and PBD is what you call the reverse. The art imitates life. This is life imitates art. True, true, true. Love that Starfield drama so much that now he see. Oh yeah, no, he just jumps in now. What are the North Korean poop balloons? This is how North Korea strikes back. When South Korea decides to send balloons, right, when the wind is blowing just right, sometimes some South Koreans will send up balloons with like propaganda, with like, hey, you're in this bad country, and North Korea sucks, right? I don't know. Just they'll send up stuff that's not supposed to get into North Korea to try to convince people to abandon the Kim regime, and the angry North Koreans will send back balloons laden with poop. That's a fun way to fight. I mean, it's better than with like nukes or artillery or whatever.
Patriot Valuetainment edition.
Wait, Stephanie Sterling did a video on this?
I'm right.
Anyway, that's your valuetainment chat. I need to be valuetained now. I need to be more valuetained, right? I feel like the substandard valuetainment. I'm really counting on this next story to valuetain me more. But yeah, right now it's really close between MTG and Silent Hill. Any donation to either side of those might actually flip the results or maintain the results, right? So make sure to vote. Now the voting will stay open until we actually do the follow-up content, if we get to that. Remember, we're 1 out of 10 as far as the sub goals go, so we got to push that to 10 to 10 in order to even see this content. Otherwise, it's just a poll. It's just a poll with no actual results, and that's no fun for anybody. So if you want to see it be more than a poll, donate. Anyway, let's see what's going on with Ana Kasparian. I hate it when it doesn't fit in the box, but it doesn't fit in the box. This is Ben Shapiro saying, ironically, if Donald Trump had not been named Donald Trump and had indeed shot someone in broad daylight on Fifth Avenue, Alvin Bragg would have let it slide. No, here's the deal. If Donald Trump had been named Donald Trump and he had shot someone in broad daylight, there's a portion, at least, of the Supreme Court that would have trouble, finding anything wrong with that. There's a portion of the Supreme Court that would chalk that up to executive prerogative, right? If he in broad daylight had SEAL Team 6 unalive somebody on Fifth Avenue, right? Part of our Supreme Court cannot call that a flagrantly illegal act, right? But anyway, Shapiro's talking about Alvin Bragg here. Alvin Bragg would let it slide. Ana Kasparian says, fair point, Shapiro. And so, she's not beating the allegations of trying out for the Daily Wire, right? That is probably her career trajectory. And given the fact that so many people are banning Ben Shapiro, given the fact that Ben Shapiro is the lol cow of the right now, he's like yesterday's, news. He's chopped liver. He might need Ana Kasparian. He might need to do some dissident centrist thing to fight off the dissident right. So anyway, Jared's Thumbs pops in, says, in what universe is this a fair point? And Ana Kasparian answers, in a universe where repeat violent criminals are released over and over again. Where have you been? Where indeed? So this is Ana Kasparian essentially agreeing with Ben Shapiro. What exactly is he saying? Okay, so if Donald Trump... So he's basically... Yeah, fair point. All right, so what he's saying is that, if you... Not that you should do this, you shouldn't do this, don't do this, right? But if anyone went out on Fifth Avenue, anybody not named Donald Trump, and shot somebody, it's going to be okay. You're not going to go to jail. You're not going to be prosecuted. Alvin Bragg is not interested in you. The prosecutor, the court system in New York will let that slide. Will let that slide. I mean, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying, right? That murderers are freaking getting away with it because Alvin Bragg doesn't want to prosecute them. Ana Kasparian agreeing with that. Let's see what she has to say on the main show.
A single day behind bars. Anyone who's trying to a single day behind bars. Anyone who's trying to convince you that he is lying. Besides which, I personally would be against him spending time behind bars. I believe in restorative justice, and he should get beachfront property instead.
Anna's taking a dig at the extreme left.
Doesn't want prison time for actual hardcore criminals who do violent crimes, but all of a sudden they forgot about that and are like salivating at the notion of Trump spending time behind bars.
To be fair, so that's what she's really saying. That's what she's really saying. She's not saying that Trump doesn't deserve prison time before I get accused of, miscarriage. I mean, so it'd be easy to interpret that from what she says, but I don't think that's really what she's saying. I think she's trying to say that if you're a leftist and you believe in stuff like restorative justice, you believe in defunding the police to any degree, you believe in reforming the police to any degree, you don't want the continuation of institutional systemic racism through through law enforcement, that you can't be happy that a rich dude, a powerful dude, a former president like Donald Trump is finally seeing some sort of justice for how corrupt he's been. That's what she's saying. She's just being shitty. Anna is definitely on a boomerang. Is this reality? Wait, are you asking me if this is I thought that was Steven Crowder who was the lolcow of the right. They both are. They both are, for different reasons, though. To different parts of the right. Yeah, Ben Shapiro was kind of has been in a fight, a protracted struggle, one might say, with Nicholas J. Fuentes for years and years and years. And over all those years, there's been attrition enough to the point where I can say that the Groypers are winning over the Daily Wire contingent, right? The mask off anti-Semitic right is ascendant, right? That's what's happening on the right wing right now, as evidenced by the Candace Owens situation, right? Candace Owens, to be fair, was and has been an anti-Semite, has been a mask-off anti-Semite, but she's been an anti-Semite since before she worked for the Daily Wire. So their claim that they fired Candace Owens for anti-Semitism, it's like she's already done that. She's already done that. You fired her because she talked to Norm Finkelstein, right? But she still is an anti-Semite. And in this conflict, most people on the right are sympathetic towards Candace, not towards Shapiro. So yeah, it's a little bit of a civil war. It's funny because Tim Pool after the wait, do we need to watch this Tim Pool thing? I feel like we kind of missed this, right? I'm sure Tim Pool after there's a few things from Tim Pool that we've missed actually. After the conviction of Donald Trump, Tim Pool tweeted war. That's just war, period, right? He wants his civil war. He needs his civil war, and this seems like as good a time as any to tweet war. And so he did. But the real war is already going on, and it's a war on the right. The right can't even make up their mind. There are legitimate factions, and they hate each other's guts. So yeah, far from being united against the lawfare, in other words, like actual prosecution of laws that were broken by Donald Trump, right? But which they call lawfare. Against Donald Trump, they're at each other's throats. They're at each other's throats, big time. Didn't Tim say that he's anti-war? He's anti-war, but he's pro-civil war. He wants he's anti-war as long as it's not a war against liberals, I guess. That's grifters in general.
Specific abolitionists.
I certainly have.
I don't know if the abolitionists say
wait.
specific
I
abolitionists.
certainly have.
To be fair, I don't know. I haven't checked in with the specific abolitionists.
I certainly have.
I don't know if the abolitionists say there should be no prison for anyone but Trump, but that would be.
I think that what the abolitionists say is that ensconching an organization that can trace its roots back to slave patrols and to Pinkerton thugs, anti-union thugs, union-busting thugs, as law enforcement, ensconching a fucking criminal gang that's got this fucking history is the opposite of law and order. And that if we really want law and order, it's got to look way different than that. I think that's what the abolitionists, the evil, abolitionists are saying.
Being very, very hypocritical.
They're certainly not opposed to what happened to January 6 rioters.
Yeah, and they should be if they're prison animals.
No, I want Q Shaman to get his vegan food. Okay, I disagree with what happened to the Jan 6ers. I feel like he should have been served like his organic vegan meal. That's his diet. He deserves to get that. No, but seriously, yeah. Like, I mean, I kind of do. I mean, low key, is this a spicy take? I feel like the way that people are treated in prison, whether it be through the permissiveness towards sexual assault, which has become like a joke. It's like, oh, drop the soap. Oh yeah, really funny. Somebody getting essayed in prison. That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious, right? I think they should do something about that. I think that like serving people rotten food should not go on. I think that, the losing, your humanity during your jail term, I think there should be some prison reform too, right? And like, look, the US locks up more people than China or Russia. Who are we to like talk about authoritarianism in other countries, which does absolutely exist, when we've got this state that is literally a prison state? Like Alex Jones is right about one thing, right? Prison planet, right? Except it's prison country. It's the United States is a fucking prison country. Like that's our mentality. Lock them up. That's the solution for everything. Whether it be your political opponent, if you're Donald Trump, or whether it be immigrants, or I mean, like that's just the fucking go-to solution. Throw them in jail, right? And that's obviously not the right way to be. If other countries can operate without locking up such a large proportion of their population, then we can too. There's no reason that we can't as well. I don't think the right-wing grifters have any moral consistency, says Gothgash. They use people and ignore inconvenient issues that stop them from acquiring more money and clout. I watched TYT semi-regularly. Anna wants Trump to win. Wait, seriously, BCPL? Sorry, BPCL? I mean, I guess I wouldn't be surprised at this point. That's how the US compensates for their lack of slave labor. Yeah, true. They turned the whole country into a giant prison. Escape from America could be the third movie from the Escape series.
Anyways, bottom line is
a single day behind.
But yeah, I mean, I haven't heard her literally endorsing Trump yet. I mean, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised. It seemed like she's got a lot of sympathies towards Ron DeSantis. Now, obviously, Ron DeSantis is no longer running. He's kissed the Trump ring and is probably looking towards 2028 as his wife looks to become governor after he's term limited out. But yeah, she did say this. All right, so we got the So let's look at the drama that's been brewing between Hasan and TYT.
I have noticeably heard less chirpers. Have you guys noticed that like the more intense Israel gets and the more you see white women posting about like Rafah and shit, the less you see the fucking freaks before that would come in and chirp about J-Dams and shit? What happened? I don't think we banned all of them. They make enough fucking sock accounts.
Yeah, Jake Sullivan said recently that the United States would be watching very carefully the level of number of deaths, actually, and level of destruction.
No, I know what happened. It's because Biden stupidly said, we have a red line, okay? If he had not said that, we wouldn't be at this position. Because Biden stupidly said there's a red line, okay? And then the ICC moved forward, and the ICJ moved forward to enforce Biden's red line, even though they immediately walked it back, by the way. Most Democrats that are just Biden dick riders that will literally say whatever the Democratic Party is saying is like allowed, turned around and were like, see, he's actually doing his very best. When in fact, he could be doing his very best by enforcing red lines, but he's not. But those guys were too stupid. And because they wanted to say, I told you so, see, Biden is trying to stop this war, not ethnic cleansing, war. They all ran to celebrate Biden's decisions too quickly. And every single time things like that happen, more people get the moral courage and also the permission to say what they truly fucking feel about Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. And that's precisely the reason why you're seeing a lot of those people basically, backtrack from their prior positions. There were people, even Hamza, what do you call it? The fucking Palestinian living in Germany, the one that wrote the Newsweek article about how shitty the college students are for protesting for Palestine. Even he was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me when I said those things. I'm actually so fucking pro-Palestinian, you don't even know. So what happened? Even Brianna Wu? Nah, Brianna Wu doesn't give a fuck. There's no way. No, Brianna Wu's too fucking stupid. Brianna Wu is entirely... What is this? Brianna Wu is entirely too fucking stupid to understand when she's advocating for a lost cause. Guys, you're forgetting. She's so fucking stupid that she literally learned about Israel-Palestine after October 7. If you remember her earlier posts, like... in the immediate aftermath of October, she was like, Hasan, I'm actually a fan of yours, so I don't really understand why you're saying certain things. Literally, early October, she was like, I don't really know how I feel about everything that's going on. Don't you think that it's like, don't you think what happened to Israel is like really fucked up? Nowadays, she's literally like, everything in the Bible is real, historical fact. Moses was a real individual, historical figure who parted the Red Sea. And also, from the river to the sea, Israel was all you will see. Jews are the fucking chosen sons and daughters of God. And if you don't agree with that, and that they deserve fucking Israel and maybe even Lebanon and definitely Egypt too, you're an anti-Semite. Like she went from literally being like, hold on, let me understand this Israel stuff. I don't really know.
Okay, so this is Hasan talking about Brianna Wu, and I don't know if this is like, if this is something that he's talked about before, but what disturbs me is that Brianna Wu somehow has over 100,000 followers on Twitter. Now, look, chat, compared to her YouTube presence, that's a lot. Brianna Wu is not doing well. There's nobody like watching Brianna Wu. There's nobody listening to Brianna Wu, but somehow there's people following Brianna Wu, and I'm not convinced that like a third of those aren't hate followers. But the fact that she's getting mentioned on Hasan,
like October 10 to
like, I'm kind of like, how did we get here? Is she just that ubiquitous on Twitter, and Hasan uses Twitter that like he's, overestimating her influence?
Talking like Pastor John Hagee up in this bitch. Brianna citing the Bible. Once again, I must apologize. Yeah, this is it. I must apologize for questioning our nation's foremost expert, but if you're going to do biblical literalism, you should probably stick to whatever is actually in the Bible instead of whatever this is. The original Jewish presence in the region dates around 2000 BCE with the 12 tribes. About 700 years later, Egypt saw them as a threat. Then it came in and enslaved them. Moses led a slave revolt based with the help of divine intervention. Ugh, dude, you're like 50 years old. You're typing based in parentheses. Like, honestly, I can't read the rest of this.
Oh my God, it's too cringe. It's too cringe. Look, it's Hasan. I'll read the rest of it for you. Moses led a slave revolt based with the help of divine intervention, escaped, and after 40 years of exile, they eventually conquered what we will call Israel. Well, if you're going to be a biblical literist, you got to say that Moses did not see Israel. He died just before they got to Israel, but pretty traumatic, right? Lol, we're just getting started. So after Exodus, the Assyrians came in and conquered Israel. This is around the 8th century, who wanted the land for economic control and part of the wider effort of expansion and control. In 722, they seized the city called Samaria and exiled massive amounts of the Jewish population. Important to note, this is biblical history. Modern historians do not have clear documentation. No, not just modern historians, but like you look at like a contemporary historian like Josephus, and a lot of times, it's in contradiction of the Bible, right? There's the story of the Exodus, like, right, it includes a like a reconquest that just, like, if you look at the like archaeologists can look at a city or look at a location of an ancient city, and they can see stuff like burn layers. So if the Bible claims that, you know, a certain city was burned in this year, right, and they don't find an ash layer there, then they kind of know that the Bible got it wrong. And yeah, the whole, you know, Exodus thing, like, it's not somebody, there's not a lot of people outside of biblical literalists that take the history in Exodus super seriously. By 538, the Babylonians let the Jews return to their homeland and try to rebuild the society. And after about 500 years of difficult work, the Romans set their sights on Jerusalem. Over 1 million Jews are slaughtered, staggering number for this time period. When the world population was so much lower, Jews are enslaved, Jews are worded, their homes are pillaged. 1800 years of horror start. This is called the fall of the second. Yeah, anyway, this is,
like, honestly, I can't read.
I think I shouldn't have read it. It wasn't worth reading.
To this. That's it. I'm out. I can't do that. I can't. I literally think that these people do not deserve the fucking. Oh yeah, here. This is how this dumb fuck was talking about it on October 28th. I said it's not complicated. The Israel-Hamas war is possibly the most complex geopolitical issue that we're facing. Respectfully, I think it's wildly complicated. I said, do you agree with the HRV and amnesty that Israel is an apartheid state? If your answer is yes, then what's complex about the morality of apartheid? Hassan, I have nothing but respect for you genuinely. Remember, October 28th. The thing that makes this more complicated for me are the October 7th terrorist attacks that targeted slaughtered innocent civilians, Hamas's unwillingness to participate in the peace process of the entire history of the region being shaped by anti-Semitism and a relentless cycle of violence. If you look at my Twitter, I do not support the occupation. I'm not blind to where the path of war is taking us. Horror for everyone. Brianna, thank you for your kind words. However, I'm still confused. Do you agree with former Israeli ministers, Mossad members, virtually all human rights organizations and scholars that all say Israel's an apartheid state? I think it's so loaded a term that I'm uncomfortable with that specific language, but I certainly understand the sentiment and understand why you would use it. Directionally, the situation is clearly structural humanitarian abuse of Palestinians. I think we would agree that Netanyahu's policies over the last 16 years have wildly contributed to the desperation and horror. Which, by the way, she said the apartheid was a loaded term. She's not uncomfortable with, the death and destruction that befall on the Palestinian population. She's uncomfortable with the term, calling what Israel does when it's not ethnically cleansing the Palestinians on the Gaza Strip an apartheid, which it is. Absolutely not, motherfuckers. Absolutely none of you believe you had a change of heart. You cheered this on every step of the way. This is yours. Own it. I stand here for months saying, let's have peace. It's possible to have peace with Israel. And then Netanyahu and Ben Gvir and the goons spit in my face by killing more civilians in Rafah. That's what it feels like. I agree with this. I said at the beginning.
So yeah, I know what you're saying, chat. Like, what does this have to do with TYT? Just wait.
Rafah would be a mistake of historic proportions and would make it difficult for people to stand with Israel. None of this is going to make anyone safer. Personally, I think the beheaded infant was the strongest argument, but I think that infant was a human being, so who can say? The strongest argument for not supporting Rafah is caring about Israeli security. Yeah, she spent every day for the past 8 months hand-wringing about progressives in the left. She lost their fucking cushy job over at, like, Progressive Victory. She made me lose respect for anyone that has ever worked with her that I had a fucking ounce of respect for, by the way, because, like, they are so goddamn blind sometimes. I will not be naming any names, but maybe familial relations. It's like ridiculous.
There we go.
Ridiculous, dude. It's what are we doing?
But it's a good question. It's a good question. Like, why is she still working with Rebellion PAC? Why is TYT totally fine with her? One of the few, like, bright spots in terms of TYT rhetoric is at least as of recently, they have been, supportive of the cause of Palestinian freedom to a certain extent, right? So how do you explain the, attachment to Brianna Wu? How do you explain Brianna Wu still working for Rebellion PAC, which is TYT's PAC?
Like, can you not fucking see how dumb this person is? Like, are you insane? Like, how? I will question anyone. At this point, I will literally question any fucking human being that looks at this dumb fuck chirping for 8 months about everything that Israel has done, trying to do the worst possible job of defending it. If you are like, that's my political operative, like, yeah, you're destined to fucking lose, okay? Straight up. She said Houthis, man. She said Houthis, man. And now she's out here trying to do a fucking dumbass podcast with, like, what's that guy? The weirdest freak of all time. The ugliest freak of nature. the fucking race realist guy on Hananya. Yeah, exactly.
BPCL says she wants Trump to win so she can be right at the end of the day. It will be Biden's fault, not hers, but she wields a not insignificant amount of influence. I mean, yeah, as far as content for TYT, it would probably be better if yeah, that's the perverse incentives of the platform for an operation like TYT.
That, by the way, is Hananya actually fucking Palestinian? Because oh my god, bro, Palestinian white supremacist race realist Israel defender Richard Hananya. She said the kafia was the kafaya. Yeah, I know. I mean, she's just so fucking stupid. Yeah, he is. I think he is a Palestinian. Literally a white supremacist, a white supremacist, America First dick rider who I believe is of Palestinian descent. It is so fucking crazy to me how you can be like a straight up Nazi. Richard Hananya, she's trying to convince him trans people are people by showing him young trans women he'd want to fuck. It's so fucking disgusting.
Oh shit. I didn't cover this Hananya guy. I don't know how to pronounce his name right. But yeah, he's a like, from what I can tell, he's a legitimate fascist, right? And Brianna Wu was like trying to build bridges with this guy and change his mind about trans rights by showing. It's so weird too, right? Because showing, you know, essentially early transitioners, like people that are able to get on things like hormone blockers, people that are able to get, you know, treatment, get gender affirming care at a young age, and therefore have less of the changes from puberty, specifically, you know, with trans women, less of the changes that puberty like enacts on them, right? Are what Brianna Wu, the trans medicalist, is trying to use to convince the Nazi that maybe, you know, maybe trans people are all right. And it's like, that's what they're trying to ban. That's what and her being so conciliatory towards the right wing on trans issues is absolutely enabling the you know, banning gender affirming care for trans kids in more and more states.
Literally how fucking awful their lives are, okay? They deserve it. They have created an environment for themselves where they are destined for the fucking destined for the pain and suffering that they experience on a daily fucking basis, okay? There is no way that they're having a good time. There's no shot. Yeah, I mean, this is like, oh God, if you want more Hunter shavers, you should support access to puberty blockers. I've been a majority reporter subscriber one way or another since Bush. I stopped listening this year. I just can't. Her on Reddit 4 days ago.
Wait, Adam Friedland? Wait, what? How did Adam Friedland get involved in this?
Oh yeah, she sucks. Hessa retweeted someone that called this evil seeking derangements.
Yeah, there's the dude that she's trying to make friends with. Yeah, I didn't cover this at all. Maybe I should have.
Oh, come on. That's fucked up. A Hananya classic. Let's say Jeffrey Epstein wants to have sex with a 14-year-old girl, and I will pay her $10 million. The money will go into a mutual fund that they will pay out when she's 21. The girl agrees, as do both her parents. Should this be allowed? And are you male or female? That's Richard Hananya. Seeking derangements as a trans woman, and Ben looks like Hananya if he looked handsome. I disagree with this sentiment.
All right. That's enough of that. That's enough of that right now. Okay, so we got a response from TYT in a second, but first I want to check in on our poll, see how our poll is doing, see how the poll is going. Right now, MTG versus Fouchi is up by 4 points over Silent Hill remake controversy. So, over Pod Save America, which has come out of nowhere to take second place. God damn it, Favreau and Lovett. You've those Obama officials have clawed their way back into relevancy. Okay, so they're in second place now. Well, it's a very close poll, though. I will say 28% is the top ranking choice. Right, everyone's in the 20s, so it's a very close poll. We might have to do a runoff. Irene, wait, how did I remind you of that bad Ash? Oh, by mentioning early transitioners. Just saw a few videos about Northwest singing in the Hollywood Bowl. I have heard of this. This is what Anna was talking about, actually. One of the things that Anna was talking about. The resurgence of the convo of Nepo babies. It reminded me that Ana Kasparian and Ben Gleb's jealousy of Hasan Piker. Yeah. Can't blame people on TYT resenting Hasan for being a Nepo baby, but it's hilarious that Hasan actually proved to be competent at his job and more talented than Anna Jink or Ben Glebe. True. This poll is like Bush v. Gore. It's so close. I would say, yeah, 2 points away. 2 points away, right? So, yeah, but if we look, it's less close when I don't know. So here's the deal. The other way that you can, so obviously vote on the poll, obviously like the stream, right? But also know that if you donate, you can put your thumb on the scale. You can affect the outcome, right? Now, so far, all we've got is 3% towards MTG versus Fouchi, which doesn't really change anything, but it does clarify stuff, right? It pushes that up to 31% and makes that at least, a clear number one. We'd probably have to have a runoff at this rate, right? So the sub goal is at 1 out of 10. That's actually not looking good, considering where we are in the stream. It's looking like we might have a slightly shorter stream today. Oh my God.
29 super chatted $7.32. MTGR and thank you.
Okay, that changes things. Let's see. How do I MTG? Wow. Okay. So that MTG goes up to 10%. That clarifies things, is what it does, right? And that puts our sub goal up, let's say I'll round it off to 3 out of 10. So we are 3/10 of the way there. We might make it. It's possible, chat. I've got a lot of things to cover today, a few things to cover besides Hasan. So you've got a little bit more time to hit that sub goal and to make your choice, make your choice heard. Remember, when you donate, just let me know, just like Bad Ash did, what you want your vote going to. And $1 US equals 1 percentage point. I try to sort of round it off. But yeah, you'll affect potentially the outcome of the poll. And at this point, I would say that, yeah, it's just clarifying. MTG versus Fouchi is winning naturally, but with the donations, it looks like it's winning even more. So remember, you could also say Vox Populi if you want the winner of the poll to just be the winner of the poll. If you want to support the voice of the people, say Vox Populi after you donate, and I will add your dollars to Vox Populi. What Vox Populi does is it takes percentages away from other things, right? So it'll just reinforce whatever's winning in the vote. But yeah, we got some time. We also got to take a look at, so like I said, this is what Hasan said about TYT. Basically, like, without naming names, I mean, it's really clear when he says like familial relations, like he's talking about TYT and the fact that they're working with Brianna Wu. He does not understand. It would be Gus Gablau if we were talking about US dollars instead of Canadian dollars. Yeah, that would be a good point. But we're dealing with exchange rates, which are not very fair to our friends up north, unfortunately. Let's take a look and see what TYT had to say in response. And indeed, it is the Nepo baby video.
Most Nepo babies like to deny that they've been given incredible opportunities in life without necessarily earning it because of nepotism. One actress named Maya Hawke just gave all those other stars a masterclass in how to respond to the Nepo baby allegations. Now, if you've seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, seasons 3 and 4 of Stranger Things, or Do Revenge, you're familiar with Maya Hawke. And she says, yeah, I'm a Nepo baby and I accept it. So she was recently asked in an interview whether or not she thinks she deserves the success that she has attained as an actress.
Canadian erasure.
And by the way, her parents are Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman, obviously celebrities. Okay, so that's where the nepotism comes in. But here's what Hawk had to say about nepotism giving her an upper hand in her acting career. There are so many people who deserve to have this kind of life who don't. But I think I'm comfortable with not deserving it and doing it anyway. And I know that my not doing it wouldn't help anyone.
I totally agree.
I mean, this is exactly like the question of like Hasan's lifestyle, right? Exactly like the question, Hasan, you're a socialist, and yet you live in a nice house in an expensive area. What's up with that? What's up with that, dude? And it's kind of like, well, you know, I guess anybody who's like a socialist could compute their cost of living, keep that amount of money, and like, I don't know, donate everything else to like mutual aid, right? Yeah, hypothetically you could do that. And hypothetically a Nepo baby, somebody that is related to, that has famous parents, could just say, you know, I'm not going to be in acting. I'm going to do just a regular job somewhere. Where I don't know, like actually to erase nepotism would take a lot, because you know, being related to well-known people, to powerful people, does open a lot of doors for you. So to shut all those doors, I don't know if that would be possible. I don't know if anybody's asking for that, right? The real problem, like with capitalism, is capitalism, right? The real problem is the effect of capital on the material conditions of people that work for a living, of people who are selling off their limited time in this life for a wage that's never going to match their productivity, and then purchasing products from that same system at an inflated rate, so that the people that do control the means of production can make money off of both sides of that deal. But yeah, I mean, I don't really have a problem with somebody that has famous parents. Like, I don't think that Maya Hawke is like a bad person for being in, for being in acting.
Not just with the first half, which is the main reason we're doing the story, but with the last sentence too. Like, okay, if I just didn't become an actress, how does that help anyone? Does she have to do basket weaving? No, you can be an actress. So I totally agree.
Yeah, I do have a specific example that kind of...
Like, theoretically, if everybody that had any connection refused to participate in any sort of, like, I don't know, acting or, one of these jobs that people, that are like dream jobs for people, right? That people, music, acting, like entertainment, whatever job that's, considered like a dream job, they refuse to engage in it, right? Theoretically, I guess you could stop the effect of nepotism, but that's just not going to happen. You're always going to have like questionably talented people with familial and other connections rising higher than they naturally would.
Counters what she said there, even though I agree with what she's saying, right?
And I have a specific example of someone that worked here that has said something very similar to her.
Oh, interesting. Okay, It can't be your nephew because he has no self-awareness. But anyway, let me...
He has the kind of self-awareness to, when he talks about you, Anna, to not actually say your name, right? To say familial relations versus your nephew. So, I mean, like, you literally specified, because you're mad, you're angry, you're jealous. And let's take a look at Cosmopolitic's tweet today, right? Which I think gives us a little bit of an insight on this. And I really do want to talk to Christina. If like we've talked about this before, we've talked about having Christina on. I meant to do it a long time ago. I've just been busy. I'm sure, I'm sure she's busy too, but I want to try to make this happen because I feel like we've got, I want to ask Christina about this particular question, right? It is amazing to me how Ana Kasparian has become so bitter and jealous of Hasan's wealth and popularity. Hasan has explained why he left TYT. He basically got screwed over. Now, this part I didn't know, right? This is news to me. He wanted to do on-camera work, which like makes sense. He's got talent for it, and he's not bad. He's a pretty good-looking guy. But they wanted to shove him into producing instead. What is up with that? Why is JR like JR's you know what I mean? JR is really talented, really attractive, and I love it when JR is involved in, or I used to. I mean, I don't really watch TYT anymore, but one of my favorite thing things was when JR would get on the mic, because he's usually got really good takes, and I mean, he's hot, right? But yeah, they're like, I don't know, are they like threatened by like people like JR and Hasan? They want to keep them, you know, behind the camera instead of in front of it. It's so weird. It's so weird how TYT works. Anyway, which is interesting considering TYT was doing so much better virally when he was on camera. You couldn't escape his breakdown videos, his woke bay, and they marketed that. Yeah, they did. Do you remember the woke bay videos? Like, they would always have videos of like his producers were trying to dress him and get him to, like, you know, get him to looks max, basically. I don't know. They marketed that only to push him into just being a producer in the end. How did that happen? Like, what were they thinking, right? I don't understand. So he starts live streaming, and he started live streaming on Facebook. Yeah, before Twitch, right? Builds up a following to the point that he can leave TYT and be on his own, reducing his work to just gaming rather than, it's so weird. Gaming has like nothing to do with Hasan's popularity. There might have been a few live streams like the Amoga stream with AOC where gaming was involved, but it's not about gaming. Hasan is not a Twitch streamer. Like, Twitch is known as a gaming platform, right? But Hasan has never been a gaming streamer. He has always been a just chatting streamer, right? Doing, you know, similar content to what I do, but maybe a little bit more focus on news, right? A little less focus on drama. Reducing his work to just gaming is rather insensitive, since he live streams nearly 12 hours a day. Yep. And sometimes he doesn't even game at all. No, most of the time he doesn't game at all. I rarely see him. It's only when something comes out that he even has a gaming segment. So yeah, Hasan. So yeah, anybody that is known for politics, is known for commentary, their numbers are going to go down slightly when they game. Now, that might be slightly different for Hasan. I know that, like, part of what he used to do was Grand Theft Auto roleplay, which is one of the more popular gaming formats to stream in. So maybe his numbers didn't go down that far. Maybe there's like a community of just people that want to watch Hasan game. But yeah, he's always going to do better on news than he is on gaming. It's so weird that they try to. I mean, it's literally just a stereotype about Twitch streamers. Anyway, Hasan has been a net positive for the left, and dare I say, the most popular media personality, bigger than TYT, bigger than literally anyone else in the space. It's just easy to make jabs at him because it gives you clout for about 5 seconds, and then it's over.
Continue with the rest of her.
You can just ask Willie Mack about that. Willie who? That's right.
Statement. I saw two paths when I was first starting, and one of them was change your name, get a nose job, and go to open casting roles. Hawk even stated that it's a privilege to be made fun of for being a Nepo baby, saying it's okay to be made fun of when you're in rarefied air. It's a lucky place to be. My relationships with my parents are really honest and positive, and that supersedes anything anyone can say about it. Okay, so the one exception that I wanted to bring up is something I personally experienced in real life just a few weeks ago. So at the Hollywood Bowl, they were doing a show for The Lion King. I can't believe it, but The Lion King, they were celebrating the 30-year anniversary of that movie, which makes me very depressed. But it's my favorite Disney movie, and so my husband and I go to it because the LA Philharmonic.
Him siding with Russia is stupid. Yeah, that would be stupid if that was what he said. He doesn't. He's not a Putin stan. He's not a tanky stereotype. You've got a hold of some bullshit in the place of news, right? He never sided with Russia. He never fought. That just didn't happen. All right. I have criticisms of Hasan. There are some things that he said before that have pissed me the fuck off. Right. There's some shit that he just doesn't get, but he wants to talk about it anyway. Like, he turned the whole Hogwarts legacy thing as a chance to, like, dunk on trans people. Yeah, I feel like Hasan has made a few mistakes, right? And if he was siding with fucking with like a proto-fascist like Putin, I would have a big problem with that too. But that's not where he's at. That's never been where he's at. And I don't know how far up Dylan Burns' ass you have to be to breathe that rarefied air to think that, right? It's unfortunately there is misinformation going around, but yeah, like, I mean, the worst thing you could say about him in regards to Ukraine is that, like much of the rest of the world, including the US State Department, Hasan predicted that Putin would not invade Ukraine. He was wrong, and a lot of people were wrong. Right? They do this thing where they do like military exercises near Ukraine like all the time. China does military exercises near Taiwan. The U.S. does military exercises near Taiwan. North Korea, South Korea. Right? This is a thing that nations do, and usually it might be saber rattling. Right? There is a message that gets sent when you do a military exercise close to somebody's border. Right? But usually it's not the prelude to a war. This time it was. This time Hasan was wrong, and a lot of people were wrong about Putin's intentions. That he really did want a full on, like, it was a full scale invasion, right? Remember what Putin's done before is an invasion of Crimea and an invasion of the two most eastern states in Ukraine, right? If anything was going to happen, a lot of people predicted it'd be something like that, like a further incursion, him sending his little green men who aren't like officially with the Russian army, but low key, we all know that they are. Sending them into there to fuck with Ukraine, but instead they just they went for Kyiv. They went for the airport. They tried to take over the country, right? And nobody expected that. But yeah, he was wrong about that. A lot of people were wrong about that. I've never seen him be like, "Yo, dude, Putin should just get Ukraine. We should just give Ukraine to Putin." That's not where he's at. That's not where he's at, right?
Was basically doing the music for The Lion King as the movie was playing on their big screens. And then there would be pauses in the movie so live performances could happen.
Jesus Christ, what is up with YouTube?
And so the song, I Just Can't Wait to Be King, was gonna be performed by a 10-year-old who was making her big debut, right? This is a big deal, this super talented 10-year-old. Christian and I are like in our seats, like we're super excited to like find out who this girl is, right? This 10-year-old girl. And all of a sudden they announce, Northwest. Kim Kardashian's daughter, Kim Kardashian and Kanye's daughter. So for like half a second, I'm like, oh, come on, right? But then I'm like, Blue Ivy's really talented. She can perform. So who knows? Maybe Northwest is a great singer, and like, let me just be open-minded to this. She was awful. Look, she's a child, so I'm not gonna be overly critical, but she was awful. Like,
it sounds like you're pretty critical.
She was awful. She was awful. You can watch it. Someone posted a video of it on.
Cowgirl Sheba says, I don't even like Hasan, but even I can admit he's generally more good than harmful.
On X, but I don't blame Northwest, I blame her parents, right? Because it's her parents who did that, okay, number one. But also, I couldn't help but think about the fact that there are 10-year-olds out there who could perform that song really, really well, and that opportunity wasn't open to them because they decided, no, let's have Northwest do it because it might fill more seats.
I'm just amused by the names. Like, I lost track of who Northwest was. I have no idea who Blue Ivy is.
That's Beyonce's daughter.
Oh, I see,
Yeah,
okay. And did Alaska Airlines sing at all or no?
Okay, get out of here.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna, I live in a glass house. I named my son Prometheus, but still, that's actually a mythological character as opposed to rando name of Bob. Anyway,
yeah.
Okay, so now, look, I think her answer, Maya Hawke's answer, is as good as it gets because it's honest and it's self-aware. Look, self-awareness
I'm wondering
is enormously disarming. Like when someone's self-aware, I'll give them so much more.
Okay, so are we gonna get back into Hasan? This is gonna trigger Anna. If you start talking about self-awareness, well, Hasan's not self-aware. There's no self-awareness with that guy.
Like at least you know what's going on, brother
Same.
or
Yeah,
sister, right?
I agree.
Yeah, so thank you. It's a great way of explaining it. Now, the other person that worked here that has said very similar things is Ben Mankiewicz. We had a large conversation about that in a recent Old School episode. Old School is a podcast that we do together. If you remember, tyt.com/team, link below.
Wait, so Ben Mankiewicz is still with TYT? I haven't seen Ben Mankiewicz in forever.
Yada yada. You'll get all of our shows, including Old School. Anyways, so in there he explained. Look, we talked about how his grandfather was Herman Mankiewicz, the legendary screenwriter, wrote Citizen Kane, was a top screenwriter of his time, and his uncle, All About Eve, Cleopatra, etc. His dad was Bobby Kennedy Sr.'s press secretary, McGovern's campaign manager, etc. You get it, right? And so he got the job at Turner Classic Movies, and so he's like, did my name help? Almost indisputably, right? And so, but then for these folks, and it's fair to everyone who acknowledges it or doesn't acknowledge it, then they gotta earn it, right?
Yeah, totally.
Right, and then and what I told Ben is I'm so proud that he's now just Ben Mankiewicz and not Ben Mankiewicz, son of Frank Mankiewicz, grandson of Herman Mankiewicz, right?
Yeah.
No, he earned it.
He did earn it.
Yeah.
He's excellent as the host of Turner Classic Movies. So, and I love the fact that Ben always.
Ben just came back when they brought Old School back. So they brought, yeah, I remember Old School vaguely. Yeah, Turner Classic Movies. I mean, I guess I don't watch television, so I can't tell you for sure. Anna is a confirmed turf. The shoe fits, Amelia, and I think it does. I think it definitely does.
Did have that self-awareness. So I give him a lot of credit for that. And look, I watched Stranger Things, and I think that, Hawk is great. I thought she was a perfectly fine actress. If she was a terrible actress, it would stand out. So, it wasn't a Northwest situation, let's just put it that way.
Okay.
Sorry to throw a little 10-year-old under the bus, but come on.
We've done it before with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith's kids.
I feel like if this was really a segment about Nepo babies, we'd have to talk about like fail sons and daughters too. That's like a related concept, but
let's not bring that up.
And then Will Smith then yelled at me. But anyway.
At least he didn't slap you.
I was going to say, he didn't slap me. We have a nice picture together. Anyways, I'm going to end this story on a super rando story that connects all the characters here.
Let's do it.
So my friend, best friend growing up in Turkey is this guy named Bora. He's here visiting. He and I go see Training Day. So this is when it came out a while back, right? And it's like an amazing movie, right? And Ethan Hawke's in it. And we come out, I'm like, well, how'd you like the movie? And he's like, how would I know?
What's up, Galactic?
Like, what do you mean, how would I know? We just watched it together. He's like, no, in the middle, you asked me if I wanted a napkin. And I lost all concentration and motivation. He's like, and motivation, he literally said that. He's like, what are you, my mother? If I wanted a napkin, I'd ask for a napkin. You like interrupt the movie, great movie,
my God,
to ask me if I want a napkin. I couldn't concentrate afterwards.
I really thought Anna was going to get mad and talk about Hasan again when he brought up self-awareness, but no.
I don't know what happened in the second half of the movie. Okay, so Ben then interviews Ethan Hawke last year.
Oh my gosh.
And tells him the Boris story. And Ethan Hawke laughs his ass off.
That's amazing.
Okay, and he's like, I love that story. Okay, and then I told Bora, and he's like, oh, I'm so glad I said that. Now Ethan Hawke knows me. Thanks for watching The Young.
All right, great segment. Thanks, Jink. Anyway, let's take a look at our poll, see where we're at right now. It looks like MTG versus Fauci still cleaning up at 30%. Pod Save America now 3% down from that. North Korean poop balloons and Silent Hill 2 remake controversy tied for third place at 22%. We do have some movement. It looks like MTG is starting to kind of run away with it, especially if you take into consideration the donos, right? They're definitely going in favor of MTG versus Fauci. Remember, we've got we're gonna finish this segment up and then do one more before we tabulate everything. And if we hit that sub goal, we are 30% there right now, right? So we're 30% of the way towards the sub goal to be able to unlock secondary content, which right now it looks like it's going to be MTG versus Fauci. Remember, this is also your chance to put your thumb on the scale. You can vote in the poll. If you haven't already, please do that. If you've got an opinion on what you want to see next, right? You can also vote if you do a donation, whether it's super chat, super sticker, whether it is gifted membership or just a membership for yourself. Even if it's on Twitch in terms of subs, gift subs, or bits, just after you donate in any way, this goes for Throne, this goes for Patreon, this goes for everything, right? Let me know where you want me to add your percentage to, because what it's going to be is basically like 1 USD equals 1%. Right now we have 10 USD or the equivalent thereof going to MTG versus Fauci. And that is potentially pushing that up by 10%. Now, it doesn't need it today, right? But you can also say Vox Populi if you want the will of the people to be upheld. If you're very principled and you're like, I believe in democracy and I just want the voice of the people to be the voice that decides, right? You can say Vox Populi and I'll put your money to. Now, you notice that what's the difference between the rest of these choices and Vox Populi? The rest of these choices are plus a certain percent, right? MTG versus Fauci plus 10%. Vox Populi says minus 10%, and that means that everything gets 10% minus from the donation. So it's almost like a bulwark against somebody running away with the poll, stealing the vote. If you want to stop the steal, that is the Vox Populi option, and you can just tell me to put your donation behind that. I wanted to check with chat for a second because I had a question for you. Chat, I'm noticing some people in chat have mentioned, I'm not going to call anybody out, but some people in chat have mentioned a problematic fave. Who is your problematic fave? Who's your problematic fave? Anybody got a problematic fave? Like somebody that they like, but they feel like other people don't like. Yeah, no, Amelia, you're 100% right about Ana Kasparian. I agree with you. In fact, I've got a few videos if you want to check them out. We've done a few videos about Ana Kasparian now, and TYT in general. We're arguing over Vosh versus Hasan. Interesting. My opinion is we need more valuetainment. I think you're right, Badash. I mean, look, that wasn't a good clip, but sometimes valuetainment is actually valuetating. I feel like that was a kind of a one-off. Bad Empanada problematic fave. Yeah. I'm not gonna tell you what Bad Empanada called me, but that's okay. I'm totally like there's some good video essays. Sam Cedar, the eternally canceled Sam Cedar. I thought Anna was on her side until she went off on her turf rant about trans women in sports. Yeah, I mean, like it's a lot. She genuinely has a problem with trans people. And she's making a turn. I don't know if she really wants. People say she wants to be on the Daily Wire. I mean, I guess, you know, it's hard. It's hard to know until she does it. But she's definitely you know, chatting up Ben Shapiro at this point. Definitely friendly with Shapiro. So. When has Sam ever done anything problematic? I mean, wait, when has Sam done something problematic? He didn't know what a zaddy was. Right? He couldn't answer the question boomer or zaddy. I feel like that's what he got canceled for. Anna wants to be Jimmy Dore or Dave Rubin. God, Dave Rubin has been producing some cringe as well recently. I've been getting some cringe from Dave Rubin. We've been seeing more of him. He kind of dropped off the map for me. I didn't even realize he owns a stake in Locals. Locals is like the is it like the Rumble? No, it's like a, what is it, like Spotify but with like a Patreon on it? Or like, is it like a Substack? What's the best way to describe Locals? I would say it's like a Substack for podcasts, right? Is that kind of the deal? I haven't used it, so I could be vastly wrong about this. I'm sure chat will correct me. Vosh and Hasan's audiences are pretty much a mortal. Yeah, you're right. They don't like each other. There's no reliable way to find out Hasan's views unless you watch his streams or ask him yourself. It's crazy how much bullshit the entire liberal left gave Hasan for saying that he thought they should negotiate sooner. Basically, oh god, I forgot about the Dylan Burns. I forgot about the Dylan Burns drama. That was wild, right? That was a blast from the past. She collaborated with Destiny at one point. I wouldn't surprise me. But I haven't seen it either. Can we confirm that? Is that right? Sam is described as a fucking nightmare. Seems pretty controversial. Oh, yeah. He would be a nightmare to debate. ContraPoints is great. Problematic fave to have. Yeah. Look, she's done a lot of good work. For sure. Some questionable choices, but hey, whatever. I don't know. I think, you know what? Here's the deal. Like, when she stood up to Vosh, I kind of wanted to let her off the hook for some of her bad choices, right? I was feeling that. Isn't that weird how that works though? I feel like it's almost like a wrestling thing. You know what I'm talking about, chat? You got like faces in wrestling, which are the good guys, and you got heels, which are like the bad guys, right? And sometimes they turn. Sometimes a face turns into a heel, their dark side exposed, and they become an antagonist, right? usually by betraying another face, betraying somebody that you like, and making you change how you feel about them. Sometimes the heel turns into a face, and usually that's by beating up and standing up to another heel. And I feel like that's kind of what happened with Contra. Right? I mean, obviously, like, there's some shit that I will never understand. Like, right? Like, okay, so one, how did you end up on that J.K. Rowling podcast? And two, Hillary? You invited Hillary into your home? Like, how did that even happen? Like, I'm not even, like, yelling at her. I just, like, literally want to know how that happened. Like, I tend to hate to watch Vegan Gains. His streams are at least entertaining, even if insulting. I haven't watched Vegan Gains in forever. Does he still do, like, vegan content, or is it mostly debate? I literally haven't seen Vegan Gains for years. But I think I used to watch his weird video essays. But yeah, I was always, like, on the borderline about Vegan Gains, right? If you don't know, chat, Vegan Gains is I guess, vegan debate bro is the best way to describe him. And he is famous for hating babies to the point where there's a clip of him, like, talking about smashing a baby into mush. I kid you not. I kid you not. And it's just kind of like, whoa, where does this come from? I don't know. I don't know how he even gets away with it, right? You'd think that would be just like... It's almost like he's a character. And the character, you know... It's the character that's talking about smashing babies. Not saying you have to agree with them, just fact check and gets misrepresented by a lot of bad faith actors, denying American genocide, supporting Putin, etc. Oh, are you talking about Hasan? He banned me. Wait, who did? Banned me for being pro-Palestine? Oh, Vegan Gains. Vegan Gains banned you. Wow, okay. So maybe some bad takes too. I don't even know really what his politics are. I remember, I think I stopped watching him altogether. He seemed like at some point, like, in 2016, I felt like he was on the Trump train, or at least he seemed like he was on the Trump train. And after that, I just kind of, like, after he filmed his grandpa when he had a heart attack. Damn, I forgot about that, Dwight. I forgot about that. That is going back. I used to love the problematic Justa Minx before her sharp decline after the Streamer Awards. What happened with Justa Minx? I don't even know. Rise or fall. Vegan Gains has a similar views to Destiny. He's basically vegan Destiny with his political views. Vegan Canadian Destiny exists? Wait, I thought that was JJ, oh my god, what's his name, chat? McCullough? Is that his name? I thought that was Canadian Destiny. Vegan Gains is a bit of a lolcow in my mind. I've watched bits and pieces of him. Is he self-conscious, though? Like, do people think that he's self-conscious? Do we think that Vegan Gains is aware of how he comes off? Or do you think he just, like, doesn't care? Or doesn't know? Didn't Justin Meeks get popular on the Austin show? I don't even know. I never really watched that part of Twitch. I probably should have. It would have been good for my Twitch numbers. You're supposed to network with people. What is this? Anna doing Why I Left the Left? Yeah, kind of. I mean, look, check this out. She's this is Shapiro here. She's granting Shapiro fair point. Fair point, Ben. He is a lolcow, but his donation spams are hilarious to listen to. Sometimes I would see vegan gains getting into debates about fitness and getting dunked on. Oh God, I remember. Yeah, he think that like everybody's on steroids. Like, and I'm sure he beefs with a lot of there's a lot like there's a lot of different views on nutrition in terms of like the bodybuilding world. There's like the if it fits your macros people. There's the keto people. It's weird though, because like I don't even know. Are there even like keto like is keto something that people use for like high level bodybuilding competitions? Or it's probably something they use with one of their cycles maybe. And then yeah, there's the people that are like, yo, I gotta eat the animal's organs to gain its power, just like the Liver King, right? And there's like even the Liver King, like basically his excuse for getting caught using steroids, Liver King, was that he was too busy to eat all the organ meats that he should be eating, but he could absolutely achieve the exact same physique with organ meats, with eating enough testes. He could basically give himself, testosterone therapy by eating enough balls. And I think he tried it for a while, and he got like he looked really bad. I think he's backed off since then. I don't think he's doing that anymore. Most fitness influencers and bodybuilders are on steroids or enhancements. Vegan gains speaks at too consistent of a speed, like Mr. Borelli's speed deranged rants. I feel like at some point Destiny doesn't even know what he's saying. I just eat a normal diet and watch my calories. Being completely vegan or only eating meat is stupid. Yeah, in general, I'm not a fan of extreme diets. I would say that eating only meat is pretty extreme. I don't really see any problems with vegan diet, and in most cases, it's probably better than your average diet. But yeah, you could probably do a healthy diet with or without meat. But yeah, the dietary extremism, what I have a problem with is when people are like, you know what, carbs are evil, or they're like, you know what, fat is evil, right? And they do some kind of dietary practice where they're like literally like let's just eliminate it. It's a bad thing. Nobody should have carbs. Nobody should have fat. It's ridiculous both ways, right? You gotta eat some. You want balance in some way, in terms of your macronutrient. What is the rectal diet, Soul Life? I used to watch Denims before she banned me. I called out her shitty take on how women only women can have a real bi phase. She told some fake story about some guy with a trans woman. You said what a vegan could eat in the winter, Anticorpus? Why are you talking about 500 years ago then? Because I think the answer is pretty obvious, unless you just really haven't seen a loaf of bread in that long. Yeah, the staff of life, bread. If you're talking about Europe and the legumes have been a part of human diet for actually longer than first thought. So in terms of gaining your macronutrients, that is probably how it would be. But you're right that people didn't think of a diet like we do today 500 years ago. I think there was a lot different in fact, it's probably hard to think our way back to 500 years ago, let alone like thousands of years ago, to ask the question about the eternal paleo question of why did we settle down and decide to raise crops instead of moving around and chasing the large game. But Yeah, diet at some point becomes intrinsically tied to lifestyle. Yeah, so look, MTG versus Fauci. We've got 77 votes. 30% of those are voting for MTG. 26 of those are voting for Pod Save America Bad TikTok Take, which almost won last night too. So, hey, I'll keep that around. I'll keep that topic around because it seems like people are kind of interested in that. We might cover that at some point, even if we don't get it tonight. Now, we could still get it tonight, right? Even if you're looking at the polls and you're saying there's no way MTG's running away with this poll. Not necessarily so, because when you donate, you get the chance to put 1 percentage point on the board for whatever content that you want per dollar, right? So if you're donating $5, you can add 5% to something that's losing. 5% to Pod Save America would actually put it over, well, almost over the edge. If it wasn't for the fact that MTG versus Fauci has 10% behind it, right? But you get the idea. You can put your thumb on the scale. Just let me know. Make sure to let me know if you're super chatting, super sticker, becoming a member, gifting memberships, giving to Patreon, literally any kind of donation. Let me know what you want it going towards. And if we hit that sub goal tonight, which we're almost a third of the way there, towards hitting the sub goal. So it definitely could happen tonight. And I am going to do a little bit more content than after the Ana Kasparian thing. I wanted to cover something that Hasan brought up because I just found it so interesting. And it's a little bit of a dark topic. But I think that it's worth watching. So anyway, you can still affect the poll. You can still vote in the poll if you have not voted already. And again, any donations can affect the what wins and what loses. And also, if you don't want your donation to affect what wins and loses, just say Vox Populi after the fact, after the donation, and I'll put it towards Vox Populi, and your thing will actually go towards keeping whatever's winning in the vote, right? That's like, you're just basically, if you vote Vox Populi, you're saying stop the steal. So we can stop the steal with Vox Populi. Otherwise, let me know after any donation, like what content that you want that donation going towards, and I will add it to the total, right? We might even have to have a runoff though, because 30% is the top rate. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a runoff. Let's take a look and see where anti-Semitism comes from.
Everything that you've learned about anti-Semitism literally stems from this. An anti-Semitic text purported to describe a Jewish plan to achieve global domination and the...
So a lot of you have probably heard of this. This is called the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. This is a piece of propaganda stemming back to, yeah, the late 19th century. Wait, was it actually from the... Anyway, it's a fake document that's made up to justify anti-Semitism. And a lot of the anti-Semitic tropes, a lot of the anti-Semitic bullshit that you see actually comes from this document.
Minutes of a late 19th century meeting attended by world Jewish leaders, the Elders of Zion, conspiring to take over the world. It is the Brothers Grimm of anti-Semitism, yes. Like, it is where all... I mean, dude, right there, like, that right there is straight up. And it was, like, mass delivered to any fascist who would listen. This is why I do personally believe that while Nazi Germany, the Third Reich, fell apart, and Nazi Germany lost in World War II, fascism absolutely won. Fascism, as an ideology, as an ideological tool, was immediately we love taking up the mantle of all of that nonsense. We absolutely have genuinely continued that tradition, both in our domestic affairs, certainly, and absolutely when it comes to our international enforcement. Have you seen what is going on in Germany? I have. You know what? I'm actually going to point to this right now. I wanted to show you something very funny. Nathan Tankis went to the closed screening of The Commandant's Shadow last night, where he had by far the most disturbing experience was the Auschwitz commandant Rudolf Höss's grandson, Kai Höss, and his Christian evangelism for Israel. If you want to...
You know why it is that I still can't pronounce an umlaut correctly, the umlaut's that little 2 dots over a vowel, and it changes the way that a vowel sounds. So from like Madchen to Mädchen, or in this case from Haas to Hers. I still don't think I'm saying it right though. I don't think I have a good sense of what an umlaut is supposed to sound like in German.
Understand where we're at. If you want to understand where Germany's vibes are at, there's 2 videos I want to show you. One is like the liberal rich Germans also chanting the Germany for Germans only. And the other video is this. Here, let's help you get it a little bit. This is the guy. This is the grandson of the dude who was prominently featured in Zone of Interest, Rudolf Hess. Okay, let's see what he had to say about Israel.
Have a moment. Sure, you can, of course.
Or the ramp. Is that better? Yeah, the ramp in the back.
I commend you on taking on your grandfather's legacy, and not legacy, but facing it. I understand what you're saying. But I find listening to you very, very concerning. Because it feels to me, as a grandchild of Holocaust survivors, that you've replaced a Nazi anti-Semitism with a Christian evangelical anti-Semitism about defined going to.
I think you misunderstood.
I don't think I'm misunderstanding.
Well, you know, I love Israel because I know they're God's people.
Yeah, exactly.
And
that is a form of anti-Semitism. Christian evangelical.
He said, I love Israel because they are God's chosen people. You don't understand it. You don't understand. It was shocking just being in the room with Rudolf Hess's grandson, let alone confronting him. I was my dad's +1, and neither of us realized beforehand.
So yeah, this is wild. Like, I mean, the big subject that we're talking about is like Germany's stand, Germany's, you know, sort of opinions on Israel, which are in a lot of ways a lot more, even more, you know, noticeably caping for than U.S. opinions on Israel. And you know, it has to. There's even like I don't know if we'll get into the anti-Deutsch movement. Has anybody ever heard of that? It's complicated, right? But this is the grandson of the person that Zone of Interest was based on. I almost said Zone of Interest, but Zone of Interest. I'm sorry. The umlaut's fucking me up. I see it and it gets in my head, and then I want to put it on everything, right? I'm a typical American wanting to, you know, I see the umlaut, I'm like, ooh, that's nice. Let me put it on letters where it doesn't belong. No, it's Zone of Interest, not Zone of Interest, but whatever. It sounds, Anyway, Rudolf, Hess's, God, grandson, is who Nathan Tankus is confronting here, and just trying to get on the level with him and talk to him about just the sort of fundamental hypocrisy of supporting the current actions of the Israeli government due to the, you know, due to their victimization in the Holocaust, due to the victimization of Jewish people in the Holocaust, right? Yeah, I mean, like that conflation, right? When you start conflating the Jewish people with the Israeli state, it's kind of like a harbinger of you know, there's some anti-Semitic thought like locked up in there, tied up into that somewhere, right? And whether it's coming from you know, like a anti-Semite, like blaming the Jewish people for Israel's action, or whether it comes from a like a Christian or you know, Israeli Zionist that is that's trying to conflate the Jewish people with Israel in I guess like a, you know, positive sense, or, you know, whatever you want to call it. We'll get into the whole thing that Christianity seems to have with the Jewish people, and how some of that support, seeming, you know, support is not really, it's just kind of anti-Semitism going in a different direction. Anyway, I'm gonna
I'm still processing it. There were also many disturbing things about the event, including that it was acquired on October 9th. The panel was very clear. This documentary was explicitly meant to counter discussions of Israel's genocide without actually mentioning Palestinians. The movie literally opens and closes with Rudolf Höss's son and grandson in an Israeli desert, with Kai Höss providing Israel voiceover. Compare what Kai Höss had to say up to what Billy Graham had to say behind closed doors. Kai Höss knows that he should never say synagogue of Satan about Jews like me who reject Israel, but it's fundamentally the same worldview. It's from the Nixon tapes. Nixon explains how Israeli Jews are the best Jews. They both agree that Jews control the media. Billy Graham explains the synagogue.
Yeah, I don't know how many people know like how blatantly anti-Semitic Nixon was. Like Nixon was a paranoid guy to begin with. And I feel like in a lot of ways that paranoia was like sort of tied in with his anti-Semitism. The way that he looked at himself as like a perennial outsider, even when he was president of the United States, versus the anti-Semitic mythology of a conspiracy of Jewish people running stuff.
And how Jews had a stranglehold on Germany, but Hitler went about it wrong. I love that they're literally just repeating exactly what the Nazis believed.
Now notice this construction, right? Richard Nixon is trying to describe like a good Jewish person versus a bad Jewish person. And you might have heard iterations of this from anti-Semites, because this is part of the construction, right? This is like the this is not unprecedented by any means, right? You're going to see this pattern all over anti-Semitism.
And basically saying, no, you don't understand. Like, all Jews, they go to Israel and that's fine. And they're great. They're great over there, okay? Not here. Because when they're here, a lot of them like this commie shit, okay? And I don't like it. They are literally repeating Judeo-Bolshevism as a propaganda point because they legitimately believe it. And they're not technically wrong. Historically speaking, yes, Jews have sided with justice. They have, in many instances, been open socialists and communists. So they're not wrong when they say that. Obviously, they're wrong in a monolithic understanding of it, which they're not even particularly saying. It is wild. Here, listen. They're radical socialists. They're radical commies. Added to the mountain of evidence that anti-communism is inherently fascist? Of course it is. Wow, I wonder why the Jews in Russia were more in favor of the socialists than the czarists in Russia. Exactly. The best Jews are actually the Israeli Jews.
They are the Israeli Jews. That's right. Because the reason Mrs. Megan supports me, which she does, and Diane does too, is for a very fundamental reason. It has nothing to do with, they know these Democratic candidates will be catering to the domestic Jewish vote. She supports me because she knows the great danger to Israel is Russia. Now, however, in this country, we must be under no illusion. You're aware of that, aren't you? You're aware of the fact that in the media, we confront almost a solid block of people. They don't, it isn't the action, and he's the point of the thing.
I mean, he kind of pause-fucked this accidentally, but
czarists in Russia. Exactly. Added to the mountain of
the only is that, and this is the reason.
So right there, right? When I'm talking about patterns, this is another pattern to look for. Anti-Semites that don't like Jewish people living in their country, but for maybe even for that reason, like the idea of Israel as being, and again, it's a conflation. It's like these people should be in this country, despite the fact that many of these people think that the existence of this country is problematic, to say the least, if not outright immoral, right? But you know, Nixon's sort of dividing up, you know, his anti-Semitic smoke in this, you know, by with this metric, with this, you know.
Added to the mountain of evidence that anti-communism is inherently fascist? Of course it is. Wow, I wonder why the Jews in Russia were more in favor of the socialists than the czarists in Russia. Exactly. The best Jews are actually the Israeli Jews.
They are the Israeli Jews. That's right. Because Israel, and the reason Mrs. Mayer supports me, which she does, and Diane does too, is for a very fundamental reason. It has nothing to do with, they know these Democratic candidates will be catering to the domestic Jewish vote. She supports me because she knows the great danger to Israel is Russia. Now, however, in this country, we must be under no illusion. You're aware of that, aren't you? You're aware of the fact that in the media, we confront almost a solid block of people. They don't, it isn't the aim that he's the point of the thing. They're after him because he took the whole thing on. And it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It happens so that insofar as the media is concerned, the power of the media, they've got it. They've got it.
There we go. There's the, you know, media trope. And that's Billy Graham, American evangelical preacher, kind of the grandfather of the televangelist, right? Billy Graham, speaking with Richard freaking Nixon, right? And they're just this is like they're having an anti-Semitic kiki, basically.
He's like, yeah, the Jews control the media. Oh, man. Also, the Nixon Jew count of July 1971 is the name given to then President of the United States, Richard Nixon's attempts to demote and remove Jews from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
I actually didn't realize it went that far. Like, I knew he definitely had, like, these sentiments and had said, you know, things to this effect, but God, I didn't realize he was trying to run a blacklist.
And they're the ones putting out the pornographic stuff and putting out everything.
What did you miss, Omegastar? Just Richard Nixon being anti-Semitic with Billy Graham.
By the way, this is exactly, when I say this is verbatim what the Nazis believed, okay, with the exception of Israel because it didn't exist back then. This is word for word what the Nazis believed and said, bar for bar. Now, you might be shocked and say, but that's Richard Nixon. That seems quite similar to like cultural Marxism and, you know, George Soros propaganda and many other things that right-wingers repeat on a
This is what I'm talking about. There is a, you know, there's a very strong parallel.
Regular basis nowadays, and you would be right, because it is just saying the exact same while simultaneously changing the narrative a little bit, massaging it a little bit so that it fits modern sensibilities. Just something to consider.
I don't know why they do. You see, the Bible makes a distinction, Mr. President, between two groups of Jews.
Okay, now this is where it gets wild. This is where it gets wild, right? But again, this matches with Nixon's, you know, conception. This matches with Nixon's.
One is called the synagogue of Satan. Yeah. You know it's that our terms is Jewish. Yes. Nevertheless, the Bible says there are two different kinds. There are two different kinds. And those people, in the latter days, it's called.
I love people that find like anti-Semitism in their Bible. It really just tells you more about like what they're kind of like reading into it, right? You're like, I mean,
the remnant of God's people, which will be Jewish people, and then
Nixon was a bad person. I know, shocker, right?
The synagogue of Satan, and nearly all of your religious deceptions in the latter days, what the Bible speaks, latter days will be 1,000 years.
This is cool, man. I just want to also point out another thing. There's a reason why we never look at this kind of stuff, because when we live in America, we have a way to understand Christianity and Christian fundamentalism and separate that from like Christianity across the board. There's a reason why these incredibly powerful people.
Elon's in on the Soros conspiracies too.
People are having this conversation.
Or not in on, but like he's repeating the Soros conspiracies
in private. And no one will think that like these are mullahs who are operating on fundamentalism, and America is demonstrably like a Christian fundamentalist fascist nation. The reason why we don't view this conversation in the same vein as like an Iranian mullah is because of our monolithic understanding, Islamophobia in general, our monolithic understanding of our enemies or of marginalized communities in general, or countries that we have dished out a lot of violence to. Whereas in the United States of America, where we live, we of course recognize that this is not representative of every single American, just so you understand. Although, all things considered, if you were to operate on the same boundaries that the same smoke that you have for, I guess, Islam, the Islamic world in general, as an Iranian, are you saying that the mullahs are good? You have to literally be the most delusional person on the planet if you are thinking that I'm saying the mullahs are good when comparing them to Richard Nixon. You are basically reinforcing the exact same point that I've made time and time again. A lot of people operate on the boundaries of, well, America's good ultimately. No, when I compare a foreign adversary to America, that is the worst comparison I could make for said foreign adversary. I'm saying that in many instances, it is no different. And in this circumstance, it is no different than the Islamic fundamentalism demonstrated by...
Oh, that's wild. Soul Life says Soros is 47 people behind Elon as far as wealth. Yeah. So this is Elon, essentially spreading this myth of that Soros is just like this massively wealthy person that controls like everything and is under, behind every bush and under every rock. There's Soros, controlling shit, right? And it's like he's so much richer than Soros. People, if what you're worried about is rich people with inordinate wealth, inordinate influence, inordinate power, you should be a lot more worried about Elon Musk than you are about George Soros.
Those in positions of power in the Muslim world. As an Iranian, yes, but also liberalism aesthetics require one to hide the nutty parts of religion. Mullahs don't hide it because they're not liberal. Yes.
What they call the synagogue of Satan. In other words, they are energized by supernatural power called the devil. This is what the Bible teaches, whether you believe it or don't believe it. This is the biblical teaching, and this is what I believe. And I believe that they have a strange brilliance about them. Oh.
What the fuck was that? These Jews, they have a strange brilliance about them.
They have a strange brilliance about them.
I think he's exercising. He's coughing out a demon, or Nixon's. I don't know. He's doing a pea soup vomit. They're
smart, and they are energized in my judgment.
It's really weird for two absolute ghouls like Billy Graham and Richard Nixon to be like ascribing demonic powers to other people, to
supernatural power. Well, also they do something else. They're not only smart, and you see, and of course Hitler didn't. They had a stranglehold on Germany.
Sounds like Vosh.
Banking of Germany, on everything in Germany.
This is literally a Vosh take, unfortunately.
And the media, they had the whole thing.
That's so funny. Oh God. They're basically saying that like fascist Jews in Israel are the good Jews, and the anti-fascist Jews here in America are satanic Jews that control the media and degenerate Western supremacists, the Western culture and Western civilization. So for the domestic Jews, they have the same exact smoke that Hitler had. It's like if the Havara Agreement actually turned into reality.
Okay, Havara Agreement was an agreement between Nazi Germany and Zionist German Jews signed on the 25th of August, 1933. The agreement was finalized after 3 months of talks by the Zionist Federation of Germany in the Anglo-Palestinian Bank under the directive of the Jewish Agency and economic authorities of Nazi Germany. It was a major faction in making possible the migration of wait a minute. Okay, so we're talking about. Wait, they don't say I mean, the wiki seems incomplete here. Migration made possible the migration of approximately 60,000 German Jews to Palestine between 1933 and 1939. So yeah, I mean, like, this obviously did not end up being the method of this did not end up being the method that the Nazi Germany chose in the end, obviously. took a much darker turn. But this was an idea and an attempt at a transfer agreement for, Nazi Germany to deport or transfer, Jewish people in the 30s to Palestine, to what would eventually become Israel.
Basically, that's it. That is basically the mentality that they have. If the Havari agreement worked and Hitler was like, yeah, you know what, instead of killing all the Jews, we're just gonna ship them forcibly to Israel, then in that situation it's like basically the exact same attitude that these guys have, because they're like, our domestic Jews are degenerate pornographers that are doing unlimited immigration into America in an effort to displace white Americans, white supremacist Americans. So we got to ship them off so they can all become fascist Jews in Israel and then be the good kind of Jew. If you want to know more about Nixon's takes on Jewish people, here it is. The Jews are born spies. Less than a week after the U.S. Supreme Court dealt a blow to the Nixon administration and sanctioned further publication of the Pentagon.
He's reading Nixon's words, I'm guessing.
President Nixon and a senior White House aide discussed the role of race and religion as drivers of espionage. This conversation stands as one of the cruder examples of Nixon's prejudices and his willingness to air them among confidants.
All the Jews are very close by, except there's this strange malignancy now, which is creeping among them. I don't know, radicalism. I can imagine how the fact that Ellsworth must be teared whole like Henry to pieces or garment. Just like the Rosenbergs and all that. That just has to kill them. You feel horrible about it. Could be done by people Smith. Very good. Would have been a Rosenstein that changed his name. It is right. Always an Ellsberg.
This is so creepy that this is a conversation between a president and with a president of the United States, saying this just openly mask off. I mean, I guess it's not that unprecedented though.
Why is it that you find...
I don't even know how unique Nixon was in terms of, I mean, obviously this shit that he's saying is vile, right? But how many American presidents believed that, the same thing or worse?
What he's saying amusing? What do you mean? What am I supposed to do? It's psychotic. It is literally verbatim 1-to-1 Nazi shit. It is I don't know what to say about it. It's basically a further confirmation of everything I say all the fucking time, that Republicans have basically continued that exact same fascist tradition, which I would say even Democrats as well. The American government broadly has continued the same fascist tradition. It's just that the aesthetics are different.
But there are bad just as much. So that proves.
They're playing.
So Alger Hiss was somebody who, I think, did Alger Hiss actually spy for the Soviet Union, or I don't know if that's confirmed, but that's who they're talking about, a suspected spy.
Name the Jew. The problem is the they that we're talking about here is the mother president at the time. Hasan really seems to resent the United States. Oh my God, dude. That's your takeaway? What is it that you think you know better?
Apparently that's Destiny's takeaway as well.
Than the president of that time? Are you... Bro, this is literally like being well, Adolf Hitler, do you think you...
Soros is not donating to leftists, he's donating to liberals. Well, see, this is the fucking right-wing mind virus, right? That looks at liberalism as a soft form of leftism. Looks like leftism as a a realization of liberal ideals, even though liberalism is a form of conservatism, which is meant to protect the hierarchy of capital.
No better than he did at the time.
It has different methods maybe than the other forms of conservative, but they're still the same goals.
What do you mean? I know better than the president of this time too. Please tell me you're trying to bait literally 12 minutes before the top of the hour. You cannot be defending Richard Nixon in the chat, right? Especially in one of the surprisingly even more indefensible moments of Richard Nixon. This is uniquely bad even for Richard Nixon.
Very interesting thing. So few of those who engage in espionage.
Okay, these guys are baiting, right? There's a lot of weirdo anti-Semites in here today. What's happening? Like, what's going on? There's like,
it's almost like if you try to talk about anything like anti-Semitism, they just like they flock to it. Like, I'm surprised. Oh yeah, because we're not on shorts today. That's the only reason we're not dealing with that shit.
In here that are just like, oh, well, was he wrong though? Yes, dude. Yes, he was. He was wrong. No,
I'm doing a little experiment today to see if last night we streamed on shorts but not on regular YouTube. Today we're streaming on regular YouTube but not shorts. I'm doing a little bit of an experiment to see sort of what the numbers are depending on whether we split the community up or like I like to offer people more options to watch me on, but I just wanted to kind of see.
I don't think that like Jews are monolithic in their approach, or they control the media, or that they're all descendants of the synagogues, the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, why did these pigs say that the German Jews had a complete stranglehold?
Somehow it sounds like, I don't know, like
a number of industries.
It sounds like a club, like, you know what I mean, like a goth club.
For the capitalists, and at the same time claim Judeo-Bolshevism existed. It doesn't have to make sense. Our enemy is both weak and strong at the same time. It just I'll bring it back to a place that you guys understand. You know how a lot of my haters will literally be like, oh, Hasan never donates, right? But I do. So then when I do, they'll turn around and say, oh, he just did it for PR. He did it for clout. It's because the reason why, like the foundational disagreement has nothing to do with my actions. It's just pure resentment. They're just trying to make it stick by any means necessary. And that's how anti-Semitism is as well. In this case, they're both simultaneously saying Jews are defenders of Judeo-Bolshevism, defenders of like socialist, communist, moral degeneracy and rot and yada, 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 while simultaneously saying they also control all the media and also all of the banks. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's the thing about anti-Semitism is that when you try to tie it together as like a coherent, logically coherent philosophy, it doesn't work. It contains mutually contradictory elements, right? And yeah, I mean, like you've heard this before, like that, the fascism cast its opponents as at the same time, incredibly dangerously strong, but pathetically weak, right? And they somehow see no contradiction. There's no moment of realization of the cognitive dissonance inherent in believing in something like anti-Semitism.
Have to be true, and it is not. It's just a way to make your resentment stick. Also, the synagogue of Satan sounds bad as f- I'm not gonna lie. Like it does low-key kind of go hard. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they were saying this behind closed doors, but like it sounds incredible. It sounds dope. But that's like, that's besides the point. I know that they didn't imply it in a dope way, but it is kind of cool.
Speaking of dope, how close are we to unlocking this secondary content? It looks like we're still 3/10 of the way there. Marjorie Taylor Greene versus Fouchi is the choice of the people, and it's the choice of the donors too. So for once we got agreement, but we don't have a certainty of actually getting to that content. That's only going to happen if we get to 10 out of 10. So just let me know if you end up donating what you want your donation to count towards, and I'll add it to the total. So in other words, $1 equates to 1% in the poll. So if what you want is not winning, you can donate and increase the odds of getting what you want to watch. If you're a Silent Hill remake fan, or you want to see the North Korean poop balloons, it's not entirely impossible that could happen. It just depends on if the donations come in for that, and indeed, like being able to see anything at all after this segment is dependent on our ability to hit the sub goal. Sometimes we don't, sometimes we do, but we'll just see. It's like a roll of the dice, chat. It's like Vegas. It's like Fallout New Vegas. Ad break coming in. Oh my god, that's right. At the top of the hour, Jules is reminding me we have a 3-minute ad break. That is an ad break that you can skip for free by using a Twitch Prime. It's an ad break that you can skip for $5 by spending $5. Now that's $5 until July 11th, right? Twitch is raising its prices for whatever reason, and a sub now costs $5. A sub on July 11th will cost $5.99. I think you can lock in your price if you do the multiple month deals. but I'm not sure. You'll have to check on that. Again, you can also use a Twitch Prime to get it for free, or possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. What's up, Cosmopolitics? Hey, we were just reading your thread earlier. Let's go back to this. If I can find it. Yeah, I kind of wanted to pick your brain about this sometime. I know we talked about talking on stream at some point. I don't want to put you on the spot though, because you just came in here, potentially just to chill. So, but yeah, let me know if you'd ever be interested in talking about this whole, because this was the piece that I didn't have, right? As far as understanding the sort of hatred that Anna in particular has for Hasan. The fact that they actually tried to put him behind the camera, right, rather than using him as on-screen talent, which seems like the most obvious thing in the world, and that his whole reason for becoming a Twitch streamer and doing his own thing was that he knew that he wanted to be in front of the camera, and indeed, like, history has vindicated him in a pretty big way as far as him, leapfrogging TYT. She is so jealous of him. So the tea Hasan had on TYT was that he wanted to, well, it's not Hasan that had tea, right? He worked for TYT. He worked for TYT. He was, Jink's nephew, and, you call him a Nepo baby for that. But before he was a Twitch streamer, he worked for TYT, and he was sometimes on screen at first. They brought him out and they called him Woke Bay, and he'd have these oh my god, what was it called again? The Breakdown? Breakdown, yeah. He had this segment called The Breakdown, where he'd give a breakdown of an issue. And, obviously he's gonna be, he's well to the left of Jink, but it made sense for TYT to actually have somebody like that, because this is right when Bernie was becoming big, and for them to have somebody that was on the left, it's kind of, I think that's part of what makes the Majority Report work, right? If Sam was just Sam Cedar and there was no Matt, there was no Emma, there was never any Jamie, there was never any Michael, it's nothing against Sam, but I feel like he's really benefited from hitching his wagon to people that are to the political left of him. And TYT could have done the same thing if they had potentially, like, I don't know if I'm just speculating here. They could have, if they'd kept Hasan, if they had, sort of used Hasan for what he's good at, which is, yeah, obviously on-screen talent. I think, I don't know, can you imagine a TYT with, like, if Hasan had blown up on TYT rather than blowing up on Twitch? I don't know. That's an alternate history. But yeah, this was the part I was missing as far as understanding why. Like, Anna in general is just kind of vindictive, and like anybody that she perceives as having crossed her, including Christina, Anna's gonna like try to, you're gonna hear about it from Anna, basically. Anyway, let's finish this segment here. And like I said, chat, if we can get to 10, we can get to the equivalent of 10 subs. I should put like sub/membership. No, it's a dono goal. That's what it is called, dono goal, right? Because it's any dono, whether it's super chat, super sticker, whether it is gifting memberships, becoming a member yourself, whether it is on Patreon or Throne, whether it is on Twitch or wherever, right? When you donate, let me know what you want that money going towards, and I will add 1% for every dollar to the content that we're polling right now. We're polling to see, and right now, yeah, MTG versus Fauci is still 2 points ahead of Pod Save America. It's 6 points ahead of Silent Hill remake controversy. It's a full 7 points ahead of North Korean poop balloons. But yeah, pretty close match, pretty close race. Like, right, we've got a lot of people interested in each of these subjects, so that's cool. The MTG interview, wait, interview? Are you talking about the Fauci thing? So yeah, I mean, that's what's potential, like that's what's winning right now. MTG versus Fauci. But again, nothing wins unless we hit the dono goal. So that's like the prerequisite. That's the easy mode thing. And if we can get there, then we can see one of these things become a segment, and possibly even become a video. But that all depends on you in chat. Are we talking about her Hasan call out? Kind of, Mineral? Well, I mean, we're also talking about this thing. This is the other thing that happened, right? Her complimenting Ben Shapiro on a fair point about Donald Trump, and then going on to make fun of people who want prison reform or law enforcement reform, wanting Trump to face justice just like anyone else. But yeah, she's been doing some stuff. She's been making some waves.
To be like, yeah, we are descendants of synagogue of Satan. But yeah, ultimately,
that is the potentially the worst thing to be taken out of context, like possibly from Hasan, if that clip gets
it doesn't come from like real valid carry this resent capitalism, and you will also simultaneously say they
very few of them become communists.
So again, this is President Nixon, yes, that President Nixon being mask off anti-Semitic in conversations, I think in the White House, if I'm not mistaken, right? The President of the United States, you know, sitting around having fucked up anti-Semitic conversations in the Oval Office, potentially.
If they do, they're likely to get in the hands of leaders. They're more of an activist type.
As a matter of fact, very few of them become communists. If they do, they're more likely to get into Angela Davis. They're more the activist type, and they throw bombs and this and that. But
and they throw bombs and this and that. But the Negroes, if you ever notice, the anti-Negro spies, they're not intellectual enough, not smart enough.
Yeah, we got enough racism to go around. Apparently, God.
It may be not smart enough.
A little bit of anti-black white supremacist resentment there too. You know, you got to put that in there.
Spies, the Jews are born spies. You know somebody that just in it, up to their necks.
I mean, there's a trope. There's a fucking anti-Semitic trope.
Basic deviousness, but also inheritance.
Bro, this is literally just Hitler.
Damn.
Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I have to show you some of this fascist propaganda. I need you to here. Okay.
They used to call Kissinger a slur.
There's some stereotypes and canards. Modern economic antisemitism is a double helix of intersecting paradigms. The first associating the Jew with paupers and savages, and the second conceiving of Jews as conspirators, leaders of a financial.
This is what I'm talking about. Is fascism seeing its enemies as like hopelessly weak and pathetic, but at the same time fearsome and ultra competent.
Cabal seeking global domination. A World War II era Slovak propaganda poster exhorts readers not to be a servant of the Jew. Foxman describes the 6 facets of canards used by proponents of economic anti-Semitism. All Jews are wealthy. Jews are stingy and greedy. Powerful and wealthy Jews control the world. Judaism emphasizes profit and materialism. Jews may cheat non-Jews. Jews use their wealth and power to benefit their own kind. Saying, summarizes the myth as Jews control the banks, the money supply, the economy, the businesses of the community, of the country, of the world. He uses illustrations, many slurs, and proverbs in several different languages, suggesting that Jews are stingy, greedy, miserly, or aggressive bargainers. I want to see here. One form of economic anti-Semitism in the Middle Ages was a mass of legal restrictions imposed on the occupations and professions of Jews, local rulers, and...
Okay, so now this is getting to, like, when I mentioned Vosh before, when I said that, like, there was something that Nixon said that reminded me of a Vosh quote. This is what I'm talking about, right? Now, so here's the problem with Vosh. He knows some shit, right? What we're about to hear this whole, Middle Ages, like legal restriction that forced some Jewish people to end up, taking up like banking because it was one of the few opportunities affording to them. Vosh was aware of this. Vosh learned this, and remembered it, right? And good on him, right? But he then took it and was like, all right, that happened in Europe. Where else is Europe? Germany. He just like kind of cut and pasted it onto the German like 1930s, where it actually didn't was not a factor, right? That was he's like, all right, this happened back in medieval times, and so therefore shit must be the same in 1930s Germany. Therefore, on the substantive point of like overrepresentation in banking, he's trying to do the big brain take where he says, well, the Nazis were actually right about this technically, the material facts of the situation, but for them to take that as a justification for their genocidal acts is obviously very wrong. So he seems big brained. He's like, this is like that he's, I don't know. This is the essence of fucking debate pervert brain rot, right? To think that it's a big brain take to grant the material point, but then to deny the conclusion, to be like, this is exactly where in the Nazi argument I get off the fucking train, right? And I'm glad that you did. God, of all the fucking phrases to use there, but this is where I get off of their like logical. Anyway, this is what debate content does to a person, right? Vosh, Destiny, right? This is where that comes from. And the problem is it's based on faulty facts, right? Vosh is not only like, saying something kind of fucked up and purposefully edgy in his debate against non-compete, but he's also wrong. He's also like, imposing an understanding of the Middle Ages and a dynamic that went on that on a time way after that, without understanding that even on that like level, right, that overrepresentation that he supposes is present in Weimar Germany is actually not there. So no, the Nazis are fucking just wrong about like literally everything. And Vosh, you do not in fact have to hand it to them. You do not have to hand it to them. I don't know what it is about debate, content, debate brain that makes people think that you gotta hand it to like the worst people in the world. But no, they're sometimes just like literally lying about everything. I mean, is that a surprise to you that the Nazis were just literally lying? Is that really that surprising that they were just fucking lying about everything? I don't know.
Officials,
if you're Vosh, maybe so.
Many professions to the Jews, pushing them into the marginal occupations considered repugnant, such as tax and rent collecting. And
also, Jules, thank you for the gift subs over on Twitch. It looks like so I'm just gonna read out people's names in case you got Cosmopolitics got a gift sub. Pigdog 6669 3 6s and 1 9. You got a gift sub. Unobtainium XX, you got a gift sub. VTalk, you got a gift sub, and Borogodo Cosmico, which you got a gift sub. So if you're one of those people whose names I read off, you've got not only weasels, you've got animated weasels, you've got weasel wigglers, weasels that move, right? And you also don't have to worry about the ad break for a month. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, thank you, Jules. Thank you for the generous gift of subs to 5 people. Did you have a content that you wanted to put that donation towards? Did you have a preference on? Again, we're gonna potentially after this. So that let me just tabulate this. We are now at 8 out of 10 in terms of our dono goal. So almost there. And what is it? Oh my God. Pod Save America is now winning. I never thought I would say that. Here I am saying it. Lib podcast is no. Pod Save America is in front as far as the poll goes. Bad TikTok take is what they had, and that's what you're voting for right now. Just barely. It's so close. But we've got $10 going, or 10% going to MTG versus Fouchi. So, that's actually ahead right now. It's actually stealing ever so slightly stealing the election from Pod Save America. Remember, you can also say Vox Populi if you want. Oh, there we go. So Vox Populi gets 25. 25. Okay, so essentially, yeah, now Pod Save America is ahead. You have effectively stopped the steal. Not in that way, but like, you know what I'm saying? You've stopped the steal of this vote, right? Which was being ever so slightly undermined by the 10 points to MTG versus Fouchi. But now we've got negative 25 points on Vox Populi, which effectively eliminates anything under $25. So right now, the choice of the people will be what we get to watch. But yeah, and we're 8/10 of the way there. So it's looking good. It's looking good. We've got like I don't know, 20 minutes left of Hasan.
Money lending, but tolerated them as a necessary evil, usury being a sin in both Christianity and Islam. Catholic doctrine.
Another big difference between Vash and Hasan. Hasan is learned about geopolitical issues and history.
Doctrine then held that money lending for interest was a sin and forbade the Christians. Not being subject to that restriction, Jews dominated this business. The Torah and the later sections of the Hebrew Bible criticize usury.
So this is how dangerous like a little bit of knowledge can be in the hands of somebody who's overconfident. And I'm not trying to like obsess about Vosh or make it out like Vosh is like the only one doing this. Like I said, Destiny walked so that Vosh could run. Right? You know, I mean, this is just debate brain shit. And it's not just Vosh that does it by any means.
Interpretations of biblical prohibition vary. Since few other occupations were open to them, Jews were motivated to take up money lending. That was said to show Jews were usurers, which then led to many negative stereotypes and propaganda. The natural tension between creditors, typically Jews, and debtors, typically Christians, were added to the social, political, religious, and economic strains. More dangerous was lending to the monarchs of Europe, which enabled them to finance their endless wars and projects. Some monarchs with revenge on repayments, often accusing...
Sorry, yeah, he said renege on repayments, so... essentially accuse the person that had lent them the Jewish person that had lent them the money of crimes as a way to get out of repaying the debts that they would take to do endless wars.
Of various crimes. The nobility would also borrow large sums to maintain their lavish lifestyles. Peasants who were forced to pay their taxes to Jews could personify them as people taking their earnings and remain loyal to the lords on whose behalf.
So it almost feels like the, feudalistic monarchical culture here is setting up Jewish people to be blamed. But I mean, this is kind of the background of all the pogroms that happened.
The Jews worked. Also present in the Middle Ages was the insistence by European sovereigns that the Jews belonged to them in a peculiar way, different from...
Okay, now this shit is weird. I gotta say, this I didn't know. Like, this is part of why I'm showing you this, right? Because I had no idea about this part, but it makes sense when you think about how evangelical Zionists, right? Like, Zionist Christians, that they want Israel to be a thing. They want, Jewish people to move to Israel because in some way that fulfills their idea of how Jesus will return. But why they want, in their prophecy, right, Jewish people are given a choice of either converting to Christianity or, perishing. And so this is, how evangelical, Zionist Christians use Jewish people, their interest, their Zionism is not in service of the well-being of the Jewish people at all. Quite the opposite.
That of their other subjects, which was evident in examples of the English legal code, which portrayed the kings as tutor and defender of the Jews and of the Jews as his possessions, right?
That's just gross, but it makes sense. Like this is the way that particularly Christian anti-Semitism works.
That for those Jews and all that they possess belonged to the kind as if they were his private property. On the 19th century, Jews came so closely associated with capitalism that some even viewed the Jews as the creator of capitalism. According to Mueller, those who embraced capitalism tended to be sympathetic to the Jews, and those who rejected capitalism tended to be hostile to the Jews. Except the irony, of course, is Karl Marx himself, you know, being a Jewish person. Because many—
oh my God, this is the part that Destiny watched. So Destiny ended up watching this segment of Hasan and really misunderstanding what he's saying, right? Hasan is admitting that Karl Marx was an anti-Semite, and he was, right? And, you know, you can be a leftist while not, in fact, being a leftist should mean not venerating anyone, including Karl Marx, and trying to idealize them and clean up their image. Yeah, Marx was fucking problematic. Like, more than problematic.
Jews were employed in occupations that Marx considered non-productive. He singled out Jews for particular criticism and blamed Judaism for the exploitation and alienation of workers. This is why they say Karl Marx is an anti-Semite, despite being of a Jewish background.
I think Destiny listens to this part, and he thinks that what Hasan is saying, that's why they say that Karl Marx is an anti-Semite, as if Hasan disagrees, right? But yeah, it's undeniable. It's undeniable that he was.
Himself. Moses Mendelssohn argued that the contrary, the commercial—
yeah, it's just a trigger for Jesus to come back. Basically, Sausage. That's the interest that evangelical, Christian Zionists have in Israel. What did Destiny say? Do you want to watch the Destiny thing? Maybe we have time.
Activity was just as valid as beneficial as manual labor. Many a merchant while quietly engaged at his desk and blah 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 blah.
I mean, Destiny just watches a lot of Hasan these days.
Marx concluded that Judaism was responsible for the alienation of many Jewish workers. In his 1844 work on the Jewish question, Marx distinguished between the Sabbath
and like that was the name of his book, right? That's or I don't know if it's a book, but his work, his piece of writing was literally called that. Yeah.
The Jew and the everyday Jew. Marx argued that, particularly speaking, everyday Judaism was a commercial practice, not a theology. According to Perry, Marx believed that Jews are the embodiment of capitalism, money system in action, and the creators of all its evil consequences on humanity, which is the reason why they say he is a anti-Semite.
So here's what's weird about this, right? You've got people demonizing Jewish people by like Marx is doing here, by associating them with capitalism, and you've got people demonizing Jewish people by associating them with Marxism. Which is it, anti-Semite? Which one is it, right? It's kind of mutually exclusive, but yeah, again, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance mixed into this belief system.
Once again, is ironic because of this part, which is the most important part of this conversation. Jewish Bolshevism is an anti-Semitic and anti-communist canard that is based on the claim that Jews have been the driving force behind or are disproportionately involved in communism, sometimes more specifically Russian Bolshevism. The expression was the title of a pamphlet, The Jewish Bolshevism, and became current after the 1917 October Revolution in Russia, featuring prominently in the propaganda of the anti-Bolshevik white forces during the Russian Civil War. The idea spread worldwide in the 1920s.
So yeah, the white Russians were the anti-communist Russians, the Tsarist Russians, I believe. The red Russians were, the Bolsheviks and other leftist contingencies.
With the publication and the circulation of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion that was popularized by Jewish ancestry of many leading Bolsheviks, most notably Leon Trotsky.
So understand this, right? The project of creating this, so we started off talking about this piece of propaganda that you may have heard of called the Protocols. And it's where a lot of anti-Semitic tropes actually come from. The source of this is the anti-revolutionary, anti-Bolshevik white Russian forces during the Russian Civil War. I just want to make sure I'm tying this to the right era, because part of me thinks this came from like Tsarist. I mean, the whites were, I guess, Tsarist, so. But yeah, really started to spread in the 1920s, this propaganda pamphlet.
During and after the October Revolution. Daniel Pipe says that primarily through the Protocols of Elder Zion, the whites spread these charges to an international audience. James Webb wrote that it is rare to find an anti-Semitic source after 1917 that does not stand in the debt to the white Russian analysis of the revolution. The label Judeo-Bolshevism was used in Nazi Germany to equate Jews with communists, implying that communism served Jewish interests and or that all Jews...
And you've heard this from Jordan Peterson as cultural Marxism, right? That's an idea strongly tied to this historic, Judeo-Bolshevism smear.
Jews were communists. Remember, they literally simultaneously were claiming Jews control the money supply and the global order and all the banks and all the media, and also simultaneously saying Jews were all communists and were in control of the labor force and were responsible for any kind of revolutionary sentiment, which they did not like. This is precisely the reason why the first people that were placed in concentration camps were not, many of them were Jewish, by the way, were not placed on the virtue of Judaism, of being of Jewish descent, but instead placed there because they were trade unionists, socialists, and communists. So the idea that like Nazi Germany,
and that's where the poem comes from,
was ever actually socialist, national socialist.
So around 1915 to 1920. Catching up with chat here. What's up, Sarah? Omega Star, thank you for the gift membership to Timothy Jones. I'm guessing that you're putting it behind MTG versus Fauci. Yeah, it looks like Pod Save America is actually making a run for it now. They're at 28%. MTG versus Fauci is at 27%. Silent Hill at 24%. North Korean poop balloons at 21%. Everyone's in the 20s. It's a pretty even election today. But yeah, we've got Pod Save America taking MTG. Okay, well, it would be taking... Wait, actually, is it? Okay, so that's 13. Oh, wait, no, yeah. Pod Save America's winning. Because we have 25 in Vox Populi today. And we have 9 out of 10 subs present and accounted for. Meaning that we're just one dono away from being able to watch a second piece of content, which right now looks like it's going to actually be Pod Save America. Now keep voting, all right? If you haven't voted yet, you still got time. I'm still going to watch this Hasan segment. I might even follow it up with the Destiny segment of Destiny responding to Hasan about this, because I just feel like it's kind of funny how wrong Destiny. Like again, chat. I am not here to. I'm not a Hasan stan. All right, if it's Hasan versus Destiny, usually Hasan's going to be right. But I've disagreed with Hasan plenty, and I'm sure I will disagree with him again in the near future. But yeah, the kind of conflict that's going on between him and Destiny is sort of instructive, right? I mean, this came up when Hasan started talking about Destiny, when Destiny got prominent as one of, if not the leading voice for Israel's war in the United States. And yeah, it's not got the interaction has not gone well for Destiny.
Socialist was ridiculous from the jump. Winston Churchill himself called communism a Jewish plot and enthusiastically expressed his support for the Nazis during the 1920s and 30s in their struggle against communism. Anyway, Jews and communists were both blamed for having allegedly betrayed Germany during World War I and resulting in Germany signing the Treaty of Versailles in what is known as the stab in the back myth. In Poland, before World War II, Zdokomuna was used in the same way to allege that Jews were conspiring with the Soviet Union to invade Poland.
So that's what the stab in the back thing is. It's a myth that exists about both Jewish people and about communists and the whole Judeo Bolshevist trope.
Badash 29 super chatted $14.65.
Thank you for the super sticker. Is that a super sticker or is that? Yeah, thank you for the. Yeah, that puts us over the line. We have we're definitely at the dono goal now. And it's so close. It's so close. I don't think we've ever had an election that's this close. Right, this could be the day where one vote makes the difference. Bad Ash, what are you putting that dono behind, though? It was like 14 and some change. I'll round it up to 15. MTG, yo! I think the lead just flipped. Yes, wait, the lead just flipped. 28% minus 25% for Vox Populi added to MTG versus Fauci actually puts MTG versus Fauci ahead. That has taken the lead.
Poland. According to Andre Geritz, the myth of Jewish communism was one of the most popular and widespread political prejudices in the first half of the 20th century, in Eastern Europe in particular. The allegation still sees use in anti-Semitic publications and websites today. Also, that allegation is literally a formative one in the modern Republican Party. The world of Pfizer are Jews. The whole of Pfizer are Jews.
Wait, the stab in the back thing, or?
Also, that allegation is literally a formative one in the modern Republican Party. The world of Pfizer are Jews. The whole of Pfizer are Jews. Genocide vax. Yes, dude. The Jewish doctors and the executives that are engaging in mass inoculation campaigns are actually doing it to genocide everyone. You're right. You got that. You're hitting the double Monty. Where are these chatters coming from, dude? Major General Ulysses S. Grant was influenced by such sentiments during the American Civil War, expelling Jews.
See, this I didn't know either. Ulysses S. Grant, Union general, but apparently also anti-Semite. Who knew?
From areas under his control in Western Tennessee. The Jews as a class violating every regulation of trade establishment by the Treasury Department and also department orders are hereby expelled within 24 hours from the receipt of his order. That order was quickly rescinded by Abraham Lincoln, but it was already enforced in a number of towns. Now,
so Abraham Lincoln rescinds the order.
We looked at a lot of the fascists and their opinion on Judeo-Bolshevism, and we looked at a lot of the American leaders and drew comparisons as to what, like, modern American leaders think about Judaism, stuff like that. Because a lot of people will also nowadays say like communists are anti-Semitic or whatever. So let's hear from one of the godfathers of real existence.
Oh, chat, I forgot to mention, like the stream if you haven't already. Looks like we've got more viewers than we do likes, and that should be really easy to fix.
A communist revolution, socialist revolution, a bald man by the name of Lenin. Let's hear what he had to say about anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism means spreading enmity towards the Jews. When the accursed Tsarist monarchy was living its last day, it tried to incite ignorant workers and peasants against the Jews. The Tsarist police, in alliance with the landowners and the capitalists, organized pogroms against the Jews.
So this is a Vladimir Lenin speech.
In other countries, too, we often see the capitalists fomenting hatred against the Jews in order to blind the workers, to divert their attention from the real enemy of the working people. Capital. Hatred towards the Jews persists only in those countries where slavery to the landowners and capitalists has created abysmal ignorance among the workers and peasants. Only the most ignorant and downtrodden people can believe the lies and slander that are spread about the Jews. This is a survival of ancient feudal times, when the priests burned heretics at the stake, when the peasants lived in slavery, and when the people were crushed and inarticulate. This ancient feudal ignorance is passing away. The eyes of the people are being opened. It is not the Jews who are the enemies of the working people. The enemies of the workers are the capitalists of all countries. Among the Jews, there are working people, and they form the majority. They are our brothers, who, like us, are oppressed by capital. They are our comrades in the struggle for socialism. Among the Jews, there are kulaks, exploiters and capitalists, just like there are among the Russians.
So that's weird. The other place that you see that word kulaks is, you're talking about the issue of it's the starvation in Ukraine, right? The idea of like you hear that term again. You'll also hear somebody like Infrared Haas bring up the concept of kulaks. But it's weird, like as far as like what that actually means.
And among people of all nations. The capitalists strive to sow and foment hatred between workers of different faiths, different nations, and different races. Those who do not work are kept in power by the power and strength of capital. Rich Jews, like rich Russians, and the rich in all countries are in alliance to oppress, crush, and rob and disunite the workers. Shame on accursed Tsarism, which tortured and persecuted the Jews. Shame on those who foment hatred towards the Jews, who foment hatred towards other nations. Long live the fraternal trust and fighting alliance of the workers of all nations in the struggle to overthrow capital. Literally anyone who compares Bolshevik anti-Semitism, which did exist and was largely inherited from the Russian Empire, is a fool. The USSR anti-Semitism was nothing compared to Tsarist and the massive pogroms that brutally massacred Jewish population throughout the Russian Empire, and even many white emigre supported the Nazis against the USSR. Yeah, the Tsarist anti-Semitism is, like, I would say, foundational in. I mean, dude, they wrote the protocols, dude. That's it. Like,
yep. So kulak is basically a word for petty bourgeois.
Like this literally is the most significant anti-Semitic text. Everything that you think about in terms of like everything that you've learned about anti-Semitism literally stems from this. An anti-Semitic text purported to describe a Jewish plan to achieve global domination and to document the minutes of a late 19th century meeting attended by world Jewish leaders, the elders of Zion, conspiring to take over the world. The fraudulent protocols included plans to subvert the morals of the non-Jewish world, to control the world's economies by Jewish bankers, to have press and Jewish control of the press, and ultimately destroy civilization. The document of 24 protocols was...
So it's literally like a fucking comic book, casting like Jewish people as some kind of, sinister, backroom villains, like meeting to decide how to destroy the world. And it just doesn't make sense, right? But it's still with us. Like, this debunked piece of propaganda from the late 19th century is still what fuels the fires of anti-Semitism today.
Analyzed by Stephen Jacobs and Mark Weitzman, who documented several protocols that suggested that Jews would employ...
It's a copy of a French work?
...control over the world's banking system to dominate the world. It is the Brothers Grimm of anti-Semitism, yes. Like, it is where all... I mean, dude, right there, like, that right there is straight up. And it was, like, mass delivered to any fascist who would listen. Yeah, that Lenin speech at the same time in the U.S., Henry Ford's paper, here it is, was running excerpts from the protocols of the elders of Zion. Hasan, why do you know so much about anti-Semitism? Because I am an anti-fascist. Because I am an anti-capitalist. And capitalists and fascists, which are two peas in a pod, are actually, historically and in contemporary society, very anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism is seen as a canary in the coal mine for that reason. Anti-Semitism, and not like in the ADL Apartheid Defense League's definition of anti-Semitism, but like actual anti-Semitism, the notion that like Jews are monolithic in their understanding of the world and control the money supply and the media and use it to degenerate Western civilization.
Wait, how old is the actual like pamphlet, like the actual like document? Like, am I saying, is it late 19th century or is it actually older?
Oftentimes is a clear-cut indication that someone is most likely operating on fascist principles. This is also part of the reason why extra mad about all of the bastardization of this like very serious charge, a charge of anti-Semitism done by, in some instances, Jewish people that are cynically weaponizing it, like with StopAntisemitism.org or ADL and many other defenders of Israel. It's ridiculous. It's up. It dilutes real anti-Semitism while also creating an environment that is perfect for fascists to exploit. Anyway, we're done with the Nixon stuff. I deviated here. I got here specifically because we were having a conversation about Germans and how in modern Germany, for numerous reasons, and I've talked about this before a million times over at this point, for a lot of self-serving reasons, modern Germans are unconditional dick riders of the state of Israel. Some of the reasons for that are, of course, the collective guilt of the Holocaust. But I think that the real reason, the real nefarious reason, is that there's a lot of Islamophobia in Germany, and a lot of people spiritually, holistically, I think, in Germany, see Israel and a defense of Israel and the collective.
The idea of a secretive cabal manipulating the Gentiles is like a medieval Christian. Yeah, that's what I thought. Is it feels like, yeah, blood libel, obviously way much older.
Antiquated, ancient, epigenetic anti-Semitism of the Arabs that they believe and repeatedly reinforce as a way to kind of move the attention away from the unimaginable wrongs that the German state dished out against Jews during the Holocaust. It's a way to really sidestep the Holocaust, to be like, no, you know who's the real anti-Semites actually? The Arabs, the Muslims. I think that's what it is. That's a major reason for why they are such unconditional dick riders for Israel. It's great. It's great for them. Because now they're like, you know who the real anti-Semites are now? Arabs, Muslims, you know? Yeah, it's not just in Germany. This is an attitude across Europe, 100%. And this is not an attitude across Europe for like all working class individuals.
The reason that Germany's notable is that just like the level of support for Israel is like a lot higher and, you know, kind of like unquestioning. And look, when never again becomes like a excuse for genocide, you have really misunderstood what never again actually means. You're completely missing the point there.
In Europe, it's just like the elites in Europe have this kind of attitude. Academics, those in positions of power, capitalists across the board, oftentimes love transferring the guilt of like collective anti-Semitism in the form of pogroms from every single European country, and Russia as well, Tsarist Russia, and transferring that collective anti-Semitic actions and all of the guilt that they feel about their historical anti-Semitism, transfer that over to the Arabs and the Muslims in general. Does this game get scary? Yes, it does.
So anyway, yeah, now, like I said, chat, Destiny actually answered this. Destiny actually this was one of the clips that Destiny watched and responded to. So I can see that our we've hit the sub goal, the dono goal. Let's take a look at the poll. I think I'm gonna ask you to. Oh yeah, here it is. Here's the Destiny clip. Do you want to watch the Destiny clip first? Oh my god, I can't do anything right. There we go. The playlist on YouTube. I have got some serious problem with the way that the playlist is implemented, but we're okay. We're okay. Let me get back to chat here. Too many people in chat? Too many Pepes in chat? You would ban Pepes? They're like all, it's like apparently like just a thing on Twitch. It's kind of weird. It's the same word in French, at least. Yeah, document is from is late 1800s, like Gus said. It's culmination of stuff from all over. Never again action, however, is important grassroots. Yeah, for doing good work. Yeah, that's just you know, you got to understand what that means, because like I mean, I interpret it as a promise that the lesson of history should be reason enough for everybody to stand up to not let genocide happen again to anyone at anywhere at any time. It's because I feel like when some people like they interpret it as like never again, as in that could never happen again. Whew, we really dodged a bullet there. Hitler is a unique evil and he will never come, you know, nothing like that will ever come again, when it absolutely can, right? This is the problem, that people have a great deal of trouble recognizing fascism when it doesn't have the trappings of like 1930s German fascism, right? When it appears in, you know, any sort of different form with the same ideas and the same bullshit and the same, you know, anti-Semitism often, it doesn't get recognized as readily. So rather than thinking that it can never happen again, you know, never again should mean it will happen again if we don't stop it, if people don't stand up, like early on, while you have a chance to stop the process, because you know, essentially, you know, genocide is a process, and once it gets rolling, it's very hard to stop. The time to intervene is early. The time to recognize the state, you know, genocide is early, and that's why we have, you know, concepts like the stages of genocide to see it before it's you know, before it's gotten to the point where it's unstoppable. Anyway, Chad, on that bright note, on that wonderful note, okay, so we got Pod Save America at 29%, MTG versus Fauci at 27%. We've got 28% going to MTG plus Fauci, minus 25% from Vox Populi. That means that MTG versus Fauci is now 1% ahead, just 1% ahead of Pod Save America bad TikTok take, due to the intervention of the donors and due to the people voting for Vox Populi. So it's definitely a close. This is the closest one we've had so far. We will definitely have to have a runoff on this one. We will definitely try to do like a runoff of the top two or some, if not top three. But what I want to know from you now is, do you want to see Destiny try to respond to Hasan's take? Do you want to see how Destiny interprets what Hasan just said? 1 in chat is yes, and 2 in chat is like, let's get on to the content. If you want to get on to the wait, what did I just miss? Making it less close. It is now less close. It is now, what, 5 points ahead? Right, because 5 Canadian is 4 you. Oh my god, I don't even know if this is right. So yeah, 32. So yeah, it's got 7 points added to its score, which yeah, puts it well ahead. It's definitely well ahead now. So yeah, what do you think, chat? 1 in chat, you want to see what Destiny has to say about this? It's kind of short. It's kind of short this time. So yeah, thanks to DGG Vault for clipping this guy. We love it. We love it, DGG Vault. A lot of people want to see this. A lot of people want to see this. Okay. And that'll give you extra time to vote if you haven't already voted in the poll. Obviously, any donations that happen in the time in between will be counted as well. Just let me know what you want your donation going towards in the chat. And you know, if you don't want to interfere with anything, if you want the voice of the people to prevail, you can say Vox Populi, and I'll actually take points off of the extra points that things are getting from Dono. So remember when the Internet Today boys interviewed the creator of Pepe? Wait, what? Oh yeah, because Pepe was like a webcomic, right? Anyway, looks like most people in chat want to see this. Okay, so I'm not torturing you by making you watch Destiny. Matt Fury, or Furry, didn't say anything about convincing battle, but that's not gonna. Wait, sorry. I'm reading people. I'm reading chat's conversations amongst yourselves. Sorry, chat.
Actions. A little bit. The notion that Hamas are bad because they're bad as stupid here in Algeria, the FLN. Front de Libération Nationale, was also labeled as a terrorist organization by the French occupation and their European allies. Now it's praised as a symbol of freedom. It's always the same. Yes, that's why I said the IRA as well. The IRA, the FLN, and also Mandela's party as well. Okay, the Viet Cong. Yeah, the ANC, the Viet Cong, the IRA.
Every single organization that, as long as they oppose the U.S. or the West, I think.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, yeah. In the case of the FLN, we're talking about France, not the U.S. But the video is called "Destiny's Disappointed in Hassan's New America Bad Defense." I think he's missing the point, though. The point that I take it is that resistance organizations that are demonized in their time of being active and in their time of existing, including, yeah, the ANC. Wait. Did Destiny miss that we're also talking about the ANC here? Is he calling the ANC opposing the West? Are you hitching, Destiny? Are you hitching the West to South Africa? Because, yeah, in a way, I mean, that's what was going on. But if that's what you call the West, and you're like, oh, you shouldn't be so skeptical about the West, like, God, you know, that really puts it into clear relief, right? But yeah, Hassan mentions the Viet Cong, mentions the FLN in Algiers, mentions the IRA. And I mean, these are complicated matters, right? This is not like a simple, you know, it's kind of like a, but the point is that these organizations are demonized in the time that they are active in a greater way than in retrospect. I mean, this is particularly true of the ANC, which was not a, you know, like a peaceful organization.
They're heroes. Every single one. Go live with these people. Like, why?
Go live with these people? Jesus Christ, Destiny's just racist now.
Leave, then get out of the West. If we're the most unholy, horrible people in the universe, you have nothing good to say about us. Everybody else is more moral and more better. Why are you here scraping, leeching off the society, living your best, most consumerist, hyper-capitalist life?
Destiny letting Hassan know that he needs to, you know, show gratitude towards the West. So show some gratitude, Hassan.
Every single instance, it is so weird that every single instance where there
the West is the enemy, I think the other side is right. That is weird.
Is a liberatory group. There's an emancipatory force that actually is violently trying to engage in an act of revolution, trying to violently engage in an act of emancipation.
Isn't this like kind of wild that this is how Destiny ends his career? Just like stewing in his own anger, drinking a Red Bull,
violently resisting against an unimaginable.
Remember, this is like the first streamer. This is definitely the first political streamer, right? Am I wrong about that? I'm under the impression that Destiny started streaming before like platforms were a thing. Like he literally like put together a stream, and in fact maybe that's why DGG existed in the first place, if there was no but yeah, he did esports. He did StarCraft 2. I mean, he wasn't great at it, but he was a professional, and then from there he would do, you know, video game streams, and eventually sort of transitioned into political and debate topics. And this is how he ends it. This is the first debate, bro. Exactly.
Told amount of violence caused by the occupying entity under the legal structure designed.
He's pro-Israel, so he will always have a place. I don't know how long he's gonna last, though. Like, this isn't healthy. Like, look, to do something for content, right? To go back and forth with people because that's what the content, the algorithmic gods wants. That's one thing, right? I don't think that's why Destiny does it. I think he is legitimately mad. I think that he is legitimately jealous. And I also think that he cannot help himself. And that's not a good place to be. That's not a healthy, like, mental space to occupy.
by the Western world, they're always the enemies. They're always the terrorists. They're always the bad guys. Okay? They're always the bad guys. There's between
why is he watching me?
Very angry gremlin and myself is that like
do you think he's gonna say
wait, is he calling Destiny the very angry gremlin?
anything of substance?
What I do is like praxis.
Oh, he doesn't do praxis?
That's it.
Oh, we have no responsibility. Oh.
That's not what he's saying. He's just refusing to put his stream on on the level of real life activism. That's what this fight is about. That's what that video was about, right? Is Hasan kind of like purposefully deflating himself and saying, yeah, but the real activists, like those are the heroes. It's not what I do. I am, spreading consciousness. I am having a conversation. I am doing content, but I'm not, this as opposed to Vosh, who says what I do is infinitely more impactful than any so-called activist, any so-called real life. Like you got counterexamples of like Vosh and Xanderhall, people who literally think that they are more important than people doing things out in the real world. And Hasan is saying, no, I am not more important than that. Right. But somehow Destiny says him saying that what he does is not praxis, is not, real world, is not impactful on the level of real world activism is akin to him abdicating responsibility. No, he's just not being an arrogant prick like you.
He's drinking Starbucks.
Oh, so he's a grifter then. Just admit that.
Put that on me.
Wait, then just say you're a grifter. You're here for the money. I'm glad I tuned in to hear this. That's cool.
Yeah.
So all you give a is making money. You don't care about making any.
And Destiny's here to deflate his own ego.
Like actual political change. If that's the case, then at least just stop talking about me. Let me do my thing. Let me go be delusional.
Oh, you want him to stop talking about you now? That's so interesting. That's so interesting when for years and years you have activated your community to go after this guy, but now you want him to stop talking about you. Okay.
About making political changes or whatever, and just do your thing. Go like grift or do whatever. Yeah. Like.
I like that his owns literally. I like
big
that his
research
owns are
day.
always just like,
1,
yeah, dude,
2,
you're
3,
attractive.
4,
Nobody
5,
would watch
6,
you if
7,
you weren't
8.
hot. Thank you.
When did I say that? What?
You have a nice house that I got for not only myself but for
my family.
I mean, I don't know if Destiny said it. It sounds like something he might say. I can't remember the clip though.
As well.
Oh, that's
and
such
I have
a
nice
cope.
Car. Like you're successful and attractive. It's like
and men work out and want
dude.
expensive cars because they're insecure with no emotional fortitude.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't say that?
I feel really owned right now. Instead of
why don't you play clips of me? Why doesn't he when he criticizes me or when he criticizes my criticism, play a clip of me saying that? Oh,
he's watching your freaking content. What do you think you're pulled up for?
Hasan is only popular because he's attractive. Now, being attractive definitely helps.
Okay, so he's like I don't know. Jury's out. I don't know if he said that or not.
But
anybody hear Destiny say something like that? I don't know if that's true.
Founding fathers.
I usually say that like
this is Destiny's fantasy of crushing Hasan in a debate.
He networked a ton. He was willing to stream a ton. Like those things help too. And he grew with like the social
Comparing himself to
socialism Zoomer stuff.
Alexander Hamilton and John Jay while chimping.
I love them complaining about being called Mr. Bonelli and Divorcerelli while the chat continues to like. I mean, these are the people who invented the name Hamasanabi, Hamasabi or whatever they call him.
Out so bad you spit on your webcam a few days after calling the guy you're feuding with the N-word.
Calling the guy you're feuding with the N-word?
I'm gonna give that a little repost right here. It seems like some.
Wait. What? So for the record, the last time that Destiny said the N-word, he was doing it as a punishment, ostensibly. I mean, he's kind of drunk, so like punishment, right? He's on with his co-host of AE, a guy named Dan, and Destiny's like threatening to say it. He was like, talk to the mic. Basically, Dan's not like right. Like when I talk like this, I sound not as good as when I talk like this. I sound like way better, right? So Dan was talking like this, right? His co-host is facing away from the camera. Destiny gets mad and he's like, talk to the microphone, and Dan's like, I'm fine, and Destiny's like, I'm gonna say it, and he says, the N-word. As like, I don't know, punishment or whatever. I don't know. He's just doing it to be edgy, basically. But I mean, like, yeah, technically you did call your co-host the N-word who you were feuding with. I don't know if Hasan maybe thinks that was like a legit argument between him and Dan. I mean, obviously it's not. They're like business partners.
Calling the guy
John Jay while chimping out so bad you spit on your webcam a few days after calling the guy you're feuding with the N-word.
Oh wait, Hasan is quoting somebody else, right? Wait, what is this about?
Alexander Hamilton and John Jay while chimping out so bad.
He networked a ton. He was willing to stream a ton. Like those things helped too. And he grew with like the social
Comparing himself to
socialism Zoomer stuff.
Alexander Hamilton and John Jay while chimping.
Oh, okay, yeah. So this was a when Destiny saw Hasan say that he wasn't an activist, he didn't put himself on that level, right? Or you know that he didn't think that his content was like changing anything, was convincing anybody, was like, you know, akin to political activism, right? Destiny's response was like, you don't think that people can affect things? What about the Federalist Papers? And you know, that got taken by some people as Destiny putting himself on the level with the founding fathers. Now that's not actually, like, I don't, to a lot of people, if you're aware of like who the founding fathers were, that's not really a compliment, but you know, some people said that, I guess, or interpreted what he's saying that way.
Chimping out so bad you spit on your webcam a few days after calling the guy you're feuding with the N-word.
Calling the guy you're feuding with the N-word?
Yeah. I'm gonna give that a little repost right here. It seems like some.
Wait, what? Who did I call? What is he talking about?
I don't know. Whoever that was didn't really understand the Destiny N-word segment, I guess. But you still said the N-word, dude.
Let me go ahead and retweet a little bit of misinformation here.
Of just debating persuasively.
Yeah, socialist Zoomer stuff. Well, he's basically saying that there was a trend in Generation Z of people being socialist, and Hasan like capitalized off of it. Like that, you know, in Destiny's mind, like there's nothing genuine about Hasan, including his politics, right? He's not really a socialist. He's just making money off of you know, Gen Z being into socialism.
They mean Hasan? When did I call him the N-word?
Yeah.
You said this. That's not calling someone the N.
It's just.
Wait, what? You said. Wait, I don't even know what they're talking about. Is there somebody in chat saying this? Yeah, somebody in chat says you called Hasan and it's like bleeped out. Yeah, Nug Night. one of these DGG people gets that it's about, I think it's the Destiny saying the N-word was about Dan. And whoever's tweeting, I can't tell. Like, do I need to make this into like no, it's already on 1080p. I can't tell what account that is. But yeah, I think they misinterpreted the clip. But dude, when you say the fucking N-word on stream, like, are you surprised that people misinterpret the clip, you know, as being hostile rather than you just being drunk and trying to be edgy?
What?
You know, sometimes debates do fail.
Look, their chat's saying that Hasan is divorced from reality. Divorced.
And like how?
Sometimes debates do fail, like when you debate your wife into not leaving you and then she leaves you anyway, and then you debate her further about why it was fucked up that she left you, or when you get your fans to debate another content creator on how your vibes are actually not.
He said this bleep, Hasan doesn't know what he's talking about on Twitter. But did he say... Wait, did he say the N-word? Are you bleeping where he said the N-word, or did he say bleep and it's like left to the imagination? Did he literally say bleep, this bleep? Like type out BLEEP? He said this blank. So it's basically begging the question of what he means. With a soft A? Oh yeah, with what he called Dan. Yeah, was the soft A.
Very good.
And then the fake laugh.
But one wonders, chat, what his gamer words were, because I'm guessing those were not a soft A. That was his inward Andy arc, where he asks us the question: if a gamer says the N word and no one is around to hear it, is it really bad?
Okay.
I need to learn all the Hasan laughs.
I mean, there's a video for that.
Didn't you leave her? Yeah, I don't even know. I didn't hear what he said.
Miles said he was a fan too. They say that because they know you'll hear them out if they do. And some of those people are fans. They do spend time in here. And then they usually, the way I've tracked this.
So we're almost there. We're almost to the part where he watches Hasan's video on the history of anti-Semitism.
Usually there will be like one thing that they have a disagreement with on me, and because of how passionate and even sometimes, dare I say, arrogant I get.
He started a new thing where he pulls one chatter who disagrees, especially DGers, and debates them and looks into their entire history and Reddit posts, etc. Based?
Actually own me. Because they can't just be like, well, I disagree with
Yeah, he might have actually gotten that technique. So chat, like on Twitch especially, right? If I click on a chatter's name, I can look at their entire chat history. Now, I don't do this very often, and I definitely don't like pull it up on stream to like embarrass people, right? But I think this is something that Destiny started doing a long time ago, and I'm guessing Hasan just got it from him.
This issue, let's move on. They have an unhealthy relationship with the content that
but I can actually see how the Reddit history would be useful, chat, because I've had people come in here, flame out, like flame at my mods, get themselves banned, and then go to Reddit, go to some subreddit and claim that they were banned for having a disagreement
from the jump. So then they seek out another even more unhealthy relationship by looking for someone who will speak for themselves. In their minds, I become everything that is
Jesus, it's just like hours and hours. I feel like he watched Hasan for like hours.
Wrong with the world.
I mean, that's what it makes it look like to do these like cuts.
And that community has a steady flow of content that will constantly feed them more.
It's like 2 hours later.
Information. You're seeing this right now. You're seeing all of the NPC talking points. That all stems from, and I addressed every single one of them.
Do you really think that constantly watching Hamas Piker's stuff and commenting on it is a valuable use of your time? Yes, unfortunately. The issue, because like I've talked to August, my little autism group about this. The issue is that like when people say things like this came to a head for the Ludwig stuff. This is part of what I thought about on my days off. Usually I just kind of like meme about it and move on. But the issue is that then if I have a blow up moment where I just get irritated and I end up lashing out at somebody.
Is my account connected to Reddit? YouTube is really worried about this. Okay, so first of all, I don't think this works on YouTube. I don't think YouTube does the same thing. This is like a Twitch thing, and this is very much Twitch culture, right? YouTube's got its own streaming culture, and it's kind of its own thing.
A bunch of people, my fan base even included, sometimes will look at me like, why are you so unhinged, or why are you so crazy about this particular person? And it's because I let these types of attacks and these things like slide like way too much. So I think I have to be a little bit more proactive in responding to stuff like this so that people
No, I think it would be like if you had the same like account name as your Reddit name, which some people do and some people don't. At least it's not on like Threads where it forces you to attach it to your Instagram account.
So that people can see it. It just because otherwise, basically, my reputation is being destroyed in these circles that I have no contact with because people like Hasan will just lie about me, right? It is disappointing though because
so he's giving his explanation for why his chat is now annoyed that he's talking about Hasan so much.
It's like Thiologist, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. It's disappointing because like when I watch Hasan, I can't like.
Although those 50 gifted subs don't lie.
Take notes, and it's like, oh,
you know what I'm saying? There's some people in here really enjoying this.
We need to research this, and we need to do that. I have to like work on my like theory of mind stuff because like, okay, well, if somebody's gonna blatantly lie about everything, like, what do we do to counter this, or how do I deal with?
Generally, somebody giving that many subs means they really like what you're doing.
A person who's like
what you're currently covering.
Poisoning the well in this way or that way, or is like making these, because none of it is like fact-based, right? Like you're never going to watch a Hasan reaction to me and Hasan's like, Destiny's so stupid. He didn't even know that the Mufti in, 1937, didn't even flee to Beirut until 39. Like it's like never like a factual like criticism of anything. It's just like Divorcelli today was pro-genocide, apartheid, and it's like, okay, so yeah, it's annoying and kind of boring.
Dude, are you not?
But
do you want to revise your takes?
What are you gonna do? When these people like become less popular, I don't have to worry about it as much. But
when Hasan becomes less popular than you, yeah, that's right. That's what's gonna happen.
Logically or morally defend.
He's just gonna fade away.
Hasan had AOC on.
How long has Destiny been telling himself that?
Yesterday, and didn't break 30K viewers. Is that true?
Oh, there we go. That may be more of an AOC problem than a Hasan problem.
Damn, this was an AOC stream?
Look at that. That's some like that's not even Social Blade. Like what the fuck is that? What is this site? Oh wait, Sully Gnome. Wait, I've heard it. This is like a Twitch thing, I think. Sully Gnome.
Like I feel like the thing that I said before, I guess we'll see during the election time. I feel like it's true. But I feel like one of the issues is that like Hasan is like tankied his audience so hard that they have like no engagement with the political process, so they don't care.
Wait, so why would you care if tankies are talking shit about you? Is that do you really think that? Then you shouldn't be concerned about him.
Right? So like I feel like for Hasan, like I feel like the election won't be that big of a bump for him, because why would his audience give a f? It's just like
I mean, I think it will. He covers politics and it usually does quite well.
It's like, who cares? It's like two Nazis to them,
Not exactly.
When the 19th century Jews came so close.
Okay, so here we go. Here's what I promised you, right? I knew it was in here somewhere. So this is what, somebody put this up on his subreddit? Is this? Yeah, this is Our Destiny. All right, so somebody put it up on Our Destiny. They titled this Hasan breezes past Marx's anti-Judaism. Is that what you heard, chat? Because I heard him making a point of identifying and labeling Marx's anti-Judaism, Marx's anti-Semitism. Let's just say it as it is. Like, I mean, that's literally what he said.
With capitalism.
Anyway.
That some even view.
Wait, why is he reading Wikipedia?
The Jews are the creator of capitalism, according to Mueller. Those who embrace capitalism tended to be sympathetic.
No, Destiny. Wikipedia is only bad when you read it.
And those who rejected capitalism tended to be hostile to the Jews. Except the irony, of course, is Karl Marx himself, being a Jewish person. Because many Jews were employed in occupations that Marx considered non-productive, he singled out Jews for particular criticism and blamed Judaism for the exploitation and alienation of workers. This is why they say Karl Marx is an anti-Semite, despite being of a Jew.
Okay, so this is what they did. They found him saying, this is why people say Karl Marx is an anti-Semite, and kind of cast on that the idea that Hasan disagrees with these people. That's not the point of the stream. Like, Hasan brought up Marx's anti-Semitism.
Jewish background himself. Marx.
Why does he say things like that? You can be anti-Semitic and be of a Jew. Like, there's.
I mean, like, this is the guy that always says he gets taken out of context, literally looking at one clip of somebody, and taking the most uncharitable interpretation possible.
Racist, but whatever.
Background himself. Marx concluded that Judaism was responsible for the alienation of many Jewish workers.
Is it Marx or Engels who made weird anti-Semitic comments? Or there's
Marx.
It's like, I say comments. I think it was just one in a letter. Am I thinking of the right?
Destiny has cordial relationships with a lot of Nazis. He took Nicholas J. out to dinner. True.
Person? I don't remember. Both? Oh, I don't like this that much. I don't give a f. Literally nobody cares about either of these people, but
I mean, it's an important thing to bring up if you're a leftist, that like your leftism should never be about like worshiping the progenitors of your ideology, right? That reeks of like religion. That reeks of religion and nationalism and everything that leftism should stand in contrast to.
Except young college.
You gotta call out the bullshit in Marx, right?
In his 1844 work on the Jewish question, Marx distinguished between the Sabbath Jew and the everyday Jew. Marx argued that, particularly speaking,
I mean, can you imagine taking that and trying to be like, no, Marx did nothing wrong. No, of course that's of course that's wrong.
Judaism was a commercial practice, not a theology. According to Perry, Marx believed that Jews are the embodiment of capitalism, money system in action, and the creators of all its evil
Yeah, Engels was Marx's funder.
Consequences on humanity, which is the reason why they say he is a anti-Semite, which once again is ironic because of this part, which is the most important part of this conversation: Jewish Bolshevism.
Yeah, I don't even know what
You don't even know what to make of that. Okay, I'm sorry. These are high level ideas that look, Destiny engaged in some Dave Rubin back and forth, so there's some high level ideas there, I guess, but he literally doesn't get what Hasan is talking about. You would have had to watch more of the video. You would have had to watch more of the video to it's not clear from that clip, but yeah, he's probably smarter thing for him just not engage with something that he doesn't completely understand.
I don't even know what he's saying. I have no idea. I'm just not, my brain isn't big enough.
I appreciate that, Destiny.
All right.
Yo, he just admitted it. Okay. So chat, it looks like Marjorie Taylor Greene is currently winning. There's like a good, like what I've seen so far is like a 5-minute exchange. I want to see if we can find like longer, because completed heated exchange between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Dr. Anthony Fauci. Okay, I found it. So I just want to make sure that chat is let's see. Are we happy with the results, chat? Or do we need to have a runoff? A runoff means I run the poll again, but with like less options. So yeah, Pod Save America ahead by 29% over MTG versus Fauci at 27%. Everything is in the 20s. So this is the closest poll that we've ever had, right? And then MTG versus Fauci is plus 32%. Now we subtract 25%. This is the most overly complicated math ever, but trust me, I'm trying to be as fair as possible here, right? So we subtract 32% for MTG versus Fauci from 25% minus for Vox Populi, leaving us with 7%. 7% plus 27% is 34%, putting MTG versus Fauci 5 points ahead of Pod Save America's bad take. Do we need to do the runoff? We got one person for runoff. We got one person for MTG. I kind of feel bad about doing the runoff though, because there's people that voted that might not be voting in the runoff. Yeah, Magic the Gathering is going after Fauci. I always forget which ones are in. Like, I don't think I know Magic the Gathering cards. I think I only know like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Because Pot of Greed is Yu-Gi-Oh, right? No, wait. Pot of Greed is. We got several votes for MTG. Several people just want to go. We got one vote for runoff, 2 votes for MTG. I feel like if I do another poll, it's going to take too long. And I want to give you the content that you've selected, which seems like MTG at the moment. Unless anybody with a dono has something to say about that. We might be able to do both. You're going to watch the whole Fauci thing or just the MTG part? The MTG part was what I was thinking of. Duelist NCC is an arc I'm here for. Oh my god. I need to get the game. I absolutely need to get the game. Yeah, we kind of could do both. Could we? No, the Pod Save America thing's kind of long, isn't it? I mean, look, if something comes in second, you know you're going to see it again. You know that I'll put it up again for you. If not, just like straight up cover it, right? I do take these polls as a metric of what people are into, what people want to watch. Speaking of which, I said that I had a video for you. I was planning on putting it out today, but you can see that I haven't. I need to get that out. I need to get the it's the MAGA Cope video. It's the Hogwatch, the MAGA Meltdown, whatever you want to call it, right? That video is done, basically. But I also wanted to put it up on Patreon for my patrons. Remember, if you are supporting me on Patreon, one of the benefits of that is to get the unedited version of stuff before other people get the actual video. So I'm planning on putting that stuff up on, in fact, you're going to get a lot on Patreon. Wait, who gets the unedited? The Fancy Weasels and above. God damn, there's like a lot of, it's a big step up from Based Weasel to Fancy Weasel. This is, like, I wanted to have more time to decide exactly what perks go with what levels of Patreon, but I ended up having to, put it out, but just because Patreon doesn't let you have, it doesn't let you have unpublished tiers without, like, making it impossible for other people to donate. So in the interest of people being able to utilize the Patreon, I had to go live with the levels as they are. But yeah, it's a big step up from $3 Based Weasel to $5 Fancy Weasel, which gets you the fancy shout out and live streams and videos and the early access, unedited, uncensored cuts of upcoming YouTube videos. I might eventually add that for Based Weasel too. I don't know. I want people to have the access to the Snyder cuts. But yeah, you should have a Snyder cut coming to you tonight if you are a Fancy Weasel over on Patreon, in which case you'll get to hear all the cuss words, right? These MAGA chuds, they cuss a lot. They say a lot of bad words. They say a lot of slurs. They say a lot of bad words. If you want to see it in all of its glory, exactly what they say with no bleeps, I'm going to put that up tonight on Patreon, and then it'll be available for everybody tomorrow morning. In fact, I might even give the members an early shot on that on YouTube, because memberships has its benefits, and that's one of the benefits. Sometimes you get stuff early. If I upload it in time. The weasel aristocracy. Oh yeah, right. This is the issue. Now we've got a weasel aristocracy going on. So yeah, here we are. I think I'm gonna take your I think the overall consensus of the chat is to move straight on to MTG versus Fauci, the final showdown. Thanks to C-SPAN.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fauci, you were quoted on CBS Face the Nation saying it's easy to criticize, but they're really criticizing science because I represent science. Do you represent science, Mr. Fauci?
I am a scientist.
Speaking about being taken out of context, right? They criticize me because I represent science, meaning what they're really criticizing is the science, is different than saying that like a so some kind of French king, you're saying, I am the science, je suis la science. I don't think that's exactly, I don't think that's what Fauci was saying, but leave it to MTG to take somebody's words in bad faith.
Who uses the scientific method to gain information.
Yes.
Science is a method.
You said you represent science. Do you represent science?
To these assholes, to hogs like yourself, ma'am, yes. And that is why you were attacking him. That is why you were attacking him, Representative Green.
Mr. Fauci?
Or should I say Miss Green?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, that's not a yes or no answer.
Yes, it's a yes or no.
I don't think it is.
It's a bullshit question. Come on.
Okay, well, we'll take that as a you don't know what you represent.
But this. Oh, I guess Fauci doesn't know. Here we go. Here's the beagles. Explain these beagles. You call yourself a man of science, and yet this is how you treat beagles. I feel like she should address her, complaints at what's her name, Christy Nome. Yeah, if you want to talk about people that are cruel to animals, like right, you got people in your own party
As director of the NIH, you did sign off on these so-called scientific experiments. And as a
These so-called beagles were...
dog lover, I want to tell you this is disgusting.
I feel like she's probably not very nice to her dogs. Like, I don't know. It's just a hunch, chat. Just a hunch.
And evil, what you signed off on, and these experiments that happened to beagles paid for by the American taxpayer. And I want you to know Americans don't pay their taxes for animals to be tortured like this.
Yo, MTG PETA arc, when? You wanna get animal experimentation out of research? You got a lot more than Fauci to worry about. You got a lot more. There's a lot of animals used in studies that they can't do with humans.
So the type of science that you are representing, Mr. Fauci, is abhorrent, and it needs to stop. Mr. Fauci, you also represent the type of science where you confess that you made up the COVID rules, including
I didn't hear what you
6
said.
feet social distancing and masking of children.
I never said I made anything up.
You admitted that you made it up. You made it up.
The Daily Mail said it right here in their headline to the article that I'm not showing. Do we want to look at the Daily Mail article? Do you want to take a look at this? Daily Mail, Dr. Anthony Fauci confesses he... Let's see if we can find the article. Wait, did they take this down or something? Oh no, here we go. All right, so here's the article she's looking at. She's not going to show the... And remember, this is the Daily Mail, all right? This is not worthy of wiping your ass on. Like, it's not, revealed, Dr. Anthony Fauci confesses he made up COVID rules, including 6 feet, social distancing, and masking kids. Bombshell testimony from Dr. Anthony Fauci reveals that he made up the 6-foot social distancing rule and other measures to, quote-unquote, protect Americans from COVID. Republicans put out a full transcript of their sit-down interview with Fauci from January, just days before his highly anticipated public testimony on Monday. They plan to grill him about COVID restrictions. So wait, when was this published? June 2nd. So they had an interview with him in January. We're not seeing quotes here. I'd like to see quotes of like what exactly he said that we are summarizing as him admitting to making up these things. They plan to grill him about COVID restrictions he put in place, that he admitted he didn't do much to slow the spread, that he admitted what the restrictions didn't do much to slow the spread of the virus. Kids' learning loss and social setback have been well documented, with one national institute, as well as the number of people who would have died were these, restrictions not to have been put in place. The idea that you're just going to cavalierly, like, not worry about a pandemic, right, which is the alternative to, doing something about it, even if there wasn't, like, science to say, yes, 6 feet, yes, like, right, it's you're kind of at a point where you got 2 choices and you don't have time to do more studies. You got to make a decision. Do something, do nothing. Looks like Daily Mail here wants to do nothing. Kids learning loss and social setbacks have been well documented, with one National Institute of Health study calling the impact of mask use on students' literacy and learning. This is mask use? I mean, look, I could see you say social setbacks. I could see you say learning loss, but you're talking about learning loss from having a mask on? The bare fucking minimum if you're going to have, kids in a school together? And the impact from social distancing caused depression, generalized anxiety, acute stress, This is a one time that you'll see right-wingers care about depression, generalized anxiety, acute stress, and intrusive thoughts. Other times they'll call you snowflakes for, having symptoms like these. Another NIH study found, speaking to counsel on behalf of the House Select Subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic earlier this year, Fauci told Republicans that the 6-foot social distancing rule just so here's the quote, sort of just appeared. We got 4 words. That's what's quoted. I mean, he said, here we go. There's a transcript maybe that he said, according to the committee transcripts, when pressed about how the rule came about, he added he was not aware of studies that supported the social distancing, conceding that such studies would be difficult to do. That's the thing. You're at a crossroads where you're going to do something that makes sense, that seems like it might, reduce transmission, or you're going to do nothing. You're going to tell them, do whatever you fucking want. We're not going to tell you anything. You wear a mask, don't wear a mask, stand right next to each other, stand 6 feet away. Just your fucking choice. That's what the Daily Mail seems to want here. In addition to not recalling any evidence supporting social distancing, Fauci also told the committee's counsel that he didn't remember reading anything to support masking kids would prevent COVID. Do you recall reviewing any studies or data? That's such a weird thing. A novel freaking health risk, a novel virus, and you're supposed to be like, did you read studies on it? No. This is literally just happening now. There aren't any studies, right? Do you recall reviewing any studies or data supporting? Also, can you imagine the study that would support or not support this, right? We've got our control group, a bunch of kids that we're going to put together, some of them infected with COVID in the same room with no masks and no social distancing. And in the experimental group, we're going to have masks and social distancing. And we're going to see if more of these kids come down with COVID, then that's unethical. You can't do that study. Come on, use your brain. Do you recall reviewing any studies or data supporting masking for children? He was asked. So here's the whole transcript. Do you recall the discussion regarding any kind of the at least 6-foot threshold began? The 6 foot in the school, 6 foot overall. I mean, 6 foot was applied to businesses. Yeah, it was applied to schools. It was applied here. At least how the messaging was applied was the 6 foot distancing. This is the question. Was the distance needed to be Anthony Fauci? I don't recall. It just sort of appeared. I don't recall like a discussion of whether it should be 5 or 6 or whatever. It was just 6 foot. Do you see any studies supporting 6 feet? Anthony Fauci, I was not aware of studies that, in fact, would have been very difficult to study. Yeah, exactly. And the kind of study that they seem to want is fucking unethical. Just like nobody that would never get past an ethics board, which you need. You need a study to get past an ethics board, right? And the studies that were not ethical are studied in schools as like what not to do, right? There is examples of unethical research, and it's like fucking horror show actually. So yeah, that's why these ethics panels exist. Anyway, I don't recall Dr. Anthony Fauci told the committee when pressed on whether the 6 foot social distancing rules came from. It sort of just appeared. Okay, so do you recall reviewing any studies or data supporting the masking of children? I might have, Mitch, but I don't recall specifically that I did. I might have. Question. Since there's been a lot of studies that have come out since the pandemic started, but specifically on this, there have been significant on kind of like the learning loss and speech development issues that have been associated with particularly young children wearing masks while they're growing up. They can't see their teacher talk. They can't learn how to form words. Yeah, so let's let them get infected instead. That's a great idea. Have you followed any of those studies? Answer, no. But I believe that there are a lot of conflicting studies too. That there are those who say, yes, there is an impact, and there are those who say they're not. I think it's still up in the air. Okay, so I might have, he responded before adding the context, but I don't recall specifically that I did. The pandemic patriarch, okay, also testified that he had not followed the studies after. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't read your Anti-vaxxer studies. I'm sorry, I didn't read your fucking. Like, right, who do you think is asking him the question, right? Who do you think is the questioner? What MAGA chud is asking these questions? And so therefore, what kind of study do you think we're dealing with here? Just a thought experiment. Anyway, after the fact, regarding the impacts of forced mask wearing had on children, which there are many, and his answer was an ironic COVID-esque pun. I stink. That's not a COVID pun. Come on, that's not a COVID. If you'd said like particle or something like that, or water, like droplets, right? That would have been a COVID pun. Anyway, I think that's still up in the air. Fauci said on whether masking kids, but it was, airborne too. So, right. Whether masking kids was a solid way to prevent transmission. I love the thought that like we want like health officials that are like, wait, no, but what's a solid research-based way of protecting people from this novel fucking virus whose methods and means of transmissions we do not fully understand yet? And that the responsible one is the person that says, yeah, if we don't have solid evidence behind it, don't fucking bother with the masks. Don't bother with the social distancing. We don't have solid evidence. I'm sorry. I guess there's nothing we can do. No, there is something you can do. You can err on the side of caution, which is what was done, which seems like the responsible choice. It seems like the solid choice from my perspective anyway. Further, the former director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases told the council that he believes the lag leak theory, the idea that COVID began at the Wuhan Institute of, he believes that it's a real possibility. Hey, here's a fucking mind-blowing thing, right? We don't know what the origin of it was. We probably never will be. We probably never will. We don't know enough to say for sure that, it didn't evolve in a lab, right? If you're being 100%, the answer is we don't know. But like, if you're a conspiracy theorist, we don't know means like, oh yeah, no, it definitely arose in Wuhan, and it must have been, on purpose. It must have been the Chinese Communist Party trying to fuck up the world. When who got fucked up the most from COVID? China got massively fucked up from COVID. But no, it's definitely the CCP that did it to the world. I don't know. I think that I think people have been made. I think people have made conspiracy aspects from it. He said, adding, it could be a lab leak. Yeah. So the thing is, we just don't know the source. So I think that in and of itself isn't inherently a conspiracy theory. Yeah, so exactly. It could be, but like, when you sort of jump to that conclusion, yeah, that is conspiratorial thinking. And when you furthermore ascribe intent on a fucking nationalistic basis by being like, oh yeah, it was the enemies of the United States, the great American military industrial complex, those Chinese those Chi-coms did it too, right? That's conspiratorial thinking. That's why I did that in the voice of Alex Jones. No, not Alex Jones, but Alex Jones does call them the Chi-coms, I believe. Some people spin off things that are kind of crazy. Yeah, his admission that COVID may have began at the Wuhan Institute of Virology comes from 4 years after he backed the publication of a paper which threw cold water on the lab leak theory called Proximal Origins paper. Okay, so here we go. Do you think the possibility or hypothesis that the coronavirus emerged from a laboratory accident is a conspiracy theory? Well, it's a possibility. I think people have made conspiracy theory aspects about it, and I think that you have to separate the two and keep an open mind. That it could be a lab leak, or it could be a natural occurrence. I've mentioned in this committee that I believe the evidence that I've seen weighs my opinion towards one, which is natural occurrence, but I leave an open mind. I mean, this is how science works. This is how the scientific method works. You don't close your mind to something that is possible. So I think that in and of itself, it isn't inherently a conspiracy, but see, I don't see any problem in this testimony, right? Some people spin off things that are kind of crazy. Okay, anyway. Coronavirus Committee has dedicated months to discovering the origins of the virus that upended so many lives and resulted in the deaths of 6 million people globally. Recently, they have discovered that Fauci's former top aide, Dr. David Morans, routinely conducted his own personal email account, work on his own personal email account, deleted files to avoid government transparency laws of the FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act. His disregard for FOIA requests was so. This sounds like it's written by an anti-vaxxer. I gotta say. Was so. I don't know how popular anti-vax shit is in the UK, but you know, this is Daily Mail here. Was so blatant that he bragged in emails to his colleagues that he learned how to make official correspondence disappear, that he would delete things if he didn't want to see it in the New York Times. Emails from Morens uncovered by the committee further revealed that he boasted about having a secret back channel to Fauci where he could clandestinely communicate with the former NIAID director. That revelation shocked the committee's chairman, Brad Wenstrup, Republican of Ohio, so thoroughly that he demanded that Fauci turn over his personal email and phone records to the investigative body. Also shocking is Fauci's admission to the committee in January that he never looks at the grants he signs off on, some of which total millions of taxpayer dollars. You know, technically I sign off on each council, but I don't see the grants and what they are. I never look at the grants, look at what the grants are, what grants are there, he told the committee's counsel. Furthermore, he said that he was not certain that foreign labs had received U.S. grant money, such as the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which was studying coronaviruses using U.S. taxpayer dollars at the time of the pandemic began, operate on the same standards as American labs. Fauci has also said that the money he gave out as part of the NIAID grant process did not go through any national security reviews. National security, oh my god. Okay, so wait. Is this from the... I think this is from the hearing that MTG is talking to him at. Okay, so we already read this. Additionally, the former director said that he was unaware of any conflicts of interest among his staff, which included his senior advisor, Dr. Morens. However, Morens testified before the committee on May 22nd that he helped his best friend, EcoHealth Alliance President Dr. Peter Daszak, with his nonprofit's work. Morens said he helped edit press releases for EcoHealth and worked to restore grant funding for the nonprofit after its funding was terminated in the wake of COVID outbreak of 2020. NIH, which employs Morens, funded Daszak's EcoHealth to the tune of millions of dollars. Still, Fauci said that he was unaware that Morens had any conflict of interest. The subcommittee will surely seek to clarify Fauci and Morens' secret back channel of communications at the June 3rd hearing. So,
Mr. Chairman, Doctor, why was it so important that the virus not have started in a lab?
We don't know where it started, and that's the reason why I keep an open mind. So I don't know what you mean by why was it so important. It wasn't important.
Well, you still don't know where it started? The guys you gave money to figured it out in 3 days.
No,
there's not.
No,
Mr. Anderson said on January.
There's not a conclusion about this. It's still it's literally up in the air. We do not know.
January 31st, 2020, virus looks engineered, virus not consistent with evolutionary theory. The very next day, Dr. Gary.
Oh God, this is Jim Jordan, right? Yeah.
How this happens in nature would be easy to do in a lab, and then 3 days later, Shazam, they switch and say it has to be nature. So they figured out in 3 days, but you still don't know?
No, in fact, if you look at what they were saying, Congressman Jordan, they were saying that it was not a manufactured virus. It still could have evolved out of a lab.
Well, let me read something.
The anti-vax stuff began with a UK doctor. Wait, are you talking about Wakefield? The old school anti-vax? This is the person, right? Wakefield was the one that was talked about in that Illuminati clip, if you remember. The H-bomber guy tweet about Illuminati's the first tweet about Illuminati's plagiarism, right? They were talking about Wakefield.
Here,
They're not incompatible.
In our study on the censorship of the Biden administration working with big tech, I want to read you a WhatsApp message from Mark Zuckerberg. Can we include that the White House put pressure on us to censor the lab leak theory? So this is a communication on July 16th, 2021. Nick Clegg, Joel Kaplan, Sheryl Sandberg, Mark Zuckerberg. They're certainly feeling the pressure to downplay any lab leak theory and go with the natural origin theory.
Is there a question there?
There's coming. One's coming.
One's coming.
Email to Mark Zuckerberg. It says, subject line, COVID misinformation, Wuhan lab leak theory. In response to continued public pressure and tense conversations with the new administration, we started removing 5 COVID claims, including the lab leak theory. Mr. Zuckerberg responds, this seems like a good reminder that when we compromise our standards due to pressure from an administration in either direction, we often later regret it.
Wait, did Jim Jordan?
Why was it so important the virus not have started in a lab?
Wasn't so important that the virus not. We don't know. We know
it was important to someone in the Biden administration, so much so that the top people at Meta, the top people at Facebook are asking, why are we getting all this pressure to downplay the lab leak theory? And we have an email from June of the same year, June 4th, 2021, saying the same thing. It was certainly important to somebody.
Well, what has that got to do with me?
I'm asking you because you're the expert on the coronavirus. I'm saying, why was the administration so pushing not to have the lab leak theory?
Wait, the administration? Are we talking about the Trump administration?
That was viable.
I can answer that. I've kept an open mind throughout the entire
You kept
process.
an open mind. Dr. Fauci, open mind.
That is correct.
What happened in those 3 days? Why did Dr. Anderson and, Mr. Anderson and Dr. Gary, why did they change their mind in 180 degrees? Because what Christian Anderson says 3 days later, after he said virus looks engineered, virus not consistent with evolutionary theory, 3 days later he says the main crackpot theories going around at the moment relate to this virus being somehow engineered, and that is demonstrably false. How did they figure all that out in 3 days, Dr. Fauci?
You can do that.
You still have an open mind.
Well, what they did is that they testified before this committee. What they did, they went back and looked at the sequences and realized that their initial concern was unfounded about that, and it did not look at all like it was manufactured. But as they said in their paper, even though they feel it was more likely,
3 days they figured it out.
That's exactly. You could do that in 3 days. You can scan sequences in a day.
Did U.S. tax dollars flow through a grant recipient to the lab in China?
I'm sorry. What was?
Did U.S. tax dollars flow through a grant recipient to the lab in China?
Yes, of course. It was a sub-award to the Wuhan Institute.
And who approved that award?
Excuse me?
And who approved that award? What agency approved that award?
National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases.
Your agency approved that, right?
Yes, it did. Did
that have anything to do with this downplaying of the lab leak theory?
No.
Nothing to do with it?
Nothing.
What? Do you agree that there was a push to downplay the lab leak theory?
Not on my part.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
I think most of the country would find that amazing. I still got 11 seconds.
But look at the facts.
It's really funny that it's like Trump's guy that they're demonizing, right?
I've kept an open mind throughout the entire process.
But I mean, this is like an open rift in the Republican Party, right? The DeSantis contingent tends to attack Trump for Operation Warp Speed, for for keeping Fauci, right?
All right, I yield back. Mr. Chairman.
And obviously Trump says that DeSantis closed everything down in the beginning. Okay, let's get back to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Say I made it up.
So are you saying this is fake news, Mr. Fauci?
I didn't say I made anything up.
What did you say?
I said that it is not based in science and it just appeared.
But this is science.
What does dogs have to do with anything that we're talking about?
This is what you call science, Mr. Fauci. You cutting up beagles to make a super beagle. A Frankenstein beagle.
Scientific experiments. This is what you signed off on.
Wait, this guy's like this guy's got his hand in this guy's like face palming. This guy behind Fauci.
But you also told the American
This is what you call science.
People they had to distance by 6 feet. they had to wear masks. But let's also talk a little bit further about the type of science that you represent. NIH scientists made $710 million in royalties from drug makers, a fact that's been hidden. Let's talk about the fact about...
Is that the New York Post there?
Is it right for scientists and doctors...
Yeah, Frankenbeagle, exactly.
...paid by the American people, government taxpayer paychecks to get patents, where they're paid millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in royalty fees, especially when the NIH and these government agencies, most powerful agencies in our country, are recommending medical suggestions and advice and making up guidelines like 6 feet distancing and masking of children. Do you think
completely making up the idea that infectious disease might be transmitted less when people stand further away or when they wear a mask over their face? That's just completely made up.
That's appropriate? Do the American people deserve to be abused like that?
You should have done an unethical scientific experiment ad hoc, subjecting children to possible transmission of the fucking virus. Is that what you're saying? Because it sounds like that's what you're saying.
Mr. Fauci.
You should have tested it out on beagles first. Oops, I mean not beagles, children.
You're not doctor. You're Mr. Fauci.
You're Mr. Fauci. I'm taking away your medical degree.
In my few minutes.
No. Wait, did she mute him? Does she have the power to mute him? Did they give what kind of hearing is this?
I don't need your answer. I want to talk about
what are these poster boards? Have they never heard of PowerPoint? Apparently not.
This right here.
Mr. Chairman, objection. Objection.
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time, Mr. Raskin.
Gentlelady will suspend.
Mr. Chairman,
point of order.
Just in
I feel like calling her a gentle lady is a misnomer. I don't think she's
Quorum, are we allowed to deny?
I don't think that applies.
The doctor is a doctor just because we don't want him to be a doctor?
Yes, because in my time, that man does not deserve to have a license. As a matter of fact, it should be revoked, and he belongs in prison.
I would trust Dr. Seuss more than I would trust Mr. Fauci. He's a real doctor. He'll tell you whether you can have green eggs and ham 5 feet apart or 6 feet apart. You can have it in a box. You can have it in a fox. The fox was not worried about catching COVID.
And the gentlelady should recognize the doctor as a doctor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, is this what we have become?
Yeah.
Is this what
basically
we have evolved into? No decorum.
You know what? We can do that hearing about
that's where we are.
Men that were injected with syphilis, because I support you in that. That's horrific. And this government that does things like that to Americans doesn't have decorum to the American people.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is.
Wait, did she just now start caring about is she talking about the Tuskegee experiments? It's
out of
point of regular order, please.
The gentleman is out of order.
You're a little late on that one, Madge.
Recognize the point of order. Go ahead with your point of order.
You got it.
No, I mean, I was going to say what Representative Raskin said. That's completely unacceptable to be able to deny Dr. Fauci, who's here, a respected member of the medical community, his title. And that's actually a personal attack on his character.
And I have instructed her.
He's not respected.
Wait, is she engaging in personalities again?
And I've instructed her.
She's engaging in personalities.
To address him as doctor.
I'm not addressing him as doctor. Let's talk about this. I'm reclaiming my time. I'm reclaiming my time.
Words get taken down.
I'm reclaiming my time.
It's so funny how easy it is for her to mute or whoever to mute Dr. Fauci, and how hard it is for the people leading the session to mute her.
Second that.
Point of order.
Suspend.
All right.
A member can only move to have words. I'm sorry. The issues we are debating are important ones that members feel deeply about. And while vigorous disagreement is part of
she learned about the experiment from a meme.
Legislative process, as I said at the beginning, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum in debate.
Now this is what the Republicans are doing now that they've given up on the Biden impeachment, right? They're going after Fauci. They're trying to bring this up. They think that this will help them, and I don't know. I haven't seen numbers on this, but I'm guessing that you know, whoever kind of brings up COVID, whether it's people that think like I do, that we should probably be more concerned with it, or whether it's people like the Republicans who are bent on vengeance against anybody who did anything about COVID, right? Relitigating, the masks, relitigating the social distancing, right? I think that whoever brings it up loses. I think that overall, politically, it is a loser of an issue. And it's kind of sad because, yeah, we're not over the pandemic by any means, right? We don't have reliable testing, right, to give us, numbers, like, actual numbers. What we do have, though, is wastewater levels, right? The levels of COVID products in the wastewater to give us an estimate of what levels the virus exists at, and it's not good. It's not good. This last winter had the second highest spike of the entire pandemic. The second highest spike. And what's even worse is that the levels aren't coming down the way that they used to after the spike. Yeah, so, but I mean, like, in reality, this is more of an issue than people want to make of it. Obviously, Biden and, business leaders and, everybody who wants us to just get back to work and act like nothing's wrong, right? That's the view that's prevailing. But I think that the Republicans are actually hurting themselves here by trying to relitigate COVID. I don't think this is a winner.
Reminder that it is a violation of House rules and the rules of this committee to engage in personalities regarding other members or to question the motives of a colleague. Remarks of that type are not permitted by the rules and are not in keeping with the best traditions of our committee.
When white people were scared that COVID would affect them, they were all about the masks, anti-social distancing, anti-vax, and anti-disinfectant. Oh, they were anti-mask. Wait, sorry, I'm putting two of your comments together. They were all about wearing masks, getting vaccines, and social distancing and disinfecting. Once they found out that it impacted POCs more negatively, all of a sudden, they were anti-mask, anti-social distancing, anti-vax, anti-disinfectant.
The chair will enforce these rules of decorum at all times and urges all members to be mindful of their remarks. Does the gentleman from California have anything further?
Well, we should take her words down.
Yeah, I made it. I offered that her words be taken down, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a point of order.
Mr. Griffin
they
is
accused us
Mr.
of
Griffin
worshiping President Trump. We don't worship President Trump.
Gentlelady will suspend.
You don't worship the Son of Man? That doesn't sound very Christian to me.
Mr. Griffin, you have a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, while it may not be polite, I believe the rule only applies to members of this body, the Senate, and the President of the United States. I do not believe that it applies. The rule on taking down words does not apply to a witness. Again, I'm not condoning the words. I'm just relating or asking whether or not it applies to individuals who are just happen to be here in front of us.
I agree. The chair overrules the point of order by the gentleman from Maryland, but ask that members please afford all other members the respect they're entitled, refrain from using rhetoric that could be construed as an attack on the motives or character of another member or the witness. You may proceed.
Thank you. This was a time in history where you got,
in case you thought we were done, we're not done,
to throw out the first pitch at the Washington Nationals baseball game, while Americans were forced to stay home and watch such events that they love from at home alone on their televisions. And what a hypocrisy this picture shows. Here you are without your mask, with empty seats everywhere. Remember the cardboard cutout fans? That was one of the most insulting things to Americans, having to watch the games from home where you got to...
I never saw the card. I should find that. Let's see if I can find that video. Like, I don't think I ever saw the cardboard cutout games.
Go and enjoy the game.
Will I get pulled down for it, chat? If I show like a Major League Baseball, I know if I show like a if I show an MMA, if I show like a UFC match, I'll get shit canned. Do you think the same thing's true for baseball?
people, not following the 6 feet of distancing, not wearing your mask, and everyone else was forced to stay home and stop enjoying life. And your science here, your science is displayed perfectly in this picture where children in school were put in plastic bubbles.
Okay, like as a music lover, this pains me to say, but like I think that like ceasing like band class during the pandemic is probably like, I mean, you if you've been around saxophones, have you been around brass instruments? There's a lot of moist particles that come out of the end, right? And you know, like with choir or something, it's probably even worse anyway. Cardboard cutouts,
your
baseball
science.
game.
Your repulsive, evil
Your beagle science.
And let's go back to your very own email. You said earlier you don't use email. Oh, you do. Right here. This is your own email where you said the typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus. I do not recommend that you wear a mask. This is your email. This is your own words. But yet children all over America were forced to wear masks. Healthy children forced to wear masks, muzzled in their schools. And then they were forced to learn from home because of your so-called science and your medical suggestions, while you and all your cronies get paid
to abuse beagles
from Big Pharma. You know,
to make a human centipede out of beagles.
What this committee should be doing, we should be recommending you to be prosecuted. We should be writing a criminal referral because you should be prosecuted for crimes
Yeah, gee, I wonder why that won't happen.
Against humanity. You belong in prison, Dr. Fauci.
Look, one can hope one day that MTG, no, just kidding, chat. I'm not wishing the U.S. Criminal system on anyone. So wait, what is this? So MLB, cardboard cutouts, everything you need to know. Cardboard cutouts are nothing new, just a photo of someone printed out on a cardboard corrugated plastic material that it stands up on its own. So why have they all of a sudden become more popular than ever? Well, sales of these printed products skyrocketed in 2020 with the corona pandemic. Cardboard cutouts have often been used to represent somebody at a party or a function when they couldn't attend. Really? Okay. The only place I've ever seen cardboard cutouts is celebrity ones, right? Like people will buy like a celebrity cardboard cutout to make it like the celebrities there. I don't know. Most events have high turnout with high turnouts were canceled, but what about Major League Sports? The players could still hold games without an audience if they properly quarantined and got tested. But for the first time, bleachers wouldn't be filled with fans to cheer their favorite teams on. The MLB came up with a solution so that fans could still feel like they were part of the game without attending in person. While the games were broadcasted on TV for people to watch at home, the stadiums were filled with these baseball fans propped up in the stands. So you could send in your picture. This way, longtime fans could feel like they were still part of the game. Okay, I mean, that's... Yeah, like people entertained themselves in a lot of weird ways during COVID, including watching my stream. For which I'm greatly thankful. It makes me wonder how the league got the idea for the baseball cardboard cutouts started and how the teams embraced it. Celebrities. When the rise of COVID-19 pandemic delayed the baseball season, the league wondered how they were going to begin without fans present. The idea for including Major League cardboard cutouts of fans in the stadium began with the Mariners when they noticed that the cutouts were used during soccer games in Europe. How? Okay, so it started in Europe, right? Then Seattle, I guess, Mariners, right? How? Because the Mariners knew a local printing company. They were able to work with them and get cardboard versions of their fans printed out for games. Not only would the fans get to see versions of themselves in the stand on TV, but they could charge fans for having their cardboard cutouts in this. Wow, people pay for that? like they did with tickets, right? Money made from baseball cardboard cutouts, however, would often go to charities. When the Mariners came up with the plan, other teams did the same to help their local charities. Los Angeles Dodgers raised $1.5 million. Celebrity and unique fan cutouts. She received the Mariners head of marketing received a horse. There's a per person limit, rules and regulations, funny uses of the cutouts. Oh, geez, the prices. $500 for Boston Red Sox? Damn. $49 for Chicago White Sox. $75 for Cincinnati Reds. $100 for Cleveland's team. Houston Astros, $100. Kansas City Royals, $100. Los Angeles Dodgers, $149, $299 for a home run field box or dugout seats. Wow. These are like more than tickets, aren't they? I mean, I guess it's for charity, so, you know. Milwaukee Brewers, $50. $40 Minnesota Twins. Mets are $86. Oakland A's are $49. For season's ticket holders, $89 for public. Okay. Philadelphia Phillies, $25. See, that's the deal right there. $25 for the Phillies had it right? Make it available to the public. I don't know. It still feels overpriced. But whatever. $40 for the public. San Francisco Giants, $99. Seattle Mariners, $30. Okay, so kind of reasonable. Tampa Bay Rays, $40. Texas Rangers, $50. Toronto Blue Jays, $60. There we go. I never knew. I vaguely heard about this, but I just never really looked into it. People's dogs, people's horses, you know, whatever you want to cut out and put in the stands was put in the stands. And that's what Marjorie Taylor Greene is complaining about today.
Mr. Chairman, I have another point of order.
I recognize Ms. Dingell.
Just want to make sure the record is clear. Dr. Fauci testified that he did not use his personal email for official business. He did not say he did not use email. And I think today, this particular has been full.
Marjorie Taylor Greene literally does not care that she's lying. She doesn't give a fuck. She's MTG.
Of lies and disregard and disrespect, and we need to stick to facts.
All right, there we go. You told her, Deb. That's like the fantasy. I mean, that's the moment. That's the what do you call this? This is like the West Wing moment where you get to wow, it looks like MTG versus Fauci in the time that I've been doing the content actually ended up winning the poll too. So yeah, I guess this time we'll say that the vote was not stolen. The vote was all on the up and up. There was money for Vox Populi. There was money for MTG, and MTG, I guess, would have won eventually, you can say. We got 101 votes. So chat, today was a little bit of an experiment. You might have noticed that there was no short stream. I usually will do a short stream as well as a full dimension stream, but I wanted to try this out just doing one. Last night we did just the short stream. Tonight we did just the non-short stream, whatever it's called. And yeah, the vote was massaged. I mean, yeah, you got to massage that vote. MTG, the real, yeah. I mean, like that's the thing is like if we had stopped it right at the moment, I think it would have been Pod Save America slightly ahead, just in the vote. But it's weird that MTG versus Fauci made up the distance after the fact. But I just wanted to get a sense, because I know that there's some mods who've been concerned that they don't like that when we have two different streams, like half of their friends are in one place, half of their friends are in the other. They sort of got to choose. And so, you know, I wanted to try it this way, but it looks like the overall numbers, right, just like I would have thought, are higher if we do... like it feels better to see that number, that overall number go higher, you know, when we're just doing one stream. But the overall numbers, if you add them together, are better with doing the short stream, and the wide stream. That's, I guess, what we should call it, the wide stream. And I just kind of wanted to test that out because, like, I mean, I do listen to people's concerns, especially people that are here a lot. Wait, didn't we watch this before? The main cause of the incel pandemic? I feel like this is the Elisha Long video we watched. Call it a chode stream? Wait, as opposed to... Due to the shape. So it's the shape of a... What is a chode? Like, I mean, I know that, like, you can call somebody a chode. I just don't know what an actual chode is. Wait, can I know it, or is it a bad thing? Am I, like, not allowed to... Oh, it's this one? Okay. The penis is shorter than it is wide. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, you're right. Wait, it's shorter than it is wide? Oh, that's what a chode is. Oh. Wait, does that exist? Is that a real thing? Don't look it up. I will not look it up. I promise. I promise you I have no interest in looking that up. So that's what a chode is. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was like a description of the place between the butt and the stuff up front, the perineal area, perineal. A chode is a small in length and high in diameter. I didn't know that existed. Wow. Yeah, I thought it was a taint. That's right, BKK. That's what it's called. I thought it was a taint. So that's what a chode is. Interesting. Well, like, we're calling the wide stream the chode stream, and the short stream the penis stream? Is that what we're doing? Interesting. Wait, I mean, like, it's actually really interesting. Look.
So yeah, it's okay.
It's interesting. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah.
It's interesting, yeah?
It's okay.
It's interesting. Yeah. When you have multiple relations, I mean, I had you, and then I was with Olga. It's interesting how you compare.
Here, let me show you what this comes from, because this is kind of wild. This is a streamer named Phidias.
So yeah, that's like, I didn't have a relationship after you, but I'm glad I didn't, because I don't know, it wasn't a priority. I mean, you obviously miss connection and affection in that way, but it's okay.
It's interesting. Yeah. When you have multiple relations, I mean, I had you, and then I was with Olga. It's interesting how you compare, when another new person potentially comes in your life, it's like you compare, what is with this? Is she more beautiful? Is she more cool? Is she more loving? Is she like, did you have this?
This is his ex, right? This is Phidias interviewing his ex. And saying it's interesting when you meet a new person, you compare, you know, is she more beautiful? Is she more interesting? Is she smarter?
As well? How is?
I did.
Anyway, yeah, this is Phidias. This is Phidias's content. He's the guy that traveled across Japan in without paying. Like he did. He's one of these streamers that, like, it's the reason that streamers have such a bad name. Like if you're a streamer from America or from, you know, anywhere, and you go to Japan, right, you're already kind of like marked, right, because of the actions of certain streamers that have traveled in Japan.
Gentlemen,
what is this? Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, and sometimes it's so much more.
welcome back. You ever been in a pool? If you're living in the hood, especially in the hood, because for some reason hood kids like to piss in the pool.
What? That sounds racist. I don't know. I feel like you could just say kids like to piss in the pool, and you would be correct.
The pools in the hood are very chemically, like a ton of chlorine.
What the fuck?
No, because I was a hood rat.
He was a hood.
And I used
oh
to
my God.
piss in the pool when I was a young kid. All right, I don't do that anymore.
You were a pool pisser.
But those pools had so much chlorine that when you would get out, dude, you would smell like chlorine for like 3 days.
Wait, only if you pissed, or?
It was rough. Now, the world is sort of, there's a, how could you say it? There's a mindset. How do you control a bunch of people? Let's just say that. Let's say the people of the world are warm water. Yeah, I like where this is going.
Wait, the people of the world are warm. By warm water, you mean the pee water? Is that what the warm water in the context of the pool is pee water? Is this an incel blue light crack guy? Wait, the blue light crack guy? This is the incel guy for sure. Is it a incel guy? Definitely still does come on. It's called taking a shower after you finish your swim. The smell is the interaction with bacteria. Yes. Take a shower to get rid of the chlorine smell. You're supposed to shower after that deuterino. Does he take showers? Maybe not. Maybe not. Now we're wondering, right? What is he complaining about? Hood kids in pool? Well, he's trying to like, you know, protect himself from that by saying that he was a hood kid.
Warm water. How do you control the people? Well, if you want to change how they think, you teabag them.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you pee in the water.
You teabag the shit out of them, right? What happens when you place a teabag in water that's warm?
Oh, an actual teabag? I thought he was talking about the other kind of teabag. That's not, like, I'm used to the gamer type of teabag, so we're talking about an actual teabag. Wait, are we putting teabags in the pool?
Especially warm.
Which a warm teabag.
Be likened to emotionally hot individuals, fiery, passionate people that get outraged for every little thing. You dip the teabag in.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's inherent to getting in the pool, dipping the teabag in.
The flavor profile begins to come out.
I don't want to think about the flavor profile.
A little bit of cardamom. You get a little bit.
Is that what his teabags taste like? Smells like?
Cinnamon, a little sage. Next thing you know, they've taken on the flavor profile of the teabag. The real question is who.
So you get them to taste like tea.
Pulling the teabag.
Who's pulling that teabag? Who's the teabagger? Oh no, he's gonna be an anti-Semitic answer, isn't it? This is somehow gonna be blamed on.
So it's worth noting that it pays to stay cool, calm, and collected. Not like
yeah, the flavor profile of pools. Has this guy drank pool water?
but of a man
The
that
Boston Tea Pool Party?
more of an observer.
Is that a Confederate uniform? I don't know. It is gray.
And
morally gray.
Not someone that gets very emotional.
Like that's the particular gray, right? The greenish gray is morally gray.
With their emotions flare, you're able to observe like this. You're able to perceive, to form your opinions, your thoughts. That's important. That's important. Without this nagging schizophrenic voice of the teabag influencing you on how to think. So we're going to call this liberal tea.
It's liberal tea, okay.
Right? Liberal tea, the brew of liberal tea.
So as opposed to the tea that you convince your doctor to prescribe for you, right? Which is not liberal tea.
You'll notice when you're in cold water, it takes a long time. You ever cold brew coffee? It takes like 24 hours overnight.
Takes a long time.
Hot coffee takes 4 minutes.
Hot coffee's much easier.
Stay cold.
So they want you to, okay, so you can teabag people with heat, which is like emotion.
Keep your heart, vigilant, guard it from getting too worked up over bullshit. Moving forward.
Okay, so he's saying don't be emotional because that's what the Matrix wants you. The Matrix, chat, the Matrix wants you to be emotional and act overly emotional. I don't know why I'm coming up with this Midwestern accent, but...
Two things. Do not worry about offending everyone. You don't need to make everyone comfortable. That's very important. Because that's part of the mindset that you've been steeped into. And I really
steeped in. We've been peed on. It's like when he says we've been teabagged, it makes me, and then he's equating it to peeing in the pool. It makes me think of somebody that like comes up next to you in the pool and purposely pees while they're standing next to you. Just to like notice the look on your face when you feel it's slightly warm in this part of the pool. It's unnaturally warm in this part of the pool. Is the sun shining particularly on this part of the pool? Not really. Why did it get warm when I stood next to Elisha Long?
This through to you is like,
wait, does it change color? Is that a real thing? Is that a real thing? Like the pool, like I could see people like at it. Like, has that ever been a thing that like pools with chemicals in them that change colors when somebody pees in them, so that you can tell when somebody pees in the pool, and you could be like, shame, shame to the pool peer.
But you got to be aware of it, man. Because you've been living in this society for how long now?
We live in a society. I don't know.
You have become
the pee.
Something. And it's been...
You have taken on the flavor profile of the pee.
It's been manipulating you this whole time. So you don't even know it. So you have to start to be aware and pick things apart. How have I been manipulated as a man? How has my personal taste changed? The things that I like. I have so many scientific processes. I have so many worries, so much fear. I worry too much about other people. Where did all this come from? Why am I a passive man in my relationship? Where did all this come from?
Wait, a passive man in your relationship? What's bro talking about?
Why am I scared to smoke a cigar?
Wait, are you then? Why are you smoking it? You should be. Actually, that's really bad for you. Like, even if you don't inhale it, it's still bad for you.
Why do I feel nihilistic and depressed? Well, I'll tell you. Dude, listen to the retards that will, on this video, comment about how this gives you lung cancer. You don't even inhale cigars. How can it give you lung cancer? Because they just repeat like parrots what they've heard. Like a little parrot boy. It's the, oh, nicotine gives, no, it doesn't. Nicotine does not cause cancer. Nicotine, the substance, does not cause cancer. It's actually good for the brain. But people just go, because it's...
Is it good for the chode?
What they heard. People will claim everyone else are NPCs, but they themselves are NPCs. Just go on YouTube, top YouTube comments. You see the same...
Every kid pees in the pool. That's why they have a kiddie. Is that why they have the kiddie pool? I never knew that. Oh my god. That's why we had a kiddie pool. I thought that it was just like they were afraid of us drowning as a kid. I thought that was the reason for kiddie pools. It was because they know that we're peeing. I think the nicotine has gotten to his brain. Maybe so. This is the enlightened thoughts of a tobacco smoker.
Fucking comment over and over again. The people themselves have become the bots. Like, because they just say the same joke. Take someone else. There's no originality. It's all passed down sciences and things they've heard the whole posse. Joe Rogan, Andrew Huberman, this guy, that guy, Lex Friedman. It's all these talking points that these same people with their little posse are just promoting.
The lie misses the fact that every adult pees in the pool too, which is why I avoid public pools. I mean, there's no way to know, right? Who's Thumos? Wait, what is is the Thumos like the cigar? Is it like a brand of cigar? Because the smoke can travel to your lungs because it's in a... Oh, yeah, you're right. The good point, Badash. It could still give you lung cancer, too. But, like, seriously, though, mouth, tongue cancer, uvula cancer. I mean, there's a lot of things touching that smoke that probably shouldn't be touching that smoke.
And you just...
Water parks are gross, fun, but gross. My, like, pediatrician as a kid apparently refused to take her kids to the water park. And it was some study that she'd read that said that they were, I don't know, that there was germs, that there was infectious disease in the water.
Regurgitate, you don't even think.
And I always thought about that, and I was like, ooh, I sure hope I don't get an infectious disease. But like, it never stopped me from going to a water park.
Regurgitate. You live your whole life. Your personal taste goes away.
What does Thumos mean? He does keep on saying Thumos. I don't understand. Also, this dude puts crack rocks up his ass? That must be uncomfortable.
Wake up.
Like, they're not very smooth, are they?
Baby.
Are they?
We're not done here. Thumos.
Thumos. What is the Thumos?
Great for conversation, by the way.
Oh, by the way, thank you.
Great for conversation.
Like, we have the cigar to thank for this video, don't we? Does it make ignorant dudes just go off at the mouth? Is that what a cigar does?
Comfortable with breaks. But breaks are good for any conversation. It allows you to go within and then go out to gather your thought and then put them out there. So great for conversation. Makes it okay to pause.
He's insufferable. This man is insufferable. Cacao? Wait, did he say cacao?
Why make something like this seem so deadly?
He said in the incel video, he's using a cell phone. Using a cell phone is like sticking a crack rope up your ass in the morning. I see. See, I would believe him, though.
Because it's an integral part of community.
Thymos or Thumos, cognate of Indo-European. It's always got to be Indo-European, doesn't it? Words meaning smoke is one of a number of terms in Greek which associate psychological activity with air and breath. In the Homeric poems, Thumos is one of a family of terms associated with internal psychological process of thought, emotion, of volition, and motivation. So like the swords arcana, right?
And anything that is community changes the flavor of the tea. Anything that...
I mean, if you pee in it, yeah.
On community with others, communion with others, is frowned upon and actually is like, no, let's get rid of that, because there's strength when people agree and uphold standards together and can think new ideas by discussing, conversing about things. I gotta read.
I mean, yo. He's enjoying the fuck out of that cigar.
The next thing, weapons of the enemy. We're just going to take a quick look.
The Matrix.
Pornography.
The Matrix. Oh, God.
Now, you can watch pornography without becoming, without being filled with shame and beating yourself up.
But you gotta withhold your manly essence, right? That's the key. It's never, you must always retain the semen and.
Thing is, you want to realize that it is a weapon. It is a tool to make you, to tear down the fabric that holds people together. Now let me.
Is that fabric cum?
I'll tell you before you go off. Love used to be seen as a sacred thing. When you started, watching this shit.
What?
Well.
Wait. Watching people jerk off? What's he talking about? Irene, we need to take one for the team and try the piss tea. What do I look like, Giorno Giovanna? Do you think I can have a stand that can turn one of my teeth into a jellyfish and absorb all the piss before it gets in my mouth?
What you saw is you saw an animalistic act. When you see this animalistic act, when you tear down humans like this, observing other people in this, what used to be a sacred act of love making.
Yo, I mean, sorry, but like jerking it off, jerking it is not a sacred act of love making. It's jerking it is literally jerking it.
Start to tear down not just this thing, but life itself, because
Schlicking it is literally schlicking it.
Love is such a big part of life. Now, it sounds kind of crazy, but this is just one tool. Because if you can take away the meaning of love, you can sort of pervert it. You can change it. How does that impact the mind?
I don't know if it's because I watched Dr. Strangelove at a young age, but I always get disturbed by dudes going off about like how like porn or jerking it or like the shit where they're like, they're talking about their like manly essence, and they're like, I've got to keep it all, I've got to retain it all, make sure that none of this beautiful masculine energy escapes.
How does that impact the way?
It always worries me.
Life. So this machine comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Destroy your peace of mind.
It comes to extract your manly essence, right? It's like the milking machines that Dr. Peterson warned us about. We were supposed to listen to Dr. Peterson's warning. He warned us that the machines, the Chinese devices, would milk the manly essence away from all the men. Leaving them open and vulnerable to the dragon of chaos.
Joy.
Which comes in and steals your manly essence while you sleep.
In life. Whereas in this liberal mindset, this liberal tea, simply makes you more nihilistic.
Like, he's right to be afraid of liberalism, but he's afraid of it for all the wrong reasons.
Makes you find there seems to be a lack of meaning. And you see a lack of meaning show up by people that are desperate for meaning going fucking insane.
I want to see his neighbor like come over and be like, dude, shut the fuck up. You've been going off for like 2 hours. Like, I want to see somebody just give a natural human reaction to this bullshit fucking rant that he's or to be like my kids are out here trying to play. Why are you smoking that cigar? Yeah.
Their hair, an array of different colors.
You want to talk about antisocial behavior? I'd say that, smoking is a lot more detrimental than fucking dyeing your hair.
Marking their bodies, changing their bodies, cutting up off their body parts. And that's an extreme case, but you also see just
You're upsetting my beagles, exactly, Sassy. Exactly.
Sadness in the individual. Not everyone, but you see a sadness. And there's these weapons of destruction that are promoted.
Like the thing in your hand.
And seen in this constant messaging.
And yes, I also mean the symbolic phallus.
Time, day in and day out. It takes 5 10 minutes to brew a cup of tea. It takes 5 to 10 years to change a person's mind. And
I mean, I don't take 5 to 10 minutes to pee in the pool.
Society we've lived in has lost.
Not that I pee in the pool.
A lot of the structure that's uphold.
It's a mandatory transphobia. That's right.
It's like withheld things together. Just in your mind, it's withheld things together. How you view the world, how you see things, and so it starts with us having to, reclaim some of these things. And to, say no. I'm not gonna expose myself to wickedness. I'm not gonna allow things to be okay. Because then everything has to be questioned. When you tear down the structure, oh, what is a boy? What is a girl? We see what is,
He doesn't want to ask himself these questions. He doesn't want to think of it. He's afraid of knowledge.
They're going to make it seem, I'm telling you, I've predicted this 2 years ago.
Remember, knowledge is the serpent's gift.
You kind of seen it now, but they're going to make pedophilia seem like it's kind of like a normal thing. So watch.
Wait, who's trying to make it seem like it's a normal thing? I would say the states that allow child marriage, which are invariably, wait, actually not invariably, mostly red states. I forgot. Isn't like Massachusetts, right? Massachusetts, right? Am I right about that? Do I remember that correctly? Does Massachusetts allow, have an absurdly, low, yeah, I was about to say the red states, but then I remembered there's an exception. There is an exception. Yeah, why are cigars nastier? For some reason, they're nastier than cigarettes, and it shouldn't be. It's just more tobacco.
A slow indoctrination into things being okay, because
yeah, they are behind everything. Is what he's saying. Yeah,
nothing really matters anymore. It used to be normal to believe in God. Now you're looked at like a fool. As soon as you mention God, everything you say after that is.
Andrew Tate said, "Cis men effing women is gay." While he puffs on a cigar. Exactly. Yeah. Vaping is bad, though. Vaping is totally fine. Only cigars are bad, chat. Only cigars.
It's like, okay,
they don't really inhale cigars. That's what I've heard. I've heard that you're not supposed to. I've heard that cigars are supposed to be they puff it into their mouth and kind of let it it sort of circulate. Maybe it gets kind of up in the back of their throat or something. Is that right? And but mainly they're getting the nicotine high from it going under their tongue, I think.
It's kind of retarded. They've actually got the populace to believe, young people too, that these older people that perceive that maybe there's something out there that has created life, intelligent life. You're stupid for believing it. People want to believe in it was just a bang, and this is all randomness.
There's a big bang.
It's a
large bang,
tear down,
substantial bang.
And when you just look at it like this, man, when you just look at it with clarity, you stop and you think. But that's a hard thing to do these days, is stop and think, because people are so emotional. There's always something to get your emotions riled up. That's why I find it hard to get involved with YouTube videos. I don't care about much anymore. Everything seems like I don't really care about these people arguing, dude. It's where's the fun? Where's the humor? Where's the brotherhood? Where's the good conversation? That's why in the High Demons Brotherhood, man,
where's the thumos?
I freaking love it. Smoking a cigar with the boys.
Like a top G.
Love it. All I say is this.
I used to have a really good Andrew Tate. I can't do it anymore, though. I fucking love that accent, though. That weird mix of American and English, British accents. It's so...
Don't lose your personal taste. People try to take...
Don't lose your flavor profile. They're gonna steal our flavor profile. The Brotherhood, aka Der Mannerbund. Mannerbund. See, I was just saying, okay, Mannerbund, right? Like Mädchen. See, I know how umlauts work, sort of, not really.
From you. Science.
They're gonna steal our flavor profile. It's industrial sabotage.
Personal taste.
How dare they steal our personal brand?
Personal intuition.
When I pee in the pool, I want it to be different than anyone else peeing in the pool.
Your desires. You're gonna be more.
The heat distribution should be different. The chemical profile should be different.
Creative. You're gonna find out what to do with your life.
The rate of flow should be different.
About offending everyone. Shouldn't be afraid to say words.
I'm a snowflake, god damn it. And I'm not afraid to say so.
You change your speech. You have empathy. That doesn't mean that you need to neuter yourself just because you're to empathize with other people. Keep it up.
Who's neutering themselves? Who's neutering themselves? The cigar shop is closing time is basically a smelly... wait, so do they smoke in a cigar shop? Or is it just like... I remember cigar shops, they have like a humidor where it's like humid or something. And that's where the cigars are put. Like they're all in the humidor. Probably so they can charge you more. That's why it's called a humidor. There are cigar lounges? Really? I would have thought that like anti-smoking laws would have taken that down. Not like other girls. Not my... yeah, my flavor profile is special. Come on, give me credit for that at least. It's the one thing I add to this world. I worked the tightest spank shirt at the Monaco wedding. It was amazing. Let alone smoke... wait, what? Oh, you wore... I'm sorry. You wore the tightest spank shirt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, how that's a tight shirt then, OnlyFacts. That's a legitimately tight shirt. Middle-aged men in a group always seems to result in chaos. There's a hookah lounge still. Oh, yeah, you're right. I think I have seen hookah. I've never been to one though. I don't think it would be good for me. Like, I've never really liked smoking cigarettes or tobacco or any kind of tobacco. I've tried to like it to be cool before and I failed because it's just not good. And so, but on the good side, I never got addicted to any of that stuff. But, oh my God, the smell now, I don't think I could stand it. You know, right. My ex used to smoke and as soon as they stopped, I was not used to that smell anymore. And like, it's like mega bad. Like I can't take it. I don't think I could handle a hookah lounge. I think it would be too much for me. Some places in NYC where you can lounge and smoke weed. Like that should be a thing. That sounds like fun. When I gained weight after my mom died, I tried to smoke to lose weight. And I couldn't get hooked. I guess that's a good thing. Yeah, I think I might like have like a sensitivity to like nightshades or something. I don't know. Like, or just to nicotine or not nicotine. What's it called? Tobacco. Yeah. What's that stuff called? Tobacco. I think I might just have a thing like a, you know, some kind of, like, yeah, it doesn't work. Anytime that I smoke cigarettes, like I either don't notice anything if I smoke too little or my whole world starts to spin if I smoke too much. And there's never smoking just the right amount. And that's probably a good thing because if I'd found that right amount, then I might have started enjoying it. I might have gotten addicted to it and I might have to deal with how difficult quitting is, which got a lot of respect for anybody quitting. It's not easy. I've seen somebody do it. I've seen somebody struggle with it. And the sad thing is they actually, I don't know, I want to leave you with a good ending for the story, but as far as I know, they still vape. So, you know, when that came out, they had quit smoking, which was amazing and difficult and, you know, something I totally respected. But yeah, when the vapes came out, it was just too easy to say no. And somebody always had one. Do you remember when somebody always had a vape? Maybe some people still live that. I tried smoking once and I found smoking weed to be better on my lungs. Yeah, I think a lot of people say that. You should start a Discord for men and charge them $45. That sounds like a great idea. Speaking of which, I've got to start a Discord. No, for everybody that's paying me over $5. The idea is to like the idea is to make a new Discord, right? And the problem I have with my Discord is that the permissions were made by like the Discord was set up by someone that I no longer talk to, and so I always I can never figure out how the permissions work. So I'm starting over with a new Discord now. The old Discord will remain. Okay, that's still a thing. We're a long ways off of being able to replace the Discord, right? But eventually I want to move everybody over to the new Discord. I just have to do it like in a certain order with like mods first. Speaking of which, if you're a mod, at me on Weasel Cord, and I will add, I want to see if your permissions work, right? I've set up a role finally for mods, and I want to see if it works. So I want to test this out with some mods and just make sure that we've got all the permissions set up right, and then I can add patrons, and then I can add members, and then I can add subs, and then I can add everybody, and we'll like eventually transfer over. But like it's going to be a long ass process, especially because some people don't get the message no matter how many times you tell them. But yeah, at this point we're just trying to start out the new Discord and start out with a permission structure that I actually understand, because I've got to admin the whole thing. So looking forward to that. Yeah, I tried a new thing with the stream today of just streaming on longs or on wides, or not you know what I mean, not shorts. And looks like we'll probably go back to like dual streaming. It seems like that's the best as far as overall numbers go. Although this was an interesting experiment for sure. And oh yeah, the other thing, if you have just joined us, right? Thanks to the gifts from viewers like you, thanks to what people have crowdfunded for me on my Throne account, you're now looking at me through a brand new key light, an Elgato key light, which I am super grateful for. Anybody that that donated to the Throne, I'm making your thank yous as we speak. I just want to be able to get the item on video for you and to send you like a video to thank you, because there's some very generous people out there, and because of that, we are going to upgrade the quality of the stream. We are already upgraded in terms of lighting. We've now got sound to deal with, and so this microphone will be saying goodbye. Waluigi will be getting a new seat. I'm really excited about that. So yeah, what I'm saying is expect some upgrades in production quality on the stream very soon, and a thank you to those who made that possible. And I'll try to kind of show you where your item fits in. If you donated on Throne, I'll try to show you where your item fits, where it lives, and with a thank you video. So I'll be making those hopefully really soon too. Aside from that, look for a video out tomorrow. I've promised this to you. If you're on Patreon, you'll probably get it tonight in the form of the director's cut, the Snyder cut, if you will. And if you're, yeah, I'll try to make it available for members as well early. Everybody else, it'll premiere tomorrow before stream. So that's what we got going on. And yes, it's Trump cope. It's Trump copium. It's Trump supporters losing their shit in so many ways. And this video came together better than I could have ever anticipated. I had a lot of fun making it. So yeah, I know we've been sparse on new videos while I've been grinding. I've been mostly doing streaming and just not had time. But yeah, this time we've got a video coming out for you tomorrow. So look forward to the MAGA meltdown extraordinaire that's coming your way tomorrow or tonight if you're on Patreon or a member. Aside from that, I've been No Comment Chick. Thank you for hanging out with me. And I'm planning on, I think I should be back again tomorrow. So much love, everybody. See you either tomorrow. Oh my God. I'm like realizing I haven't done a Fallout New Vegas stream. You might get a short Fallout New Vegas stream out of me soon, because I need to finish that game. I literally do, since it's on Game Pass. I got to finish it before they take it back away from me. So we want to finish Fallout New Vegas. So you might still have a stream from me tonight, but other than that, see you tomorrow, and make sure to catch the premiere of the MAGA Meltdown tomorrow also on this channel. Good night. Wait, I gotta hit the right button sequence, don't I?